Another red
Oh,
notice as
sorry.
well.
Yeah,
The bill,
yeah,
the Restrict Act. Have you gone through that one as well?
yeah. I've spent a bit of time on it. It's quite a lot to unpack there.
It's pretty concerning. Like we were covering it in a non-crypto space, and then everyone was concerned about its impact on crypto. And so much so is that Fiji during the space. Let me call Fiji. He's meant to join us. Let me give him a quick call. During the space, he's like, guys, I'm booking a flight to Portugal, and that's how concerned. Yo, we're waiting for you on the space, man.
Sadly, booking a flight to Portugal doesn't get you out of the laws
Yeah,
of
it
the
just
United
doesn't.
States or the taxes, for that matter, for anyone who thinks they do.
Yeah, I don't think it's the best solution, but kind of he had a bit of a knee-jerk reaction and was booking the flight during the space. But let me, if we can I'll pin the thread that we have. We did a long thread that Sliman wrote that I tweeted about the impact of the Restrict Act on censorship as well as crypto. And I think if you guys read it, I just don't think enough people are talking about it. Now, Jen, I've just sent an invite to Jen to come up. And she's saying there's a bunch of crypto OGs that are preparing to start lobbying against it. So we see interesting to see what impact that will have. Because if it does pass, is Sliman, are you on stage or not? It dropped out.
Yeah, we've got a second thread as well. It's not been posted yet, so.
All right, so we'll post it probably after the space. We'll do one on crypto. Is it ready? The crypto one, Sliman?
Yeah, it's a crypto one. It's quite long.
Cool. You've already ready, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So I'll tweet a crypto one right after, but you can kind of read it as we go through this. But just give us maybe some, because you were reading that space and you wrote this whole thread on this. Can you give us an overview of what was the conclusion from that after we reviewed that bill, like what impact it will have on crypto?
It's huge. Like I went through the bill again, and this time I just did it specifically focusing on crypto. And I would say it has such a significant impact on crypto to the extent that I didn't even like appreciate it the first time. Like I understood, crypto could be covered. Technologies like Web3 and robotics and AI and all these different technologies, it's clear the government wants complete control over it and complete autonomy over it. So I understood that from the first time reading it. But the second time going over it, because you wanted it specifically for crypto, it's mad. Like they've done it where they've got holistic control over it from a macro perspective, and then they've basically created legislation where they can even have micro control over it as well. Crazy and so mad, it's unbelievable. So they build it up slowly, and you have a scenario. First time, like when we thought, oh, guess what, foreign entities only, but actually they don't just say that, it's any entity. So it's just so crazy, and when we go through it, it's just so mad. So then you build on that, and then it's a specific attack on crypto. It's just from a micro and macro level.
Suleiman, do you feel like
Cool,
that's intentional, or do you feel like it's just honed in to make it more specific to the original.
Can anyone explain to me why I woke up and I've got a million screenshots from different people showing Doge, and I'm confused why everyone's sending me Doge until I call my team and they're like, Mario, Elon changed the icon, the Twitter icon to Doge, and it took me a while to believe them. What do we know so far? Because you guys have been awake for longer than I have. Can anyone kick it off? Fiji?
Mario, what was the only question I asked you when you had Elon on stage?
I don't know, bro. I'm not gonna remember.
I literally said, which crypto are you implementing into Twitter? And he said Dogecoin to the moon.
Are you the reason he said Doge to the moon? Is that the first?
Yes.
He said it. Is that which one? The first time he came? Which one? The
Yes,
first, second,
the first
or third?
time he was the first time he was in the space. I DM'd you on the side and I said, I only have one question. Which crypto is going to be powering Twitter? And you asked him that, and he said Doge to the moon.
I'm just gonna ping him now, see if he can join. He's been off spaces for a while. But that
No, he just had a space yesterday.
Yeah, but he's been doing one for Twitter, like as a company space. It's not just yeah, so I'm gonna see if he can join. But what Fiji, can you just give us an overview? So what does that mean, having Doge as the icon? I know we can imply different things. I know you did a whole space on it. That even though I was a co-host, I wasn't there. I was still asleep. So I apologize. But what do we know? What do we know about the? I can see the Dogecoin ride is there. But what
The
do we know
reality is
so
this.
far about it?
The reality is this: he's making the X app, right? Which means that it's basically the WeChat of the West, which by definition means it's going to ride off of its own token. That's why I asked you in that space which token is it going to be, because there was speculation as to whether Twitter was going to launch its own token or it was going to use an already existing token. I think it's pretty fucking clear that he's going to be using Dogecoin to power the entire X app infrastructure.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, so I just said, do you want to jump on to discuss the Doge logos? Did I just say that?
What's XApp?
XApp is the everything app. So something that is being discussed and it's kind of linking. That's what I think I made a tweet about Elon even buying. It was a joke, but even buying Silicon Valley Bank is because he wants one app to be the everything app, similar to how I think WeChat is in China. So WeChat in China,
correct?
You do everything on WeChat. Let me just hold on. Let me ping him, and then I'll continue the discussion.
It is WeChat. So the idea is, why would he have bought Twitter in the first place, right? The idea is he owns. Anybody who knows anything about Tesla or SpaceX or anything is that he's not buying cars. He's buying the control of electricity and power. So the idea of buying Twitter is buying information and essentially the microphone that he's never had before. If you connect those two, you're connecting his first big splash into business, which is payments. So how does he get away from relying on advertising? How does he get away from relying on monthly payments? It's literally transactional layers. And instead of using Amex, MasterCard, Visa, you use crypto as that infrastructure layer for payment generation and payment harvesting. That way he can create an X app that exists in and of itself without having to be controlled by any government or any geographical locational infrastructure. Why do you think he created Starlink? Starlink is literally informational control that is not bound by geographic regional restrictions. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
And you actually believe that he's going to use Dogecoin as the infrastructure for this, and this isn't just
He just changed the logo of Twitter to Dogecoin. Do you think he's drunk and asleep at the wheel?
He's drunk.
No, so what do you think? Hold on, Simon. So what do you think? It was just a troll? It was just a joke?
I'm 100% on
Pretty big
Simon's
step.
team. I think he's literally trolling. And when they started talking about payments in the first place, the people were very disappointed when Twitter was not going to incorporate crypto at all. I think that he is the greatest troll in the history of mankind, and that this is just another one. I'm with Simon.
But we do know that Elon that Twitter is working on Twitter coin. I think we know that. We've seen it in the code. So how does Doge? So maybe Fiji, how does Doge come into this if they're also working on Twitter coin?
It becomes the infrastructure layer. Without having to create their own token, it becomes the token. So one of the biggest things in crypto is you don't want to be the one that launched the token, because then you're ostensibly legally liable for the creation of that token and how it was distributed and how it was marketed. But Doge was not launched by Elon, so he can never be held liable for the marketing actions of how it got distributed to unaccredited investors publicly. That's the goal.
And Fidge, that's actually interesting, because even in the library case, when the SEC cracked down on them as a clear security, it was made also clear that that on the secondhand market, that it was not a security. So it's really about the launch and not about what happens afterwards, or about the manner in which it's traded or transacted in. So that actually does make a lot of sense.
Tokens are not illegal inherently. It's about how they get distributed, how they get sold, how they get marketed, right? That was the whole point of the SEC and library thing. Is it's not about whether you bought it in general or whether you created it in general. It's how you then sold it to the market, and whether you either got registered or sold it to accredited investors. That's literally the main gap. And so by riding off the back of a coin that exists already, you don't have to deal with those issues.
No, it's definitely one of the furthest away from being a security of all the cryptocurrencies out there. What was the name of the dude? What was this that created it? Jackson or something? I can't remember now. Who created Dogecoin?
I literally have no idea.
Isn't it? No, it's
Jackson Palmer.
Nakamoto.
Jackson Palmer was his name.
Jackson Palmer.
Is that the account? Is that the
sold it all and exited crypto very quickly, right? Yeah.
Is that the guy? Is that the guy Shibtoshi Nakamoto? That's him, no?
No, I don't.
No, that's
Really?
Bitcoin.
No, that's not.
not
Jackson
Shibtoshi,
actually exited relatively quick. Was pretty disillusioned with the entire crypto space. I think he got himself a Honda out of it or something, and now hates us all.
Yeah, I mean, he was just trying to get people not to use it. Created the worst monetary policy anyone could come up with. And I think he's been very disillusioned by it since.
So why?
But it's the furthest away from a security, definitely.
Yeah, so that's what I want to understand. So can you give us an idea, and anyone on the audience, and I see Dogecoin, right, good to have you on stage. Can you guys give us an idea of how decentralized Dogecoin is? Why is it so attractive for Elon beyond the meme aspect of it? It went up 15% today. I thought it would have gone up more. Or went up more, but it dropped back down. But what makes Dogecoin? What are the good things of Dogecoin? Because it's been treated as a meme for so long. But I know there's value to it. Dogecoin, right? Maybe I'll kick it off, and then we'll go to Simon.
Yeah, Fidgetal, everything you said was music to my ears. I think, Mario, what's happening, and I don't expect the logo for Doge to stay that way. I think it's more just, Elon trolling, whatever people want to call it. I think, though, the companies, like McDonald's and, Burger King and all these other ones, this kind of might put them over the top if they were trying to decide if they would accept Doge, if they thought it was serious, if they thought it wasn't. And ultimately, Elon's going to do it because he wants to. I was telling everybody from the beginning when he first came on and Doge pumped to, I believe it was 15 or 16 cents, he's going to do this on his own timetable. He's not going to do it immediately. He's going to sit back, see what he has in Twitter, and then he's going to implement it when he thinks it's right. So I think we're seeing it all play out right now. And literally, I'm listening to Fidgetal and everything he's saying. I've been saying from the beginning as well.
So Fidji Scott, just give me 2 minutes. If you could take over the room as I go to Simon and try to understand the value out of Dogecoin and what this could mean for Doge before going into the red notice. I just need to go through quickly the thread with Slayman as we post it, just for the Restrict Act, and also pinging Elon. So just give me a few minutes.
Have at it, Simon.
Okay. So I'm by no means a Doge expert. I just remember it from the beginning and its inception. But it had what I think you consider a fair launch, which is what Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin do differently. That it wasn't created by a foundation with a bunch of pre-mined coins, as far as I know. But yeah, to make this the backbone technology of a major top tech company, I think would be reckless. I think it would be insane. I just could not imagine anything like that ever happening other than just trolling and a joke.
Yeah, I concur, but I'm always, strong opinions loosely held. I would not put anything past Elon Musk. But Dustin, go ahead. What did you want to contribute?
Yeah, so does anybody who really is into Doge understand if they've upgraded in some way that like most of us aren't aware of? Because my understanding was like they can only process something like 30 transactions a minute. And so it's just hard to see like with that kind of processing capacity, like whether it has the like nuts and bolts like to be the backside and run something as large as Twitter, like as many transactions as would be happening.
Well, let me go ahead and jump in here. So first of all, I just want to say to the moon. Take a look at that beautiful new Twitter logo. It's a Dogecoin indeed. All the Bitcoin maxis are crying, of course, because they wanted to see the BTC logo. Well, it's not that. It's Doge. Doge, the future cryptocurrency of Twitter, the future cryptocurrency of Earth. Major upgrades happening. They actually just did an update only about a week ago that had a lot of extensive stuff, very detailed stuff. Dogecoin is absolutely set up to be the future crypto of Earth, and it will be. Very excited about that. Thank you, Elon Musk. Beautiful logo. And I'll have more to say about it, but let someone else go ahead and weigh in there.
Pitch me. Tell me about why this is the future.
Yeah, Shark Tank for Doge. Let's go.
Okay, so first of all, just look at the logo. I mean, come on. How cute is that? Don't you just want to spin the logo? Isn't it just, don't you just want to pet it and rub its little belly? Of course you do. How can you not want to spend it? The transaction fees, way lower than Bitcoin. The way it's set up with the community is very good. The way that it every single year goes down approximately 5 billion in terms of the total amount in circulation. Well, the amount goes up, that the percentage of the total goes down. So every single year goes like 4, 3, 2. And by the time we get 30 from now, the inflation rate of Dogecoin, there's going to be a huge gap where a lot of people mining bigger coins, once they start to actually lose their value in mining, there's going to be a big problem because it's going to be really easy to take over those networks, and there's going to be a huge security vulnerability. But Dogecoin will not have that for a long time.
So the pitch is that we need to wait 30 years to care?
The pitch is that you should care right now because it's going to be the cryptocurrency of Earth in 30 years. And if you want to wait until it's already huge to buy, then you can do that. If you want to buy now before all the big stuff happens, that's the pitch.
Trash, you want to have at it?
Yeah, so I did want to kind of bring something up. So number one, if you guys remember, it looks like Elon even tweeted this an hour ago. So he was actually responding to Wall Street Bet's chairman, and he said, "Is a new platform needed?" Chairman says, "Just buy Twitter and change the bird logo to a Doge." And this was back a while ago. So I think it is part of a troll. And I think he's just doing it to make a joke. But I will say, for in all seriousness, Mark Cuban, if you guys remember last year, started accepting Dogecoin for all like the everything is for merchandise for the Mavericks. So there is some use cases happening right now. It'd be interesting to get Mark Cuban's thoughts on it now.
I'm actually, I don't know. Does anybody know if that is still the case? I obviously remember when the Mavericks started accepting Dogecoin and it was sort of a laughable transaction volume, almost non-existent, which I think is not an indictment of Doge in any way. It's sort of natural that that's happened in the crypto space with payments. But do we know if the Mavericks are still accepting?
No, it's just an indictment of us being nerds. Like, we don't go to basketball games.
Fair. I go to basketball games.
I go to
record, but I'm still a nerd.
I do too.
I like
I went to
basketball.
Mavericks games.
Luka's pretty good, so it's fun to watch him play.
Yeah, but then so I understand the pitch there, but I think that at this point it's hard to draw any dramatic conclusions as to what this means, knowing that Elon Musk, even before he owned Twitter, had an affinity for memeing Doge pumps into existence. I mean, I know, Simon, you agree, but anyone else? I'm happy to be convinced otherwise, but I don't think him simply changing the logo gives us an indication of anything more than that Elon Musk is hilarious.
Well, so
Has Twitter's logo ever been changed before?
I was about to say, do you not know how Web3 works? Like, this is exactly how projects pump.
Yeah, and then they dump. that doesn't mean that there's real traction or adoption because of.
Do you know how big of a community that there is in Doge that's kind of dormant?
Wouldn't you think it would have doubled? I don't disagree. Listen, I'm to be completely transparent here. I traded Doge through all of the early cycles. Literally my favorite coin on earth, but I did it because it was a meme and it was effectively free money. Right? You used to buy Doge at 15 sats to 25 sats. That's back when you had to trade on a Bitcoin pair, and there was no such thing as talking about it in dollar value, by the way. And it would go up to 100 or 210, and you would sell it. Then you would wait for it to come back down 15 to 15. A month later, wait 6 months, it would go up. It was the greatest invention in history for meme coin traders before that was a thing. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be the currency of planet Earth.
Let me go through.
Well, here's something to keep in mind. So,
hold on. Can you hear me, Matt? I want to quickly go through XApp. I think you like this one, Matt. Fiji, you with me?
I'm here, brother.
All right, listen to this, guys. So WeChat, just give you an idea of what WeChat can do. And as you listen to this, just imagine what Twitter could become. Because we're looking at all these moves that Elon's doing. We saw Twitter coin, now we're seeing Doge. And we're talking about the AI aspect of all the data he has with Twitter. I'll read out and then the joke of him buying a bank. WeChat is a Chinese multi-purpose messaging, social media, and mobile payment app that's owned by Tencent. Users can send messages, voice and video calls, and share files, images, and videos with friends and contacts. Sounds good. Also has a social media aspect with a Moments feature that allows users to share photos, videos, and updates with their friends and followers. So this is like similar to Snapchat. It offers a wide range of services such as taxi hailing as Uber, food delivery, Uber Eats, mobile payments, so similar to Apple Pay. They call it WeChat Pay, which is integrated with users' bank accounts. So it's all built into WeChat. The app can also book flights, book hotels and other travel services, make appointments with doctors and healthcare providers, and buy products on e-commerce platforms. And then WeChat also has a feature called Mini Programs that allows third-party developers to create apps within the ecosystem. So it's essentially, they call it the everything app. And there's been an argument, I don't know, Fiji, can you remind us, and I've got a tweet about it, let me try to find it, but can you remind us, where did Elon and X.com, when did Elon first mention X.com?
Actually, before he bought Twitter.
Okay.
So he's been hinting at making an everything app for a very long time. I know you've been to China. If you live in China, everything you do is off of WeChat. Literally everything. You pay your rent, you send money to friends, everything you do is through WeChat. Why do you think for a second he bought Twitter without that specific intent when he's already a transactional maven?
Yeah, so I used to, I lived in Hong Kong and spent a lot of time in China and WeChat. I had basically an ANX Bitcoin debit card, no bank account, and WeChat, and that was pretty much enough to transact everywhere. Everyone's on WeChat. You just pull up your QR code, it's your LinkedIn, it's your payment. But the currency of WeChat was the eCNY. So it's just the history actually was there was something in Hong Kong. They had not the octopus. What was the equivalent? God, I've forgotten now. Yeah, it was Oyster card in London and octopus card, and people started putting credits on their octopus cards, which allowed them to pay for using the train. And then shops started accepting it, and the Hong Kong banks all started regulating the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, which is the central bank in Hong Kong, in order to shut it down because people were using it in order to make payments, and it backfired. And they ended up giving the Hong Kong Monetary Authority ended up giving Oyster Pay a banking license, and then that technology was it was then moved into an app, and then yeah, the whole China started to lead the world in fintech payments and make all the digital payments. But the DCEP, which is the China Central Bank Digital Currency, has just completed its beta integration with their CBDC. And so the eCNY is already equivalent of about 0.5% of the total Chinese yuan money supply in China. But to think that they would the Western version of this will be done in Doge is. I'm going to entertain it for this call, and I really want to hear the reasons why this technology.
Simon, he just changed the entire fucking logo to Dogecoin. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but why was so? What is it about the technology of Dogecoin that would make you pick Dogecoin?
It's the logo, Simon.
Nothing.
Logo.
But that's the point. That's the point. So right now, just to give you a few stats. So there's approximately $3.76 billion in Dogecoin. It's a little bit over $4 billion after the spike. This article was written a few days ago, but 3.76 billion in Dogecoin that's been held for more than a year. And there's approximately 3 or so billion Dogecoin that will probably never be touched again, worth of value, because those are wallets that bought in the early days. And so because of that, we have a huge floor of support for Dogecoin that really no other top crypto even can compare to. And that's one of the reasons why even just a tweet from Elon Musk or a logo change.
That's not true. Bitcoin certainly has a larger base of long-term holders, and Ethereum has become deflationary and is increasingly being staked on a daily basis. But go ahead.
I believe it's around 40%, right, for Bitcoin. What do you have different stats?
I don't have the exact stats right now, but it depends on where you look and the wallets and what time frame. But obviously, we've seen a massive rush of Bitcoin off exchanges and supply reduced over time. And of course,
but anyway, what that has proved is that it makes a useless currency, because if they believe it's going to go up in value, then people don't use it as a transactional currency because they want to save it and not use it. So if you have supply economics, if you want to create a currency, you create a Keynesian currency. You want it to increase in value so that people spend it because they know it's going to go down in value over time.
No, Simon. Simon, the answer to all this becomes who's going to absorb the arbitrage, right? So if he's willing to create a facility to absorb the arbitrage of price differentiation within Dogecoin, then he already has an entire ecosystem that exists. He has a token he doesn't have to even deploy it. He literally just promotes it. And as long as he's willing to accept the arbitrage volatility and create stability with some degree between vendors, then that's all he needs to do.
So you think he's going to stabilize the price?
Yeah, and then which then everybody's been to the moon.
Well, no. So here's the right take on it. So there's also Doge Chain, which is a entirely new blockchain that all of these be directly integrated with Dogecoin. Well, almost directly through a third party, but still it works directly with Dogecoin. Then also on top of that, the main reason why Dogecoin is want to put money in it. A lot of those people are the people who run the other financial markets and make it way harder for you to make money in them. They want to stay away from Dogecoin. And so you're taking a bet that all of the serious people in the world who want to judge Dogecoin and who think they're above it and better than it, that those people are not going to be as powerful in the long run as all of the people who are just normal people who are just having fun.
No, I'm genuinely, again, I'm curious to see how it would fit into the ecosystem. And I'm curious to see how it would fit into the ecosystem.
Stable coins or more.
Wouldn't you make it a stable coin then?
Then what's the point?
Yeah, but you'd build a stable coin on top of the right
Correct.
technology.
You would
move up and down in value, unless you're counting that they can go down if they crash with the stable coins, which is kind of scary. But that's what I'm referring to. And it is ahead of Bitcoin, it's ahead of Ethereum, it's ahead of all the other cryptos at the top. And so that I don't think that should be overlooked. That's what people want. And just because you may not see the serious doesn't mean that's not what people want. What people want is what's going to happen.
So I looked up the benefits of Dogecoin. I'm kind of wrapping up the discussion, but looked up the benefits of Dogecoin over Bitcoin. So just chat GPTing the answer. Faster transaction time. Dogecoin has a faster block time than Bitcoin, which means that transactions can be processed more quickly. This can be beneficial, blah, blah, blah. Lower transaction fees. And look at this one. There's 4 reasons why it's better. Number 3 is more accessible. Dogecoin has a less intimidating image than Bitcoin. So, and this community is known for being welcoming and inclusive. This makes Dogecoin a more accessible option for new cryptocurrency users. So I'm going to cross out this benefit. And then number 4,
Mario,
strong.
can I reverse the question?
But hold on, Elon already
Simon,
created the fastest.
I'm going to reverse.
Elon
Simon.
already created the fastest blockchain ever. It was called PayPal. It's centralized as hell, and everyone can transact in millions of transactions per second.
Simon, it's just database. I'm going to reverse the question. Simon, I'm going to reverse the question. Why would he have changed the logo? Why would he not be? Why would he not be creating a stablecoin?
To be hilarious.
Why has he done everything with Dogecoin? It ends up creating an almighty joke, and then it pumps and then it dumps.
Tale as old as time. Beauty and the Beast. He's done it so
you're saying
times.
You're saying he's doing this to make some extra cash?
No, I'm saying it because he
thinks
it's funny. I don't think he's trading it.
Yeah, I think
he changed the logo.
But how many times has
he also
he's changed the logo?
for Twitter
this is
by
his latest
double.
one.
So
has he taken Dogecoin for a Tesla yet?
Let me just say this. So there's something that people aren't even thinking about. So there's a lot of very serious people in the world who, to be honest, can at times be annoyingly serious. And they always think, oh, well, I'm always right about this. Elon Musk is doing this in part to annoy the people who are like that. And there are a decent number of people like that. And so those of us who support Dogecoin the most find it the most hilarious when people like that get annoyed. That's one of the reasons why we love doing it so much. So just keep that in mind.
That's the perfect reason for him to change the logo and not
go
any further. That's literally the perfect reason for him to change the logo and make everyone laugh for a week and move on.
See, but you thinking that is one of the reasons why he's doing this, because he knows, like you said, he overpaid for Twitter. Well, a lot of people think he underpaid for it, but if
nobody thinks he underpaid.
He wants to get under your skin, the Wolf of Wall Street. He wants to annoy you, and he's not going to stop until he does. He'll continue doing that, and there's a lot of people who want to annoy you, and so that's why Dogecoin's going to do well. No offense. But I'm just saying,
offense taken. It doesn't annoy me. I told you,
like that.
I was trading Dogecoin when a lot of people. I'm 46 years old. We're probably like still worrying about if a girl would date them in middle school. So I totally get it, and I understand what you're saying. I think you're just making a massive leap into his mind to make tremendous assumptions on what he's going to do with it. But he has a very, very long history. I mean, listen, of making jokes exactly like this. And when he made them in the past, he wasn't the owner of Twitter. So now he can just make bigger jokes.
Hey, Matt, how long do you think that logo is going to be up there for?
That's the good question. I mean, what I want is for him to actually do the Dogecoin hashtag and to actually, I think he'll give us the ability, if you want to customize your own Twitter and have the Dogecoin logo on your app, I think that's going to stay forever. He'll probably change it back. But I think he's going to do that. And he also has said multiple times he's going to add Dogecoin tipping and multiple actual use case Dogecoin features to Twitter. And as Twitter starts to also have messaging, calls, and maybe puts WhatsApp or Telegram and things like that in a bad position, maybe puts them out of business and takes a lot more of that market share, it's going to become a very, very, very powerful app. I think he absolutely paid something that he will end up making a lot of money from when it comes to $44 billion for Twitter. There's a lot of people who think like that.
Do you think Twitter owns a bunch of Dogecoin?
So right, Elon Musk does own a lot of Dogecoin. I don't believe Twitter. I don't believe Twitter. I don't believe
if you're a private company that doesn't need to do public level disclosures anymore, and your company is trying to figure out a revenue model, a really an interesting strategy. I'm just thinking, nothing, not basing this on anything. But if you're a public company, then obviously you need to do public level disclosures and you'd have all these issues. But as a private company, you could put a bunch of Dogecoin on your balance sheet in a company that's suffering massive financial distress, like Twitter. That would be one way of boosting your balance sheet. Now, whether they could actually offload those and also because it's not considered a security because it actually had a fair launch because it was a joke. That would be one way, but I think you detect all of the level of, my guess is the level of transaction volume, you detect such behavior like that.
I had a question for the Wolf. So do you think, knowing that how much Elon loves Doge, that he would do something like this and just drop it and then do nothing else?
Yes, he's done that. He's done that. I don't see him. That's literally exactly what he has done every.
But he hasn't changed the logo of Twitter to Doge. It's not a tweet.
He didn't own Twitter. Now he owns Twitter.
I don't think digital he's grasping at the magnitude of changing the logo of Twitter, and it just
What if
seems
he
like
changes it
some
back in
people are just
24 hours?
overlooking at it. It's like it's
If he
nothing.
changes it back in 24
Well,
hours.
I don't know.
will
He
that-
might. I don't know how long.
Okay, so then
But
how
I don't
would you
think-
judge that? Would you judge that as a funny joke or as the same signal you're looking at now? I don't know. I'm just asking. In theory.
I think it's a precursor of other things. Exactly what that is, I don't know.
It's a tester. He's testing you guys.
It's part of it. It's keep in mind the Wolf of Wall Street. The fact that you think he's not going to do it is why he's never going to give up on it.
That
supported
logic
it for
is
years.
literally an infinite regress. Like there's billions of people on this planet, and each of our opinions about Elon Musk is the reason he's doing things. That makes literally no sense.
Yes, the fact that the serious people think he's just joking around, he's going to give up on it, he's not going to really do anything with it, is why he's 100% going to do something with it. That's absolutely true. And also on top of that, you have to look at it this way. Dogecoin is something that people want to get paid in who work for Twitter. A lot of people do. They've said that. And Tesla, too.
They can buy it.
Elon Musk doesn't have to sell his Dogecoin.
No, Matt, nobody gives a shit that it's Dogecoin.
Exactly.
Nobody gives a shit that all that is happening is he's put his bag into a little closet in his house. And the fact is, so Wolf, I'll ask you questions. Do you not think that Twitter is going to be crypto empowered?
I do believe that there will eventually be integration, certainly, and I think think Dogecoin will be a part of that.
No, let's step by step. Do you think that Elon Musk would launch a token?
I think you guys said that it's already been seen in the code, correct, Mario? That Twitter coin is being developed.
The Twitter, yeah, exactly.
So yes,
the Twitter
I would
coin
say
is
that there's
seen
evidence
this.
that is the case.
Let me.
That he would launch it or he would skin it?
I haven't looked at the code, so I can't tell you.
There's no way that Elon or Twitter launches a fucking token.
If it's
absolutely no way.
Coin,
right?
That's
not going to
happen. They launch a stable
But check. Yeah, exactly. So let's. Why wouldn't they launch their own token?
Because it's illegal.
That depends.
It is illegal to sell a token to the public unless it's a registered security.
Forget. Okay, that's sell the name. Airdrop it to users, bro.
You think he's going to do a fair launch? He's going to risk a fair launch by himself. The richest man, the first and third richest man on the face of the planet is going to risk launching.
The company, hold on. You're talking like this is so major that Twitter's launching a coin. You've got Reddit launching NFTs months and months ago, where NFTs were looked at as scammy by the traditional world.
You mean a digital collectible?
Yeah, but digital collectible.
No, if Twitter's going to be doing anything, they're going to be doing a similar thing as what Facebook did. They're going to be applying to regulators.
Correct. Yes,
yeah.
That's correct. They would get it. They would literally work with the SEC and launch a security, but most likely they would want it to be stable, a stable coin, just like Libra was intended to be, or DM, or whichever.
So let me look at this, Scott. Let me do this for Fiji. Look at this. So Facebook, obviously in Libra, you got JP Morgan Chase in 2019. They launched a cryptocurrency called JPM coin. IBM in 2019. That's 2019 when crypto was looked at as a scam, and they launched WorldWire. Walmart in 2019, obviously this is outdated, so I tried to get it to use Google. I'm using ChatGPT. Starbucks, they launched its own cryptocurrency called the Backed in 2018. Walmart, and this is all prior, not the recent bull run. I'll get more afterwards. Walmart coin in 2019, they filed a patent for it, for its own cryptocurrency. And obviously you've got Telegram and Gram, or Ton, the Ton blockchain.
Yeah, I was an investor in the Telegram one, and immediately got the SEC notice. Hey Mario, do you want a bit of trivia? Do you want to know who Facebook sold Libra to?
The Sui, no?
Silvergate.
Yeah, it was Silvergate.
Hold on, what do you mean?
They sold the intellectual
Silvergate
property to
bought it for
Silvergate
200
when they
million.
got dinged for after the move to DM.
So I ask you again, you think he's going to go through the hurdles of trying to launch a security token?
Not a security token.
No,
I think he's going to launch a payment network that actually has a shot at getting traction, and he's going to try and do a similar. If he would, he'd try and do it. I mean, he's not going to get. If you
Simon, he's going to use Doge. He's going to use Doge, and he's going to integrate it because that insulates him completely.
If he does use Doge, it would be probably some kind of stable that's on. But then, even then, he'd have to apply for the money transmitters. He'd have to get, in this regulatory crackdown, an American company, it's not going to be the way that you think it is.
Well, I can tell you, he's going to be integrating dollars and Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's not just going to be Dogecoin. He's making Twitter into partially a payment service provider, similar to PayPal and Venmo. That's what's happening. And also on top of that, the Twitter coin that is being referenced, that is not a cryptocurrency. Almost certainly, what's being looked at here is they're making like a gym type thing, like where you can trade your dollars or your Dogecoin for gems you can use on Twitter to tip people. Then they can then exchange those gems, similar to how like any game does that you may see, or like how Vive did that. That's what that is, not an actual crypto, almost certainly.
So just so if you look at his tweet though, from 30 minutes ago, where he says, "Where we're doing the space, sees the memes of production." Does that then kind of dispel everything we're talking about? Is this all just a meme, just a joke?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's. All right, so we don't know what's going to happen with Doge. I don't own any Doge. Let's wrap it up. Matt owns a lot of Doge, probably most of the supply by the looks of it. Who else owns Doge on stage?
I own Doge.
I do.
Of course, of Dogecoin ride. What do you mean you own Doge? All this argument, and you deny tell me you own Doge?
I said, I've told you I've been trading it, and it's since 2015. Actually, my wife unfortunately did the math and said, hey, one day said to me, hey, if you had just held all the Doge that you traded through all those years, how much would it be worth? And I think it was about $170 million. Now I've got like $20 in like a broke down Chevy.
All right, and then Dustin, you own some Doge?
Yeah, I've got a pretty nice bag of Doge. I've been holding since like 3 cents.
Holy shit! And you still haven't sold?
I'm trading it though. I view it as a trader, not as a long-term investment that's going to become the global world reserve currency, because that is just beyond my human comprehension to think about.
Trash, you own Doge as well?
Yeah, I got in at about 4.5, 5 cents, and took some profits at 36, or I think is where I took them at. So yeah,
okay, but you don't own anymore. You've owned in the past.
No, I still have some.
Oh shit! All right, cool. Well, I don't.
I don't own any. I don't own any Doge. And by the way, every Doge idiot on Twitter is DMing me, asking me to come up to talk about Doge.
Yeah. Well, okay, so everyone that's been DMing Fiji, revoke that invite. He does not own any Doge. All right. So we're gonna go through the all right. So name. Where's name? I'm trying to get name to do the bill. The bill's probably just for everyone listening. Doge is cool news. It's exciting news, positive news, potentially. The CZ potential possible red notice, Interpol red notice. We're gonna break it down now. And Simon, I know you read the but you're the one that brought it to my attention, so you might know about it more than I. And that one is that would be crazy if that's true. So we don't know if this is true. But then the bill, the Restrict Act and its impact on crypto is the reason we're doing this space. I just don't think people appreciate how serious this is. And we're gonna go through this in a few minutes. Slyman has tweeted most of the thread. I'll try to get name redacted in because he's covered this heavily. And he'll be giving us some insight. I'm just messaging him now. But I want to go through the Interpol red notice, Simon. So what do we know? Like, why are we discussing it?
Basically, it was written into the Bitcoin blockchain as an encrypted message that CZ. There's a red notice from Interpol for CZ. That's gone semi-viral.
But anyone could write this, no?
Yeah, it was done by Kobe.
Kobe wrote it.
Yeah, Kobe wrote it. Yeah.
And has he offered any clarity on that at all?
No, he just published some screenshots on his Twitter. Yeah.
Can anyone explain? So a red notice means what exactly?
I don't know.
It means that I believe it's an international arrest warrant saying that no matter what jurisdiction you are, that law enforcement should arrest you. And yeah, that's the gist of it, as I understand it. You can there's also a website that I'm looking at right now where you can search Interpol red notices, and we'll do that. Mario, I also just sent that to you on WhatsApp, so we should be able to at least get some clarity on this pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Seems about I don't think the equal troll to the Dogecoin Twitter logo.
Yeah. So Kobe does. I don't know much about Kobe. Is he usually pretty careful with the things he says, or just says stuff just to get attention? I have no idea, because it's a pretty serious thing to say. There's an Interpol notice for a red notice for CZ. Does anyone know anything about Kobe? And
He's a funny.
his
He
thing,
can be very funny. I mean, I'm not saying he's not serious, but he's definitely been known to play a joke. I mean, he sent a guy $5 million once in a bet who he owed like 5,000 just to make fun of him and make a mom joke. Kobe has billions of dollars in Bitcoin. He literally, like, I would have to find the history of it, but he just something about, like, he literally sent a guy 5 million instead of $5,000 to see what he would do in Bitcoin, and it was some mom joke, literally.
I would be willing to bet a lot of money that there is not actually a red notice out for him. I would put that as very, very unlikely. He didn't commit any serious crimes, at least that we know of. So it just seems very unlikely.
I'm removing that even from the title because I thought it was more than that.
There's nothing in the search,
last
by
thing,
the way. I mean, I just searched it on Interpol. If it was literally that fresh, maybe it would not be there. But I would say that this seems seriously doubtful.
No. If there is an Interpol red notice, if there is already one out for CZ, we would know about it. I think that would go public pretty quickly. But for someone to post it, it just means for what I implied is that they have some information that's about to come out. Like a lot of us knew about the CFTC action against Binance, and some of us have hints about possible SEC action against Binance. So like you hear rumors from sources, things do leak. And I was wondering, because the last thing before I move on from this story, Simon, didn't you say the Dirty Bubble Media talked about it as well?
No, yeah, Dirty Bubble Media was. It came across my radar because Dirty Bubble Media shared it, and then that linked back to Kobe, and then literally you started the space, and it was just being fired left, right, and center everywhere by people that normally spread these types of things.
So, Mario, I found a tweet here by Brent Trades. And what it was, it looks like that Kobe had actually tweeted an SHA 256 hash that translates into Interpol red notice for ZZ. I've got the tweet. I'll share it up to the group or here real quick.
All right, I've got the thread as well in the meantime. So I want to start working on the Restrict Act, and I think this is probably the most major story that we have today. Sliman, you wrote a thread. I'm going to pin it above. I'll pin it on my profile as well. I've just pinned it on my profile. You just tweeted it while we're talking about Dogecoin and spent a few minutes on that red notice. But this to me is the major story. This is what could have the biggest impact on crypto in the short to medium term if that bill passes, if that act passes. So, well, I'm going to call it bill, if that bill passes. So, Fiji, I know you've covered it heavily as well. Sliman, do you want to give us a quick overview earlier? We've got a lot of new people that joined since. Do you want to start, Sliman, on what triggered your attention, what we've covered so far? I want you and Trash to give us a brief overview, because we did a whole 2 spaces on this, covering the censorship aspect of the Restrict Act. Jen was there, Fidgetal was there as well. So tell us about what we've discussed in the last couple of days, and then we'll link it to crypto afterwards with Fidji kind of giving us an overview there.
Yeah, of course. So basically, we had the Restrict Act and the Data Act, and what happened was we were given an idea or a perspective that the reason why this is coming about is to ban TikTok. But then when one looks at the act, especially the Restrict Act, there's nothing about TikTok, and it's actually an act that's been created. Initially, what I thought was the act's been created for mass surveillance, spying on people, and to basically an authoritarian and totalitarian control. And so you had the act basically was allowing for mass surveillance. If you had any kind of interaction with a Chinese or foreign adversary company, you were basically the move that could be made against you is you could either have to get significant fines, or they could make you basically divest, sell your company to somebody else. There was going to be mass surveillance, and also they could get you to basically give up any kind of aspects of your company in terms of data, in terms of information. So it was complete control of every aspect of your life, and that's what the surveillance was. The penalties were severe, as we discussed. If, for example, if one was to use, it was to basically bypass this act by using methods. An example was given of VPNs, where you could be fined criminally up to £1 million and civilly up to £250,000. But then, so that you had that in terms of the fines that could happen. And then there was also the fact that the government was going to control technology. That for me was huge as well. The fact that any kind of advancement in robotics, any type of advancement in AI, any type of advancement in Web3, again, the government had complete autonomy and control. They could basically take your company off you. I think that was huge as well. And the crypto thing was quite big, but I didn't appreciate the magnitude of it till I went back today and looked at it again. And that's what today's one's about. And the magnitude of it is just remarkable. There is both a micro and a macro level attack on cryptocurrency. From a macro perspective, if basically there is a decision made that there is going to be a digital currency, a global digital currency, or from an international digital currency, from a macro level, basically crypto can be seen as something that is a threat, something that can impact the infrastructure of the digital economy of the United States, and therefore it can be completely banned from a macro level. And then from a micro level, any form of transactions that are occurring, any type of digital transaction occurring from cryptocurrency, that can be used to, again, basically look at your company and surveil you, spy on you, make you give all your data information. And if that's not enough, they can make you divest. And another thing which I haven't read on the thread, wrote on the thread, I thought about is actually the level of the way this bill is written. And this might sound like a conspiracy theory, but the way this bill is written, you could be in a scenario where even if you had like an employee from a heritage of that country, let's say you had a Chinese employee, what's stopping them from saying that they have some link to the CCP and then basically going after your company? So there are significant issues about this bill, which are completely very scary, much, much worse than anything we've had before. We've had some bad stuff in terms of the Patriot Act in Section 702.
And it's ironic, too, how they made one of the premises banning TikTok in that bill, and yet they're becoming more and more like China with the bill. Also, one thing to keep in mind, even though it's unlikely it will pass, especially in its current form, even if it does, we have Ron DeSantis, who has come out very clearly against a centralized currency, citing that it could pose serious risks to freedom and serious risks to also privacy. And so Ron DeSantis very much against it. I personally believe he's going to be the next president. So even if it does pass, I think in 2024, it would be totally and completely rebuked in some fashion or entirely eliminated from the law. So I'm not too worried.
That was the worst take of the day. And apologies, just terrible.
Yep.
Just think about this for 1 second. Just think about this for 1 second. The fact is that there is a fairly high likelihood that it does get passed. Who is backing this bill? I know Republicans aren't backing this bill. I know Democrats aren't backing this bill. Who is backing this bill?
It has strong bipartisan support as well as White House support. Joe Biden has literally said that if it gets to his desk, if you look at the group of co-sponsors, and now I have a clip that's I'll put in the comments where Lindsey Graham.
No, but Jen, that's my point. Like, who is literally backing this shit?
So hold on, I can go through it. I have the bill up, but sponsors, you can look up. There's 25 co-sponsors.
That's it, only 25.
So I will share the link. That being said, there's two things that I think are really important because that was a great description that we've heard. But one, it's not just China, right? They list, I think, like 5 foreign adversary countries, but they can add any country to that list at any time without telling you, right? Two, exactly what it was said, right? If you're a company that has done a transaction with another company that has like anyone that has ownership in quotes of that is from one of these foreign places. So when you get into like decentralized ecosystems where I'm sure there's a node somewhere and someone has done a transaction once, right? It's a really slippery slope. And so I think it's important that people get involved. And I know there's people that are really anti-TikTok. A lot of TikTokers, it's a great app to kind of get people to act together. And there have been so many people that have like organized around this and really talked to their representatives. I know that I've called, whether or not you believe it can make a difference, like make your voice heard, because there are a lot of people that were initially backing this. And maybe some have changed their mind, but there's been strong support on both sides. So I do think it's important to contest.
So real quick, guys, I wanted to kind of I was going to bounce off of Solomon here. What she said is accurate. One of the things that you really need to pay attention to as well, it's early in the sections. I believe it's section 4, covered transaction. You need to take a look at this section, because it's saying that what is a covered transaction, what does it mean? But then if you look at section D of section 4, it says the term covered transaction includes a current, past, or potential future transaction. So it's retroactive as well. And so if you've transacted or you've done any kind of business, say that all of a sudden China's now listed as a foreign adversary, it's one of the 7 countries I believe that are on here. If you've ever done a transaction in the past, it can mean the same thing. So it's actually retroactive. And so when you consider the magnitude of that, it is basically a enforcement framework that is being put in place that can be used and weaponized at any given time. Who so chooses, who is the Secretary of Commerce of all people, that reports only directly to the executive branch and is appointed, not voted. So it is something to pay attention to before we get to crypto.
Okay, for clarity, there's no way that it gets post hoc applied. That's just a fact. So the idea that that's going to apply generally as a post hoc application won't stand the scrutiny of any court.
What do you mean? What do you mean a post hoc? What do you mean a post hoc application?
Meaning that they create laws. So if you look at the library case and you look at the Ripple case, one of the biggest parts of their legal application is that there wasn't clarity in the laws. And therefore, you can't turn around and judge us for laws that weren't clear when you could have made clear the laws before we did our things. Now, do I think it holds water? I think it sustains muster when it comes to obviously blatant launches of crypto, like not a fair launch, not a Dutch auction or anything like that. No, I think that's going to be clear. But in terms of thinking that this law, if enacted, is going to apply to all crypto retroactively, that's what post hoc means after the fact. That's not going to occur. They'll try to apply it, but it won't stick.
Also, there's an illusion being created, because I think a lot of people believe, like, oh, maybe you ask someone, oh, do you support banning TikTok? Sure, that could get more bipartisan support. But this bill just over and over and over again has bad thing after bad thing after bad thing, stupid thing. There's no way 218 people, especially in the bill's current form, maybe it'll be changed a lot and then passed, but there's no way 218 people in Congress are going to all say, yes, I support this, put it through. And I could be wrong about that. Maybe we just have a terrible government that is totally corrupt, which is certainly to some degree true. But I have at least some faith that there's no way this many bad things could get that much support.
That's why I asked who's backing this. That's the most mind-boggling part is who is backing this.
Yeah, I've got it right here. Justin, you've done research on the backers if you want to clarify.
Yeah, so we started on this 4 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, really pushing hard. I've read through the bill 4 times in live spaces with people. You can't be hyperbolic about how insane this is. And people need to stop thinking that it won't pass because it's too crazy. There's 26 co-sponsors in the Senate already, more than a quarter of the U.S. Senate. And these aren't backbench senators from nowhere. It's Chuck Grassley. It's Kirsten Gillibrand. It's Mark Warner. It's John Thune, right? They have
Manson. It's all the mids, by the way. If you notice, it's all the mids, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah,
oh, no.
And despite the fact that it has crazy cross-spectrum opposition from regular people, right? The ACLU, NAACP, Amnesty International on the left have come out against it.
What did Amnesty International say?
That it restricts on both the First and Fourth Amendment rights of the American people. Like this, it would be crushing to both our free speech and our privacy rights in a way that's unthinkable. And so and that's from the left. From the right, Heritage Foundation, the Mises Caucus, which is like the libertarians, and TPUSA, and a bunch of people like on the grassroots people level right are also like making a ton of noise opposing this thing. And despite that fact, what Jen was talking about with Lindsey Graham, he got punked on Fox News, right? Jesse Waters threw some of the stuff at the bill him, and he couldn't answer. He's like, I don't think I support this. Yesterday he came out and said, actually, like I went back, I studied it, I'm still backing it, like I'm still in on it. They are pushing this through, and it is not tin hat to say, and look at the timing, and say they're launching FedNow on August 1st, and this is their ability to clear out and monopolize the digital currencies by taking direct aim at decentralized currencies.
It's so fucking obvious. It's like it's the most obvious signature bank literally, this is like watching your child walk through. Like, it's just, I'm sorry, like, this is so stupid and obvious. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, and if you care at all about Web3, if you care at all about decentralized, censorship-resistant systems that so many people have been working to build for so long, to like make the world better, to like make governance better, to make our financial transactions better, like you've got to get serious right now about stopping this bill, because they're planning to push it through, and most people are taking the bait about this being a TikTok ban. Like when we've been going out and talking to people, right, and we've been getting responses back from the senators and back from members of the House. Kevin McCarthy has already said he'll bring the bill forward if the Senate passes it. Like they are dead set on getting this through, getting it through quickly, because they need it to monopolize the digital currency with the launch of FedNow in July. Like, people need to stop saying, oh, it's so terrible, there's no way it'll pass. Like, they absolutely are committed to doing this. And the only way to stop it is for people from every side to get involved, call your senators, show up at their offices. Like, you guys need to be pissed off about this, because it's literally a direct target at everything you care about.
And I agree with that, because even a 1% chance of it passing is too much not to say something. I mean, even just on social media, calling them, do everything you can, regardless of what the percentile chance of it passing is, because we cannot even risk that. I agree with that.
Also, I just want people to be aware this isn't the only bill, right? There was a bill, the No TikTok on United States Devices Act, that Josh Hawley put through and tried to pass this week or last week, and Rand Paul was the only person who stood up against it. So that was blocked. There's the Data Act, and while these ones are all really specific to TikTok, I don't know if anyone else watched, there was the 5-hour congressional hearing with the CEO of TikTok, and half the questions they asked were regarding Section 230, right? And I know that's another topic. And he's like, how can I answer in the context of this, right? So there's two things that are going on right now. There's going to be a lot of things that just try and ban TikTok. And I think, once again, regardless of how you feel, America has never just outright banned a social media act. And so what precedent does that set for anything else? Under the guise of protecting us, and they're not. And I think this is another thing where it's okay, yeah, we have in America, there's nothing protecting our data and our privacy. So solve that, but you're not addressing any
So Jen,
of the companies.
here's the real question. Jen, here's the real question. They're gonna pass something, right? So they're trying to dress it up and guise it up as one thing or another in different versions, right? As we all know, to have informational control, data control, financial control, taxing. So what's our best option? What's the best version of something that we know they're going to pass that we can try to guide this conversation towards? Because one way or the other, there's no way the U.S. government is losing control of the dollar. There's no way the U.S. government is losing control of sovereignty. So what's the best version of this that we can promote?
Totally. And I don't think it exists yet, right? I know there's been a lot of discussions about proposing different legislation, right? I think we really need to focus on, hey, yeah, our data is being exploited, our privacy is being exploited, right? Look at Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, 98% of these examples. And a big part of this is a lot of these talking points against TikTok have really come from Facebook lobbying. But I don't think there's a bill out there at the moment that does anything that any of us want. And so one, it's build, decentralized infrastructure that's 10 steps ahead of what the government understands. But two, is it something that we come together and find someone to co-sponsor a bill?
I was about to say this is citizen journalism. This is citizen journalism. What is something that we would be okay promoting?
I would be cool with data protection of data, right? And better privacy policies. But I feel like Dustin really wants to answer this. So Dustin, go ahead.
no, thank you, Jen. Because name redacted has been in the threads where we've been breaking down the bill like several times. It takes several readings because of the way the legislative ease is, right, bouncing around between. And his thing is, I can't believe that they put this forward as a simple 55-page bill where we can actually say that they didn't bury it in a National Defense Authorization Act, or they didn't bury it inside like an omnibus bill and it's, on page 14,217.
It's because they think we're dumb.
Yep. No, they do think we're dumb. But listen, this gets to it. Like, this is the battle, right? And that's why they're willing to take the political hits if they can grab like overwhelming control of what social media apps we use, what cryptos we use. So what we need to do is we need to put together, and a lot of great people from across the spectrum are working on this right now, a digital bill of rights, right? That addresses the very real national security concerns and our very real data privacy concerns, right? So a digital bill of rights that limits both government and corporations about the kind of data they can collect and store, how long they can keep it, and making sure that there's transparency every time it's sold from entity to entity. And what's crazy is, who's taking a big lead on this because of the pressure being put against them is TikTok. So they have this thing called Project Texas, right? And they're creating an oversight committee that review.
Dustin, can you start a thread right now?
Yeah.
That is a digital revolution sovereignty thread, and everybody reacts to it with which they think is important for them, and we create basically a Google Doc on Twitter. Can you start that right now and post to the top?
On it right now. Let's go. Let's do it. Like, this is what we need to do more than anything. And everybody's got to get involved.
Guys,
I am here for this.
May I offer you
Greg,
a chilling argument from the other side of the Atlantic pond? Because I've been hearing through your conversations, and Act. And then in the same 2021, there was some Digital Asset Market Structure and Investor Protection Act, which he also tried to introduce. By the way, all of them are failed. And overall, I gauge the success of the bills the guy from Virginia introduces, and it's just 7%. So the good news is the chances of this is succeeding this time are very low. But definitely there are attempts from Virginia to attack cryptocurrency, and the guy was a governor before. I don't know who elected him in Virginia, but definitely that looks like a hostile state towards crypto.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start going through the thread. It's pinned above. So Sleiman first. When we post it now, Fiji. We just talked about it.
I didn't know the things you say are so complicated.
Sleiman, I think we'll get Jen and Simon's quick thoughts on this, and then just want to give a hats off to Sleiman, who ago, Fiji, you were in that space when we broke it down, went through tweet by tweet, and then he just did one now again for crypto, focus on crypto. So we're going to read it similar to how we do with the Twitter files and break it down. We do have more attorneys joining. We do have Gregory, who's with us as well, who can give us a bit of insight. I think we've got 2 attorneys joining, but Dustin knows the bill like the back of his hand. And name redacted, he just pinged me. He's going to try to join. He had to jump off for a bit. But in the meantime, I'll let Simon and Jen jump in.
So let me just jump in real quick, Mario. So can we make a thread that's much easier that just says, how do you want your sovereignty? How do you want your control? And how do you want your government to interact with you in terms of your finances? Something simple.
Yeah, sure. You told Dustin. So Dustin will do one now. And when it's done, Dustin, let us know and we'll all help you support it.
I have a pretty simple thread as well.
Up there.
I don't know.
Open-ended. I just put digital freedom, open thread, reply with everything we need to make sure is included in a digital bill of rights. So please jump in there, like put your ideas in there, help us do this thing, help this thing go crazy. And then let's get it to Congress. We have Jim Pfaff. We have a bunch of great people who've already been helping us, like make the connections to all the senators and the members of the House and cross political lines with this. because really this is like a crazy window of opportunity where the regular people, it doesn't matter what party you're in, like this breaks down that stupid divide that we're always like going over. And like everybody knows we need to stop the Restrict Act #1, and we need to counter propose something that actually takes care of the real threats that they're using as the shiny object to justify it.
Simon?
Yeah, sorry. As a non-American, I probably can have a little bit less emotional attachment to it. But I think the greater concern with things like this is if you look at when you get these extreme measures, for example, Patriot Act leading to all the anti-money laundering reforms, and just basically ruining the user experience of money and transferring all the liability over to financial institutions. Whenever you need to these big sweeping freedom, every day America's looking more like China and China's looking more like America, and they're going to meet somewhere in the middle with a central bank digital currency and a suppressive regime. But you need a big fear event. The only way these things get through is in a time of extreme measures. And so you have these two big fear events right now, which is obviously there's a global purge on the US dollar. Since the US deleted Russia's dollars at the central bank, the whole world now knows that dollars can be deleted and they're just a digital entry in a database. And so those types of fear types of events is how you get something like this through. Another big fear event is obviously fear within the backstopping of the entire US banking system, and protections of one's deposits by issuing a central bank digital currency or backstopping the system, and relating it to that. So when you get these extreme types of things, they don't get through unless you get extreme fear, where people are willing to compromise their privacies, their freedoms, and their rights, all in the name of national security. So to me, this is just a greater trend of a lot of fear-driven events, fear-driven action that's designed to specifically take away. And to me, that's the typical type of action, a radical change in the way that a country organizes its principles and makes these unconstitutional decisions. I think it's a greater trend of what's happening with the dollar purge at the moment.
All right, so I'm gonna, Gregory and Jen, we're gonna start going through the thread. Give me another couple of minutes, actually. Let me just finalize a couple of things. So
sorry,
by the way, thoughts, and then for the audience, I'm just quickly, just for the audience, the way we're gonna do this, if you've never been in those spaces, I've just pinned the thread above, it's pinned on my profile. We'll all open it, start going through it together, breaking it down and understanding it. Dustin, we've got Carlo on stage as well. Fiji, we've got two attorneys that will, along with our other panelists, that will help us break down, understand exactly what it means. So when you do take action, when you do email any senator or anybody, or try to lobby for this or support the cause, you'll understand what it is that you're supporting rather than just tweeting random shit that doesn't make sense. Gregory, Jen, jump in.
Yeah, just a few cents on CBDC, because it sounds scary, really scary, like surveillance, all that shit. But in reality, you have to understand, no central bank will break the commercial bank deposit market. If they introduce a CBDC, that means everyone will be able to access the central bank account bypassing the commercial bank account. And that means ultimately everybody will rush to move funds from the commercial banks directly to a central bank. In a fractional reserve banking, this will mean an end to the banking system as we know it. You saw what happened to Silicon Valley Bank. You saw what happened with Credit Suisse. Those institutions lived 40 and 170 years respectively, right?
No, dude, if that was going to happen, it was happened already. That's not a watershed moment.
Still, Credit Suisse was live for 170 years and it burned in 2 days just because everyone and their brother pressed the redeem, right, withdraw button and send the wire transfer to another bank. So the point stands, there will be no unlimited CBDC. It can replace coins, like physical metal coins in your wallet, right? But it will not be a blanket-wide account that everyone can access bypassing the commercial banking.
I've always been forecasting that they would issue it in proportion to allowing banks to go bust. So rather than backstopping deposits when a bank gets under distress, you issue a CBDC wallet for everyone that has those deposits and auction off the bank's assets through FDIC. So you wouldn't purge the banking system. You just use it in an extreme measure in order to consolidate and disrupt the banking system. So it's just another tool that the central bank could use.
It's just offsetting risk, right?
Well, you're just replacing. It's actually a deleveraging effect because you're just replacing. Okay. If a bank goes bust, that's very deflationary. So if you issue currency in proportion to everyone's deposit, you actually just wipe out a bunch of leverage from the system, but no one loses their money. So obviously the side effect is everybody loses their, because at least a fractional reserve banking system is private money, one step removed from the
Simon, have you seen In Bruges?
I haven't, no.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
Then it's a great movie. Go ahead, Jen.
I also just obviously crypto is something I'm super passionate about, think is really important. And definitely this bill would affect it. But I also think that one step at a time and really social media and communication, right? Because crypto can exist in all these bubbles without outward legislation as long as it's not blocking it. But if you watched, right, the congressional hearing, or if you've listened to how our government has tried to, blame the recent bank runs on social media. I think that a lot of this is coming for that first. So 1,000% we need to protect crypto and everything that we're doing. But I think at this point, getting our government to be pro crypto is going to be a lot harder than just getting them to, respect our First and Fourth Amendment rights. So while we're thinking of solutions, to also keep that in mind, so that we can, scale up and not lose freedoms.
But they're never going to respect that. The more autonomy and the more sovereignty we get, the less control they have. So by definition,
they're straight up asking, right? And they straight up were hey, we want the same level of censorship that China has. We want that power. And so I think it's going to be easier to fight that in the beginning, right? Because at the end of the day, as long as we don't have, surveillance on everything that we're doing, it's really hard to stop fully decentralized systems as long as you can get information out there and people can access it, right? But if we lose, the ability to have conversations like this, then how are we going to do anything else?
But Jen, we are going to lose it, right? So the question is, in what form do we lose it? That's why I asked for the thread. In what form do we lose it? Ariel, Sergeant, Ariel, I like another attorney being on stage. I love Carlo being on stage as well. No bit of Joa, but what are your thoughts legally? What are the stopgaps that we have? I don't think we have many stopgaps.
So I'm not as familiar on that aspect. I actually came on to ask you a question, Fidgetal. And I'm not sure who the speaker was before Jen just now, but it kind of spoke to that topic. Is it all right if I ask it, or do you want me to try and answer the question first?
This is not an airport. You don't need to tell me when you're leaving.
No, I wasn't. I was just asking for some polite guidance. But I guess my big concern is, okay, social media, as much as we like to admit it or not, does have an effect with cryptocurrency prices, some of the smaller coins and whatnot. Let's say, for example, okay, something happens if there's a CBDC. Imagine a bank run if everybody could immediately withdraw their funds. If we're assuming that the CBDC would be taking the place of traditional currency, and all jokes aside, there aren't an unlimited amount of digital tokens you can make. It's supposed to be the same as the American dollar. How bad would a bank run be if everybody could just immediately withdraw their deposits.
It would actually alleviate the bank run, because now you don't have a fractional reserve system. If all banks became API technology and peer-to-peer lending on top of a central bank digital currency, then by definition the money supply would just be M rather than M0, M1, M2, M3, M4.
Okay, thank
and
you.
it would remove the bank.
What they're both saying
And that's
is
how they'll sell it.
if everything isn't leveraged, then we get parity to a degree, right?
Not quite parity, but yeah.
All right, so
Closer to parity.
And controlling inflation and deflation will be a piece of piss. You don't need to create algorithms of trying to figure out how much money banks are going to lend, and indirectly control how much debt is in the system through interest rates and tools and open market operations. Just literally, it would be so easy to control.
I want to, guys. I want to.
Mario, this is the best part of the conversation.
Yeah, but I understand. But I think a lot of people don't even know what we're talking about. They don't understand the bill. So I think we should go through the thread so people understand exactly why we're concerned, and then we start talking about the CBDC and continuing from there. The reason I delayed it, we were supposed to do that a while ago, but I had to do a few things in the background. But the reason I delayed it is just for that. I think we should have gone through it a bit earlier. But if you want to continue this discussion, Fiji, and then let me know when you kick it off. But I'd like to kick it off for the audience.
I just want to create some context, right? So, I'll end that part of the conversation by just saying, leverage is the act of saying that I have money that I pretend I have that I don't actually have, right? So my cousin, who's an MD at JP Morgan, who literally sells risk tools to other banks, the top 5 banks in the world, saying, you think that this is your risk metric, but by definition, it's actually, so you're 14, 15 to 1, it's actually 21, 22, 23 to 1. I think if we're actually having conversations about what our actual risk metrics are, which is the core of what we're trying to do with crypto, is to understand our sovereignty and understand our actual valuations and literally like look in your bank. What do you actually have? I think we're getting closer to having genuine conversations. But go ahead, let's talk about the act.
Yeah, so we've given you all an overview. Now I kind of tuned out for about 20 minutes just dealing with something in the background. But I think that the guys, Dustin, Slayman, everyone else in Fiji, just gave you an overview of what the bill is and why it's very concerning. But we want to break down the various clauses that make it concerning. And we had a debate a couple of days ago, and I tried to bring people that don't think they even support the bill and people that oppose it. And I think everyone there was unanimous concern along the same clauses. So the only thing that people did not agree on is whether or not we should ban TikTok. But that has almost nothing to do with the bill. That's like a small part of the bill, and it goes well beyond TikTok. So I'm gonna start going through it. If you want to go through it with us, if you haven't done this already, we're going through the crypto version of the thread. The other one was more focused on censorship, and then we added crypto at the end. So I've just pinned it above. It's pinned on my profile. Slayman gets the credit for writing it, not me. Let's go through it. So Restrict Act and the death of cryptocurrency. The new Restrict Act gives the Secretary of Commerce and the President wide-ranging powers. They can use these powers for surveillance to force companies to divest, and more pertinently, as a weapon to kill crypto. The Restrict and Data Act, so that's number 2. The Restrict and Data Act. These bills were produced under the guise of banning TikTok. So a lot of us have seen, there was a hearing with the CEO of TikTok. We talked about it a couple of days ago. And it was all, and like there wasn't much when Slayman first called me, Mario, we should cover this. I'm like, man, like it's not that interesting. I think most people would agree that some action on TikTok is needed, whether divesting TikTok or just banning it completely. And I think it's a relatively not that major of a disagreement. These bills were produced under the guise of banning TikTok, but in reality, the Restrict Act was a piece of legislation where covert powers would be granted to the Secretary of Commerce and the President to spy on U.S. citizens. And he links there to the first thread that we did that goes deeper into the censorship side of things. How can they target cryptocurrency? The act begins, who writes cryptocurrency, Slayman? It's crypto, bro. The act begins by explaining the types of holdings one may have so that you fall under the parameters of the bill when defining a person or company of interest. The broad nature of the definition is shocking. So in this case, Sliman, you're talking about controlling holding and what that means, correct?
Well, no, yeah, I was talking about, we're going to talk about controlling holding as the subpoint.
If you have a holding in a company, whether it's indirect or has not been exercised, this bill can be used to force you to divest and or make you face criminal civil sanctions. How would an indirect holding be determined? This is how authoritarian powers of the act take hold. So I'll read out the clause there that Sliman is concerned about, and then Sliman will let you elaborate on this as well. Controlling holding. The term controlling holding means a holding with the power, whether direct or indirect, and whether exercised or not exercised, to determine, direct, or decide important matters affecting an entity. So the concern that you have there,
Mario, let me reverse the question. Right. So this is an exit flywheel from the government. Imagine trying to create a trademark or a patent based on these terms. Do you know what you'd get? They'd say, please define, please clarify. The fact is, it's so robust, it's so opaque that it means nothing.
In this case,
I'm sorry, I'm worked the fuck up.
Yeah, all good. So the one thing you'll find throughout the entire bill that it is very vague. And what I'm trying to understand here is that the controlling holding itself, how to define that and how to define an indirect holding is what's concerning. Sliman, do you want to elaborate on this before I go on to tweet number 5?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this was like very concerning because again, I think what Fidget was trying to say is it's so broad that they're basically giving themselves an opportunity to have any kind of company or any kind of situation fall into this act. I mean, think about it. It says whether direct or indirect, and that's why I posed the question: how would an indirect holding be determined? What is indirect, Mario? Is it because you basically met a Chinese person in a coffee shop? Like, what is indirect? Like, literally, it's so.
If you literally logged onto the internet, if you logged onto the internet,
guys, I can't. Sorry, Rob, Fiji.
Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
This is quite standard in terms of custody of companies. So if they're talking about an entity, they're talking about indirect holdings being if the asset is being held indirectly through a company using a mirror or shadow company or a subsidiary network or a derivative of that, then that still stands.
Yeah, this is what so the indirect holding, I understand. That was going to be my next question. So if I own something and that something does, whatever happens to it, then I'm liable as the owner. But then if I have another company in some other country that owns that entity, then when you say indirect holding, I'm still indirectly holding that entity through another company in another jurisdiction.
Yeah, so basically that's mirroring the tax system. So as a British citizen, I hold equity in US companies, for example. If I was to do something illegal in that American company that wasn't illegal in the United States, but was illegal for me as a British citizen, I can be still prosecuted by British prosecutors. Not that necessarily that they would do that, but they could prosecute me under British law indirectly for a crime, for example. So that what they're saying is exactly the same. If you're an American citizen or you're a permanent resident, so you have to abide by American law when you're going about your tax dealings. If you held those in a company under bond or directly under offshore, they would still deem that as you breaking the law. Now, the burden of proof is they'd have to prove that, get hold of that. They're just trying to create avenues for you to be essentially scared more than enforceability. But we can talk about enforceability, which will be basically impossible with most of this act because it's so vague. And it will come down to the judiciary to decide.
Rob, let's go back to controlling holding. So Sliman and Dustin, after Rob's explanation, where does controlling holding, the vagueness of controlling holding, where would it get concerning in the bill? Dustin, Sliman, go ahead.
The same thing happens throughout this bill, so you have to take in context, like overall, because I get what Rob's saying, but throughout the bill, whenever they're listing out like X, Y, and Z this applies to, the last thing they always put is like, or anything that covers anything, right? So like anytime you hear the word or in this bill, like the next thing that's going to come is like we get to choose and pick and choose, and the Commerce Secretary has like overwhelming authority to pick anything else that isn't expressly forbidden by law, as an example of like the language that's in throughout this thing. And then you also have to look at how the implementation section goes, right? So whenever we're talking about any of this stuff, it's incumbent on us to remember that the implementation gives the Commerce Secretary the sole discretion at setting up the rules, regulations, and procedures to enforce and enact like the legislation overall. So again, and we've had several conversations about this is the legislative branch's duty based on the Constitution, but they've done this. This has become common practice in law where they lay out like just a rough structure and then they kick it to like this new entity that they're creating to set it all up.
Just on that, Dustin, they're basically what they're doing with the rough wording, though, is they are creating a catch-all environment of which, to your point, they can create more nuanced rules later. But what they're doing by doing that is basically allowing the judiciary to then, when they put a case, they can get basically what they're doing is they're giving themselves a grounds to put a case to the court very, very easily because it's a catch-all.
What they're actually doing is they're fighting people who don't have money.
Right, exactly. They're trying to scare people, right? So that's fundamentally it. But the practicalities of that is they're going to kick it to the judiciary. They're going to give themselves the widest possible remit in order to create cases to kick to the judiciary. The judiciary will then set the precedents on those cases, and then they can amend those after the fact because they have overarching powers. So that's
they'll settle. They'll settle on a regular basis.
You were talking about cases. I'm talking about process. We're agreeing.
Wait, so Rob, I typically agree, like in previous legislation, but the problem is when it covers judicial review specifically, like the time frame on which you're allowed to challenge.
Dustin, do you know how much it costs? Dustin, do you know how much it costs to do judicial review? Do you have any idea how much it costs?
Yes, I actually do. Like, unfortunately, but
it's $250,000 minimum.
Right.
To do a judicial review case.
I'm not, for clarity, guys, I'm not talking about judicial review. I'm actually talking about judicial precedents set by cases being heard by judges under the acts being enforced, not a judicial review.
So the point I want to make here, though, right, about the judicial review portion of this, right, is they said it in such a strict, like it's a 60-day window in order to initiate it and challenge it. You have to bring it to the Washington, D.C. Court of Appeals.
Dude, that's a normal process for appeals. That's not something new.
Okay, like I've never seen one that has.
And by the way, so Carlo is literally a criminal attorney. Carlo, am I incorrect? Carlo,
Digital, how are you, my man? No, you're on the money. The sad part.
Someone called him, I think. Hold on. Carlo, can you hear us? Well, I think he said you're on the money, so I think you got it right, Fiji.
No, that's terrible. Nobody should ever say I'm on the money.
Trash?
Carlo.
Just wanted to highlight.
Okay.
So one of the parts not in the bill, not in the thread, I kind of wanted to highlight so people understood what they meant by holding. It's defined here as an equity interest, a stock, a security, a share, a partnership interest, an interest in a limited liability company, a membership interest, or any participation, right, or other equivalent, however designated and of any character, and includes without limitation any security convertible into ownership interest and right, warrant, or option to acquire ownership interest. That's the or that Dustin's talking about.
So how does that apply to crypto?
Every way.
It means everything.
Essentially, that means if you run a node, it applies to you.
Yes.
If you build a business on a chain, it applies to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you own that crypto, it applies to you.
Yeah, and any which variation you're going to come out with is basically.
All right, so let's
just end that with a catch-all.
Okay, so if we take a step back here, a chain could fall under the bill because we're talking about Ethereum or any chain because it has a node in any of those countries, the Iran, Cuba, North Korea, China, Russia, and one more that I forgot. So if there's a node, which there will be, if there's a node in any of those countries, then that chain falls under the purview of the bill. And if you have a project on that chain, if you own any cryptos in that chain, then you also fall under you will be forced to divest or face charges, correct?
Why do you think that Elon is launching off the back of Doge?
It doesn't have to be a chain.
Hold on, yeah, sorry, Joe.
It's just the international server, and that's it.
All right, guys. Yeah, so hold on, Joe. I'll give you the mic right after Fiji. So what does that have to do with Elon and Doge?
He didn't launch that token, so he can support a token that already exists.
Yeah, but hold on, Doge. Yeah, but if Doge has, if Doge will fall under the purview of the bill, though.
But it's not his token. It's not his token. He can support a token.
Yeah, but he's a holder of whatever you call it. He's got a controlling holding.
Doesn't make
indirect
a difference.
holding.
He didn't launch
What if
it.
it doesn't make? Yeah, but if Twitter has an indirect holding, they're building on top of it. You just said that if anyone builds on top of a chain that falls under the purview of the bill, then it will face.
But Mario, what I also said, I said it comes down to money, and I promise you, if he gets crushed based on the fact that he's supporting a token that already exists that he didn't launch or create or fair launch or distribute, you don't think he has the money to fight that? In fact, that's probably one of the most beautiful. Holy shit! That's probably one of the most beautiful architected fights that we could have. Period.
Yeah, okay, but as long as he will have to fight it because of how vague the bill is. He still fall under the controlling holding.
But he didn't launch it. He didn't launch it.
You don't need to launch it if you've got an indirect holding. I'm not an attorney. Okay, so Joe, are you saying something? And then Carlo, I think his mic is back. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was just saying it doesn't have to be on chain. You can just have a server that's international. It automatically, like if you have a website and your company's in Dubai, and it goes through communication of a foreign country, that's also included. It doesn't have to be. I know we're talking about just crypto, but it's not just crypto. It's any business they want to shut down.
Surely this is good, but how do they a bit of realism on this is though that is all true. But how the hell do they prove that this went through an Iranian server at one point, or they're just like
they're not required to show proof. They're not even required to show proof.
It happens a lot in the United States with
money,
federal
money, guys,
federal money, a lot of cases that use email, the Fed will go after you because you used email, even if you're mailing your next door neighbor, because you use over the state line. The communication went over the state line.
Okay, so let me go to the next one. I think we're up to tweets. So if anyone listening, it's a pinned. Hold on, we got Carlos mic. He's back with us. Carlo,
this
you
bill
there?
sounds like the United Soviet States of America.
Mario, thank you. I'm sorry, I got rugged by my car. So
good, man.
I don't know how much you caught of that, but my biggest concern about this bill, and I talked about it on Gen Space, is the Fourth Amendment implications of this potential bill. Because under traditional criminal law, the Fourth Amendment empowers the government to conduct searches and seizures based on probable cause. If they can present probable cause to a judge, they can get a search warrant. This is a very expansive bill in that it criminalizes conduct which otherwise we have regarded as being lawful conduct in this country, the way we engage on the internet when it comes to use of VPNs and so forth. So under traditional Fourth Amendment search and seizure law, agents must bring probable cause to a judge, and they generally do that when it comes to computer crimes without the target being aware they're under investigation. So the ex parte, what it talks about in this bill is getting an ex parte search warrant application in front of a judge. That's normal, but when those ex parte warrants are presented, they're presented for crimes that we recognize. They're presented for crimes that involve fraud, wire fraud, as you just discussed, child pornography crimes, and other things that happen on the internet. Activity that could justify a very, very broad search and intrusion into people's privacy. And as a criminal defense lawyer, that bothers me greatly.
You just brought in Fourth Amendment?
I just brought in Fourth Amendment.
I didn't think about that.
Huge concern for me, Fidgetal, because if you think about it, when something is a prohibited act, the public is generally on notice as far as what wire fraud looks like. When you've got something as amorphous as this bill that encompasses anything that's got tentacles to an overseas tech company that could be deemed by a cabinet member as being a potential danger to national security, you're casting a very, very big net.
This isn't just civil, huh?
Oh, there's an entire criminal consequence to this that's noted in the proposed bill. And 20-year penalties are on the table if you are, charged and if you are convicted. So, yeah, very, very broad sweeping Fourth Amendment concerns here. This is a very expansive and potentially dangerous use of national security as a means to opening up a very, very wide swath of
It's an incredible. So if I'm tracking, this is an incredible First Amendment and potentially Second Amendment portal that they're opening. Am I mistaken?
Yeah. We talked about this the other day, and I think the first round of challenges that will come in will be First Amendment challenges, because VPNs have generally been used by people to express free speech in a way where they can protect their IP and protect their internet source. And this is going to have a chilling effect on the ability to express free speech by way of VPNs potentially. So I think the first round of challenges, if it becomes law, will be the First Amendment liberty challenges. If people are ensnared in criminal investigations and prosecutions, sadly, Fidgetal, the only way they get recourse in the courts is to have been charged with a crime, to have filed a motion to suppress, which means to exclude the unlawful fruits of a very, very broad and unjustified search and seizure, and then have to challenge that in court. So yes, I wrote an entire blog on this.
I repeat, please put it. I repeat a very, very, the most thoughtful thought that I can have on this is, who the fuck is doing this? Do they think that they can dress it up as a TikTok ban and everybody will just back it? Literally, who the fuck is backing this?
I think this is bigger than a TikTok ban. And Jen and I unpacked this a couple of days ago in our space. And Jen, I finally got those clips ready that I'll be putting out so we can share some of that content. But I think the bigger concern here is that the government does have a justifiable interest in protecting our national security against foreign encroachment. That's why they've been very, very reluctant to let the Huawei phone be introduced into the United States marketplace, because of the potential that it has for mining data and for potentially jeopardizing our national security.
Nonsense.
TikTok is one element of
nonsense.
I agree.
Nonsense.
I agree. There is
arguably.
Remember, I said arguably.
What element are they playing against? Who cares? Oh, they're playing against your kids. They're playing against your kids.
Well, you've got to be able to point to something. And
Gregory,
when it was the Patriot Act, you had to point to national security and an Islamic State, which was declaring war on the United States. And that brought the nation around and rallied the nation around the Patriot Act and the intrusions that came with it.
They're playing off your kids.
Correct.
Holy fuck.
Because if they can scare people into believing that TikTok is dangerous because it has the potential to exploit your children, that is a talking point that can certainly carry a lot of mileage when it comes to trying to get...
Because you can't fight against your kids, so...
Well, I mean, look, it's an aspect of it. You can't deny that TikTok has been pivotal in the debate, because that's what catches all the headlines.
I don't have TikTok, by the way. But what they're literally playing off is people with kids. I don't have kids either. But
TikTok is not just like a children's app too. If you look at the demographics of it,
Jen, just quickly, what do you mean? Yep. Sorry, Jen, I'll give you the mic and Gregory. But what do you mean they're playing off kids, Fidji? What are you talking about?
How do they make this mean anything? They passed an entire. So we'll go to Slayman in a second. They're trying to pass an entire bill that literally encompasses all of digital assets, your digital access, your Web 2, Web 3, everything, right? And they pretended that it meant something because TikTok is stealing your data.
Oh, okay. So it's saying the way kids come in is like, hey, TikTok is ruining your kids, and we're protecting your kids, and we're gonna take over all your privacy and fuck
everything. Yep.
And so I also
think about Jen, just 1 second. Just Jen, 1 second. Just think about it for a second.
Gregory, Jen, just give up, guys. Go ahead, Fidji.
No, just think about it for a second. They're literally telling you, we're going to pretend this has been a buildup for a year, saying TikTok is the devil. They're capturing all your data. So let's ban them. And while we ban them, Let's ban everything that is data related. Absolutely crazy.
So it's, I think it's
This
more
is
than
why I
that.
keep
I think
saying
it's more than that,
we can't go in with the
Joe,
argument. that-
one second. Slayman, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more than that. I actually think, I mean, I agree what the objective was. The objective was mass surveillance. The objective was to control all of these different aspects we're saying. But the way they did it, not by, I mean, they did talk a bit about these algorithms and how it's different in China.
They think we're stupid.
But what they did was they created a fear against China. So you saw the balloon, which it was essentially a hot air balloon because it was all full of hot air, the whole story. And so what they did was create this fear. So people got in the mind that China's the enemy, and they dropped it in quite a bit.
Yeah,
and
I
then
would-
you have
I
a
would- I would-
scenario
I would-
where
I wouldn't
people
link-
are
but-
willing to ban TikTok. That's what happens. It's like
I wouldn't link the
psychological warfare.
balloon, bro. No, I wouldn't link the balloon to TikTok
The
and this
balloon was a
bill.
joke. There was literally nothing there. It's drama. It was
What do
all
you mean? It's got, hold on. If it's got hot air, doesn't mean, okay, so if you say, okay, it's got hot air, it's nothing. Okay, it's got hot air, but it's holding a nuclear weapon. Yeah, but it's got hot air. Fuck it. The fact that it has hot air doesn't mean that anything else.
a nuclear weapon, Mario. How could a hot air?
No, I didn't say. You said the fact that it's hot air, but it has devices.
There were no nuclear weapons. There was no nuclear weapons.
You don't get my point, Fidji. Why are you freaking about it? I'm saying it's not holding nuclear weapons, and I think it is silly. But I'm saying the fact that it has hot air doesn't make it silly, because it could hold anything. Something that has hot air doesn't mean, because you said, hey, Chinese balloon was nothing because it has hot air. No, it had spy devices. Now, was it overblown? Yes. Everything's overblown. Bro, everything's overblown in the media. Every story is made more sensational.
There we go. There we go.
Wait.
Okay. Also, guys,
hold on.
No, I'm gonna say something really
No,
quick. This is also about like
Jen.
power.
Fidji, go ahead, Jen. Go ahead, Fidji. Go ahead.
Co-host respect.
Hold on.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead, Jen.
This is also about like power, control, and money. Okay. So for the first time in years, TikTok was the first social media app to surpass, downloads over Instagram, Facebook, a Meta product, right? A few months ago, there were more searches on TikTok than Google, right? People were using that as their default search engine. And so when the Restrict Act was introduced, right, he straight up was like, hey, Americans spend an average of 90 minutes a day on this app. Wouldn't you rather them spending that time watching our networks, right? So a lot of this is about control, and I'll post the thread later, but like there is quantifiable proof that all of these headlines about TikTok are Facebook paid lobbyist statements, and most of the things that is getting blamed on TikTok has actually happened on Facebook. And so once again,
but Jen, this is, so I'm against the bill, and obviously we're taking all this action against the bill. This space is one example. So I'm with you there. But I would look. I did a tweet a while ago. There's another app, Chinese app, that had that could spy on apps. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. There it is. So millions
Mario,
at risk
we have 361 comments. Everybody in the bottom right hand space, click the button and tell your fucking senators why this is terrible for your lives.
Okay, so there's this tweet here that I did yesterday. It's about Pinduoduo. CNN did an investigation, and I'll read out exactly. So it had hundreds of millions of users, not a small app. Can bypass users' cell phone security to monitor activities on other apps, check notifications, read private messages, and change settings. If a U.S. company abuses this power for its benefit and crosses legal boundaries, they're going to get into trouble. If a company in China does it, they're going to be a bit safer there. But the problem is that the CCP has control over these apps. So they have control. In the US, we push back against these things. It's not perfect. But like with the Twitter files.
I agree with you. That's been my argument from the beginning. Like, I agree there's some problem with TikTok. Like, something needs to happen. What I'm trying to say is, what they did was they've created this whole psychology of fearing China for this, and what they did was, how did they come about? Fear. Section 702 come about? Fear. And now this has come about by fear. That's my argument.
Yeah, so I think I'd link it to the. I think that the fear around TikTok could be overblown for sure, and we've seen that happen multiple times. I just didn't want to link it to like a whole plan of like flying a random, like making a balloon sound too far about the bill.
No, don't bring balloons in.
No. So listen, the balloon was just an example. That's just one example of how you create mass fear. It's not just by bringing a balloon. It's about your headlines. It's about, as Jen said, statements from Facebook execs. There's a multitude and multilateral way about how you create for you. It's not something basic as just a balloon, but the balloon and the overblown nature of it, or even the fact that it was essentially a hot air balloon, the whole story, was another mechanism.
Can I back you up on that, Suleiman? So Meta and the Zuckerbot 3000 hired Targeted Victory, right, to do a smear campaign where they spread these like fad crazes, like, oh, kids are using tampons and soaking them in vodka and shoving them up their butts.
No,
right?
no, Dustin. No. Not gonna let this happen.
I posted.
Jen, go ahead.
Let him
No,
finish, bro.
Dustin.
Let him make his point, bro. Hold on, hold on.
Digital's going crazy in the power.
No,
Yeah, he does
listen.
that.
No.
I put the
Bro,
USA
please.
Today article. I put the USA Today article down in the bottom, right, that talks about the Targeted Victory. And then further, right, I have been in touch since I've been doing this with the people at TikTok and their data team. They've agreed to let everyone I know at the top of cryptography, right, have access to their data team and the guardrails that they've been putting in place since Trump threatened, right, to
No, Mario, you know this guy helped fund the wall, right?
Yeah, how does that
Don't
matter?
mention the wall.
What I'm talking
He
about is-
mentioned the wall. No,
Hold on, guys.
Dustin.
What do you do? Guys, can you also stop for a second? What are we talking about? What does the wall have to do with anything?
A second. Do you know that Dustin helped create basically the fintech version of supporting building the wall for Trump? Do you know that?
Okay, so I think this is irrelevant. I don't know how this is relevant though.
It is irrelevant. Let's talk about TikTok and Project Texas, because it actually is a good example of things that companies can do, right, to address the very real concerns, right, that they're using as the justification to steal all of our rights. So Project Texas dictates, right, that how the data that TikTok collect is both stored in America, and that there's a creation of an oversight regulatory board of American cryptologists, including people from the government, right, that have oversight of all the data that's collected and the safeguards in place for who can access this data. It's called Project Texas. And again, anyone who wants to speak, like when we go talk to the data team at TikTok, right? Like, I'm happy. Again, I don't take anybody at their word. But again, Project Texas, we should look at what TikTok has done, like in anticipation, right, of the attempt to ban them from the United States, to put guardrails in place to reassure people and government officials and regulators that our data is not being accessed by the CCP.
All right, go ahead, Joe and Gregory.
Guys, it's way past midnight in Jumpo, but I'll leave one last argument, anti-crypto one bill. So this guy, Senator Mark Warner, got most of contributions, financial contribution. Guess from which institution?
Jen?
Yeah.
And I'll continue reading the
one thing I did.
Do you want me to talk or do you not want me to talk? I don't understand.
Fiji, let me just bring up the point.
I didn't see your hand up, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, jump
I'm
in,
a
guys. Jump
co-host.
in.
I'm not going to put my hand up. What are we talking about?
Okay, so if you're a co-host, then why ask me if you can speak?
Okay. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I want to bring up, because I do work in this area, I do handle crisis management. Talking about surveillance when you're working against a bill that is scaring parents that China's going to manipulate their kids isn't going to work. We can't bring up the whole surveillance thing. People are not walking around the streets with satellite phones. They're not worried about surveillance. We really need to construct a narrative that is scarier than China influencing their children, or else we're not going to be very effective.
Justin just raised $1 million+ to build a wall for fear of people south of our country. Let's just keep that.
Why is that? But how's that again? But I don't understand how this is relevant to the discussion of the bill.
Not, and as much as I want to take that debate, because I am absolutely proud of what we did. Like
No, I said now you're responding. Now you're responding to something irrelevant. So I don't understand why we're bringing up a wall. Hold on, why are we bringing up a wall? How does the wall have anything to do with the TikTok bill?
It's completely relevant. It's crowdfunding, and what that means, and who stole money from that crowdfund. That's completely relevant. Dustin.
So your concern is that Dustin raised money for a wall, and there was issues there. Though what happened with that money? Now he's raising money for this.
No, I'm not raising money for anything. No, listen.
Okay, hold on, Dustin. Hold on, Dustin. So how's this all relevant, Fidji? I don't see any relevance at all.
I'm going to give you a perfect relevance. The reason why crypto and NFTs have such a negative connotation is because we're raising money from people that aren't either accredited or it isn't a registered security. And then what we do with that money has a direct relevance to what Dustin did. And I mean, I don't have to talk about it.
Sliman, do you see any relevance? Because I see it. Maybe I'm the idiot here.
I don't see the relevance. I thought Fidget was having a bit of banter, to be honest.
Okay. Since he's thrown out terms like stolen money, and again, I didn't want to take the bait on this because
it didn't steal money.
No. Listen.
Oh my God, guys. Okay, look, I don't care about this. This has nothing to do with the discussion.
Let's talk about
Fidji, can you stop? Can you stop for a sec, please? So Dustin, forget about this. I don't know anything about what wall or any of that because I don't care. It's got nothing to do with the bill, man. You're doing a lot with this bill. So
no, 100%, man. And I just want to literally, I want to put this out to people. I've never been accused of a crime, right? I've never been indicted for anything related to it, despite the fact that 4 other people in the project were indicted, right? So like using that digital like to undercut me on this thing is freaking stupid because like I have been leading the charge with a lot of other great people across the spectrum, like to stop like government tyranny that's going to every people care about here. So like bringing it up here again, I didn't want to take the bait. I wanted to move on. So like I can't let you just smear. Be in front of 7,000 fucking people.
Hold on, Fidji, can
you
Fidji, can you stop responding? So can we get back? Guys. But yeah, so I'm up to number 5. We've talked about indirect holding that Fidji and Carlo did a great job of explaining. A covered holding in any information and communications technology and services once again covers an indirect holding. Furthermore, the Act explains, so I've read that one. Number 6, any company that is even directed by a foreign adversary is included.
We've not read that because it's
we haven't read 5.
Yeah.
So once again covers the indirect holding. Furthermore, the Act explains irrespective of when the holding was obtained. Even if it was in the past, you fall under the provision of the bill. Trash, this is what you're referring to, correct? This is the main part you're concerned about.
It's one of them, yes.
Because if anything you've done in the past would apply.
Right, it's retroactive.
Retroactive, that's the term.
That's not possible.
I'd like to chime in on that, Mario, if I could.
Of course,
respectfully. So while it may be retrospective when it comes to the business holdings, and it may be retrospective when it comes to potential civil consequences, the ex post facto clause is something that the Constitution protects citizens against being prosecuted prescriptively for criminal offenses that are now contrary to the law. So they cannot go back and criminalize conduct in the past based on the writing of this bill. There may be other implications for past conduct as far as for declaring these potential companies and these technologies a threat to national security. But for criminal prosecution going forward, there would be a very stern challenge to this under what is known in our United States laws as the ex post facto clause.
Carlos, can I ask a question as a follow-up?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if they can, so that basically means that they can't bring things criminally. Is that understood as retrospectively? on that
Correct.
basis. So
I think
what
that
if
would
the-
be met with a challenge for sure.
Sure, and that makes perfect sense. So what if they can? Are you saying that they can do that civilly?
Well, there's also bills of attainder in this country, and we're getting a little bit deep into the weeds of constitutional law, but our Constitution affords protections against laws that retrospectively punish conduct. So there is an argument to be made that it would potentially be unconstitutional as an overexpansion with respect to criminal consequences for sure. The argument then would be made whether there is any kind of unlawful bill of attainder in this bill that would prescriptively punish civil conduct. Fidgetal, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but that's how I see it from a 1,000-foot view.
I think it'll be really hard to apply even civilly. Criminally, it'll be impossible. The question becomes really, what is the agenda? What's the ideation? What's the purpose? We obviously know the purpose of putting this legislation into place, right? To give us a really, really, really broad net of saying we can control everything moving forward, whether we want to tax, whether we want to create financial crimes. But in terms of looking backwards, I don't think they're going to spend time. They already have a big enough headache with the FTX, with Ripple, with.
But let's say,
sorry, Bob.
One at a time.
Fidgetal, just a question to you, Fidgetal. Why do you think that they may have had that option in the bill? Then they talk about it a couple of times about retroactively applying it. So what do you, so if it's never going to happen, what do you think the actual logic, the psychological reasoning for including?
Why
that
not?
language?
Why not?
Exactly. No, but why so?
Why not? The question becomes
why not put a picture of Santa on there? But
well, I think it goes back to Fidgetal, how a bill becomes a law, the cartoon that we all grew up on. Congress passes the bill, the president signs it into law, then it's up to the federal executive branch to create the regulations that enforce the law. So the bill is intentionally very broad and vague because then it's subject to interpretation by the executive branch, and that's where the court battles lie.
And Carlos, just on that, so let's take an example.
I was going to get deep on religion, but go ahead, Rob.
No, okay, hard pass. I was just going to follow up on that. So let's say that they do. This kind of makes me feel that they might have a target in mind as to why they're doing that. There might be a specific thing they want to go after potentially. But if they are able to land retroactive civil cases against companies, let's say the directors of those companies will be liable for any defaults against misconduct. And therefore, do they get round to the issue of the individual not being, because essentially if you bankrupt a company, you become liable for that if you conducted criminal activity as a director. And therefore, that does make an individual liable without prosecuting individuals directly. It's an indirect. Am I understanding that? So as a director in the United States of, 20 odd companies, I am criminally liable for lots of activity that personally I wouldn't be liable for as a shareholder. So is that a way of pinning the directors to force them into conduct?
Well, I think there's certainly a heightened standard of scrutiny when it comes to corporate responsibility, and there is certainly the potential to criminalize corporate conduct that is baked into this bill. Now, taking that and extrapolating it as to whether this bill could criminalize past conduct, again, based on our Constitution and the Bill of Attainder and the ex post facto clause, I don't think criminal will be crossed over. Civil liability, I think that remains to be litigated because you don't enjoy the same constitutional protections when it comes to being insulated from civil liability. So I can't get that far with this just yet because I'm still actually processing it myself.
Carlo,
and do
you mind explaining, Rob, just 1 second. Carlo, do you mind explaining post facto? Because I was trying to explain it earlier, but to give a clear.
Okay, so ex post facto clause bars the legislature from passing laws to specific offenses that are committed by citizens based on their prior conduct. In essence, it is increasing criminal punishment retroactively. So retroactively meaning it would ban legislation that would punish you for things that you did in the past that are now being deemed by the Congress and by the laws of the United States as being illegal going forward. So yes, you do have due process protections.
Or banning application of laws that still remain true in terms of ex post facto application, correct?
Yeah, because then you'd have basically essentially a conflict of law. And I think that would tie into due process as it was just brought up.
I mean, the concern there
Carlos,
is,
there is
I mean, the concern there is that when you look at the penalties between the criminal and civil, yeah, you have like the 20 years for criminal, but other than that, the penalties are very similar. You've got up to $250,000 fine, or double of what you've basically whatever thing you've been involved in, or you have your seizure of your property. So there is significant.
Without question, the forfeiture clauses in this are pretty steep. I agree.
So let me continue reading the thread, Sliman. You up? You good to go?
Yeah, bro.
All right. So for everyone listening, we're up to number 6. If you could check the pinned tweet at the top. No, Carlo pinned something. Let me pin this one again, and then you can go through it. Oh, it's pinned on my profile. Just go through it from there. All right.
And if you want, Mario, I broke it down section by section in that blog post as well. It'll save you a little leg heavy lifting.
Oh, beautiful. All right, cool. All right, so we're up to number 6. Any company that is even directed by a foreign adversary is included in this bill. Also remember, a holding in these countries can be indirect, and they can also be in the past. And in that instance, you will still fall under that act. So essentially what you're saying there, Slayman, let me open again. Any company that is even directed by a foreign adversary is included in this bill. So if there's a company that is directed by let's say Russia or China, they'll be included in that bill. And then a holding in these countries can be indirect as well, and can be passed. Can you elaborate on this, Slayman?
Yeah, sure. So basically what they're doing is they're explaining what falls into the bill. So you've got basically anything related to a foreign adversary. Okay, that's fine. That's it. And remember, all of this is under the understanding that it can be an indirect holding, and it can be something that is done retroactively. But then more specifically, it's talking about, for example, it can be a foreign adversary, an entity subject to the jurisdiction or organization under the laws. And we're going to see entity that is actually doesn't have to be foreign. So it could be, it's basically companies within the United States even fall into that section.
So what do they need for a company in the US to fall under that section? What criteria do they need to meet?
Anything.
It's on post 11, but basically it could be any. So it says it's on post 11. The term entity means any of the following, whether established in the United States or outside the United States. So it's a firm, a government agency, department, commission, a labor union, a partnership.
But it needs to have some sort of direct or indirect holding by one of those countries.
No, that's the point. That's the point I'm making.
It needs to have an indirect or direct holding to what does it need? So
nothing.
Oh, no.
Nothing.
Your pizza shop in the US the law does not apply. The bill does not apply. So I'm saying, what does it need to apply?
What did you say that? What did you say that, Mario? It doesn't apply to whom?
A pizza shop on Main Street.
It applies to everything, Mario.
It depends. If they even suspect, right, and if they suspect something, they don't have to prove it, that the pizza shop has done a transaction with someone, right? Let's say whoever does their website, the server host, like they say, oh, this person has a connection, right? Then it does apply.
This is the biggest infringement on this. This is the biggest personal I've ever seen in my entire life.
Okay, so let's look at that damn pizza shop. So what you just said, I was thinking that was you, Jen. I was looking at my phone. So what are you saying, Jen? If they suspect that pizza shop does what?
Has done it. So they host the website for their pizza shop is someone that they're like, oh, this website host has done something with a foreign adversarial country, which, by the way, although there are 6 that are listed.
So if that hosting company that the pizza shop uses, that hosting company has a server in China, including Hong Kong. Oh no, the Hong Kong Special Administrative.
That's indirect.
They can add any country. They can add any country at any time, so it doesn't have to just be those, right?
Let's for now it's those. So if this hosting company has a server in Iran, Cuba, China, Korea, so North Korea, Russia, Venezuela, if any of those, if it has a server in those countries, then the hosting company falls under the act. And because the hosting company falls under the act, because the pizza company uses the hosting from that hosting company, the pizza company would fall under the act?
Mario,
Yes,
I don't know if you're asking questions just for the sake of the audience, or if you really don't get the severity. If you hire a freelancer from China and the US government doesn't like it, your whole company gets shut down and taken away. That's how severe it is.
I think it's
yeah,
really important for people to look at like the Patriot Act and some consequences of that, because like protecting us and like protecting children is used a lot of the time. And then the implications are just like, no, we want more control over you guys. But yeah, it doesn't even have to be that direct. And once again, they don't have to tell us, and they can like add anything. So if they just decide to say something is a national security risk, and this is one person that gets this power, right? It's a secretary that's appointed by the president. So you have one person that's kind of given this power to act however they see fit.
If I could just jump in real quick, the section of the Patriot Act that is referenced here in the Restrict Act is a thing that everyone should become familiar with, because it's very pertinent to what we're talking about. I'll give you a citation for it. So it's 42 U.S. Code 5195 Charlie Echo, and that subsection of the Patriot Act defines critical infrastructure, and that is one of the things that will allow you as an individual to be lumped in with an organization that is running afoul of the Restrict Act, and included in that is the definition of what would qualify someone to be considered a threat to critical infrastructure, and it's very, very broad, especially since it's been reauthorized many times, right, and rewritten many times since it was initially passed. And there are many things that are included in there, up to and including publicly questioning the results of an election, right? So it's not narrow, and then there's many things that you could do to run afoul of that. So ultimately, this bill gives broad authority to an appointed position to make these determinations of criminality. Well, not criminality, but being involved with a company. And they have the ability to take immediate actions to address what they perceive as an undue risk to national security. And they can do essentially anything in the pursuit of that immediately. And they have a time frame before that's even addressed by the president or Congress, right? So they can really ruin your life in those 14 to 90 days or whatever it might take. And it doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal or found to have been right or wrong after the fact. Even if there's an attempt at restitution, for the average person, right? For the average person, once your reputation is destroyed, your business, if you run a server farm or something, is shut down for 90 days, right? That could be it for you. Doesn't matter if it's found to have been wrong after the fact.
It's not even just about servers, it's about investors as well. Say you're a Russian national, right? Or let's say you're running a Russian restaurant. You're a Russian immigrant running a Russian restaurant. You've got family back in Russia. You send money back home. That's it. You know, they can shut down your business.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, you have to think about this in the context of normal people, right? And normal people they don't survive long enough for the law to make them whole again.
Who are normal people?
The U.S. citizens, normal, non educate them. I understand that. When I say normal people, I just mean people out there.
Who is us?
Just us, bro. Us, like us in the space.
Dude, this is important in these conversations. Like we point out other people, and then we point to ourselves as being somehow more ingenuous. Like,
I say,
for real.
I think it's more ingenuous, man. It's us, like, we understand the bill, and then we should educate them like we're doing the space. We should try to have them understand what the impact of the bill is, like how you recommended for people to share the bill. I think that's what he means.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying here, man. I'm not trying to exclude people. What I'm saying is we're here. We've read it. We understand it. We have teams of lawyers and doctors, right? We do, the caucus. We have public policy doctors and contract lawyers and constitutional lawyers and economists that have read this. But not everybody has that. So it's our job, my job, to educate them. And I think all of us here know about it. So we should do the same. But when I say us, I mean everyone. You know, I'm trying to be inclusive.
Yeah, all good, all good. Let's not make this about exclusivity.
Point a minute ago, you were talking about a Russian investor. Just 1 second, Mario.
Yeah, Rob. I wanted to ask about this one, and Rob as well. If you, Ian and Rob, if you can do the investor one, but I want to go back to the Actually, I'll let you ask that question, but I want to go afterwards. Slayman and Trash. I want to discuss what Name Redacted pushed back, because I'm just finding it hard to believe that just a pizza shop that is using a server that is hosting their website on a company that had a server in one of those countries, or an investor now in those, or any affiliation to those countries, is suddenly susceptible under the bill. I just find that hard to believe. Go ahead, Rob.
I think the weakness in
Hold on, let's have Rob, just because I interrupted. Rob, do you ask your question to Ian about the investor?
Yeah, well, it wasn't a question. It's more like adding to Ian's thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
He was talking about the fact that that let's say you had a Russian investor in your company, and then they returned money to Russia, and that's deemed adversarial. That is absolutely correct. It's actually I've just read the clause, that under the clause it would be if a Russian investor invested into a British-held private equity fund, and that private equity fund invested into your company, and then money to you returned money to your London company, and they returned money to the investor, you'd also be liable. So you have to KYC. You'd have to KYC. You'd have to KYC the funds KYC.
No, come on.
You'd have to know the origin of funds.
Mario, it is really that broad. It's like the Patriot Act when they went after.
It's actually crazy. I've just read that clause.
Family members.
If your fund it's never ending. If in the private equity world, you could have like funds of funds that are into value, and they decide that's a problem. Now that's the big question. Will they decide it's a problem? Probably not, but because otherwise they'll prosecute everyone on the planet. But if they decide that Russian that's invested in that fund is under investigation, they want to get everybody that's attached to that Russian, you're attached even if you're 3 people apart. You have to know exactly where every dollar came from ad infinitum yourself, not just trust these other people. It's crazy.
That's crazy. That's insane.
It's properly mental. I can't actually get my head around how this is even like.
I'm just so Slayman. Before I go to Justin, actually this one goes to Rob, Dustin, Slayman, and Trash and Fiji. I think you were there for some of it, and Joa, because you were there when we did that space. The first space we covered this. We had Tira, who I just invited, a Name, who's just finishing something. Who'll jump on, kind of push back on certain aspect. Was there? Can you tell us?
They'll push back on it because they want to think it's that scary, but it really is. I mean,
no, that's not. No, that's not. Let's not do that. They're not pushing back just to make it look more scary. Name said he doesn't agree with the bill. He just pushing back doesn't immediately say that the only reason they're doing it is to make it less scary.
In particular, I think the issue here is that a lot of people are erring on the side of like, oh, it can't be that bad. No. When a law like this gets written, you have to err on the side of caution. What is the worst case scenario? Because that's what it's going to be used for.
Let me understand. All right, so let's go. Go ahead, Slayman, and then Dustin. I see you both.
Anyone? Who the fuck backs this bill?
All right, so
who backs this bill?
Okay.
I'm sorry. No. I'm asking somebody. Does anybody back this bill?
So can we ask? Guys, can we just please go back? Please, can we go back to the question?
Yeah. So basically, I think the flaw in Name, and I'll explain what his argument was, and then I'll explain what I think the flaw is. So his argument was that it doesn't specifically say, he doesn't see the word spy and he doesn't see the word surveillance, and because he doesn't see them, he's saying that we're maybe reading too much into it. Now, the flaw in that argument is that, but then he does think that this is an attack on cryptocurrency. Now, those words aren't in there, but then he still has made that deduction. So I think there's a kind of like contradiction in his argument, and that's what it was.
Was there any other argument? Was there any other arguments to try to play devil's advocate? Like, I understand it's broad, but to be, I just don't see how such a bill would pass, because that would kind of move away from crypto. But when something,
can you bring anybody? Can you bring anybody?
Guys, can I finish my question?
Relax. Can you bring anybody that supports this bill? Anybody?
Usually people that support that.
27 senators, Federal. You can go find them.
I just pinned at the top a link to both where the White House supports it and every co-sponsor of the bill directly from government websites.
Jesus, there's a list.
Okay.
So
it's all your liberal boys mainly for who supported it.
So let's go back to the Dustin, you there?
Yeah. So since that last space we had, Name Redacted came in and we went through the bill like in its entirety again. And so like a lot of what's been said about what he was saying has been like misrepresented a little bit. And so what Name's argument is that when we were talking about TikTok last time, he doesn't believe that it will be applied to people who are posting cat videos on TikTok because he thinks that the real purpose behind the bill is to target crypto and these other big, larger companies. So he wasn't saying that the bill doesn't give them the power to technically do it. He's saying that won't be the focus because like that's not going to help them politically.
Not initially.
That's not what he said.
I got a message from Name Redacted. I'll just read out what he said to me. He said, the only thing I pushed back was not seeing the mass surveillance part of it. But I agree the bill is horrific, vague, and too broad and will be abused.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So
no one we had disagreed with the bill.
What he said, and what he said was that he didn't see surveillance, and his argument was that it doesn't say it. And so, that was my argument against him, where the flaw is that it doesn't say
Mario, can you get anyone? So there's 26 people.
Yeah,
Mario, there's 26
Can I get someone that supports
Congress? Anybody.
Yeah. So it's gonna be hard to get someone from Congress to kind of support this bill in a space like this. But
I'll sponsor them.
Anyone,
Mario, I'll give them $100,000. Tell them I'll give them $100,000.
Bro, then you get them. You can
I'm
message
not
them
going to do the efforts. I'll give them $100,000 and say something.
Okay. All right, bro. Cool. So just for the audience, if anyone that can not come and support the bill, give a bit more clarity, because the things being mentioned in this space and previous spaces, and it's pretty unanimous. And in our panels, we always try to get both sides of every argument, and we do this pretty well. It's been very difficult to get people that kind of push back. We had like 2-3 people push back in the first space we did in total against like 30 that were very critical. But even the people pushing back were against the bill, and the pushback was
they'll defend it.
No, Crass's teams are against the bill as well. So just taking a step back, if you can push back on the way we're interpreting it, that would be great. Maybe offering more clarity. We've had probably
I'll hit up Andrew Yang. Ian, I'm going to hit up Andrew Yang right now. Do you think Andrew Yang would support this?
No, Andrew Yang will push back probably more than all of us combined. So Andrew Yang will definitely not be supporting this. But he might, look, if he's gone through it, he might give us other ways of he said he could play a bit of devil's advocate here. Support the bill. I've just sent you the invite, JP. Good to have you back. But doesn't mean you support the bill. Playing devil's advocate is the way we interpret it, because it just sounds very draconian. It sounds very extreme. From if this passes, crypto's fucked. If this passes, these powers that are given by the bill, they can apply to most companies. Not any company. Yeah, JP.
Okay, very good. Hi. How's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah, good, man. Good. So is there a way we're interpreting? Is the way in the way we're interpreting is, JP, and I see Carlos' hand up, so I'll give him the mic right after. But in the way we're interpreting is there anything be like, guys? I think this is interpreted in a way that's too concerning, and it shouldn't be as concerning as you guys are making it out to be.
I'm going to communicate some of the counters that I've had in discussions with other attorneys in the past 24 hours. I'm not a fan of the bill, but I can give some counters.
That'll be great. Please,
what were presented to me. Okay.
Go ahead, please, bro.
One person said to me, "I guarantee you, China is loving the fact that the idiot democracy of America is fighting this bill because it's going to place us at a disadvantage in this global adversarial market that we're in now."
Okay, so that doesn't really push back against the bill.
So the argument is to defeat China, you become China.
And the argument was that this must be what we need to do to win, to compete, to survive in whatever the fuck is happening now. And it's a question about whether the whole
JP, that
is possible. I'm just saying
To defeat China.
yeah.
Speaking, the
but people are divided against banning TikTok. This bill goes beyond that. So using that argument, I know that it's not coming from you, but using that argument is so flawed because we're not worried about the TikTok thing. I think the room's divided on whether TikTok should be banned or not. But this is not what they're doing. My big worry is that's exactly the argument they're going to use. Is like, you want us to lose against China? Then go ahead, try to go against the bill. And
yeah, I'm not talking about TikTok at all. It's just basically like a form of national defense.
Three to 4 years ago, when everyone was pissed, FTC came out with regulations regarding full control of the internet. Everyone was worried about the internet getting shut down for traders. Nothing came of it. This reminds me of that, but I'm not sure about the updated regulations controlling internet communications. It was about communication regulation regarding 5G and everything internet. It was about the framework for controlling the internet in the US. So do you know what bill they're referring to?
Yeah. They're basically saying that Huawei didn't have the, it was wrong to give Huawei the contract to build America's 5G infrastructure, and that should go to an American company because of the security risks it poses. And you know what? Honestly, I agree with that bill. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Like, why would you want China to run your infrastructure, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense, especially you have the capability to build your own. And that is a clear security risk when you have a foreign company, especially one that is adversarial, not hostile, but adversarial to the United States, having that kind of access. That's just kind of stupid, right? You're weakening your defense. This goes beyond that. This gives the federal government way too much power and zero oversight.
All right, let me Carlo, I'll give you the mic, and then I want to continue going through the thread. The mic is yours.
Okay, Mario. Criminal defense lawyer here, but I'm going to argue both sides because that's what we do as lawyers. To quote my good friend
Thank
Ira,
you so much.
We argue both sides.
Ira was on the panel the first time we did this, by the way. So.
Yep, I remember he was in there. So the position is this: we are entering a new level of Cold War with our enemies across the globe, including China and other authoritarian nations. The current laws and the current enforcement capabilities that we have in this country are ill-equipped, are disjointed, and are not ready to face this new incoming threat. The new incoming threat is that technology from foreign nation states that are adversaries to this country are going to infiltrate our systems and are going to corrupt our systems. We are in a race right now with China as to who is going to win in the realm of quantum computing. Whoever wins that race is going to have the ability to not only overpower any computer infrastructure in this country, but let's face it and let's be real, any blockchain that currently exists. Because how do you execute an attack on a blockchain? You do it by executing a 51% attack. Quantum computing would essentially do away with seed phrases and the security that comes from seed phrases and could potentially disable blockchains. Now, when it ties back to national security, if we don't pass this law to bolster the United States' ability to further investigate, process, we don't have, because these adversaries like China are closed nations and we don't have access.
That's actually a very interesting question, which I was asking Jen earlier. We assume that the laws will come down and there's going to be some modicum or extreme level of control. Where do we want it to land? Obviously, what you said is nonsense, like in terms of the breadth, right? Obviously, we are dealing with all love. obviously we are dealing with quantum computing wars. I think Russia stole 140 million non-decrypted IRS documents, and they're fighting to essentially decrypt them. The question is, where is that line? What do we want? Do we get a say in between this? I don't think there's any way this shit actually passes, but it will get passed in some form. So where do we land in between? And how do we land in between?
Not just that, Fiji, that argument is flawed because there are chains that are quantum resistant.
Yeah, exactly.
Most chains are trying to be quantum resistant.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
They claim to be.
Yes, they're not quantum resistant.
Yeah, but I think by the time quantum computing comes out, there'll likely be quantum resistant chains as well. And
You just said they're likely, and they might be. There are
yeah,
no
but then
quantum-resistant
you can say,
chains
but
right now.
Fiji, you could also say the same argument about quantum computing. It's likely to exist.
Make quantum resilient.
It's literally Russia, China, and the U.S. fighting to create the most computationally efficient systems
math.
right now.
Digital, it's math.
It is
There are
math.
things that quantum computers cannot break.
Yes, there is.
I forget. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
curious.
there
Yeah,
is.
there's a fucking YouTube video on this by Veritas, and he just released it last week.
Did you just tell me to look at YouTube?
Hold on, let him. Yeah, you can still watch YouTube, bro. It's okay. Our videos are streamed on YouTube.
Ian,
hold on. Fiji,
The
please.
guy's
Let's get
he explains how the damn thing works, right? Basically, it creates multi-dimensional series of numbers that make it fucking impossible for quantum computers to decrypt. That's how it works. It still uses seeds and everything like that, but you cannot decrypt it. The quantum computer,
dude, they loop.
It.
Quantum computing loops on top of itself.
I know.
There is no quantum computing.
Watch the damn video. I can explain. I'm not a mathematician. This stuff is being researched by DARPA.
So I don't want to go down the quantum computing rabbit hole. I'll go. Let me.
Right?
Yeah,
Just
I think it'll be good.
Video.
Yeah, it'll be okay. Send me through the video actually, and I want to watch it.
Right. Yeah,
and I'll
it's very
forward it to Fiji.
mathematical, and it's it might fly over your head, but yeah, he explains it pretty well.
It's gonna fly right over my head.
Hold on.
It's gonna go so high.
I know we're not talking about quantum computing, but let's be clear. Like all of this is like majority is theoretical. Like none of this is actually in existence right now.
All right, so I'm gonna go. We're up to number 7. If anyone doesn't know, just check the pinned. It's still pinned. Yeah, it's pinned tweet that Slimman wrote. It's on my account and pinned above. Number 7. The following countries are foreign adversaries under the Act, with the opportunity to add more countries to the bill. So I think what Jen mentioned. I know Jen, you have your hand up. I'll give you the mic in a bit. But Jen mentioned that they can add a country at any time. Is there a process to go through to be able to add countries? Does anyone know what the process is to add countries? Who can add countries?
The Secretary of Commerce could totally do it.
And so
it's described in the bill. There's a process for the referrals from NSA, Homeland Security, whatever, to the Commerce Secretary, and then that is makes its way to the Commerce Secretary. Really, that's the final say on it, or the President.
Yeah, the Commerce Secretary does just have that authority, though, and is able to work in communication with the Director of National Intelligence to make unilateral designations. I don't know if they can de-designate, though, unilaterally.
I've got it.
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So you guys explained the designation pretty well. Removal of designation. Secretary may, in consultation with the Director of National Intelligence, remove the designation of any foreign government or regime as a foreign adversary, including any foreign government or regime identified in Section 2.8. If the Secretary finds that the foreign government or regime is no longer engaged in a long-term pattern of serious instances of conduct significantly adverse to the national or economic security of the United States, or security and safety of the United States persons in a manner that would warrant designation as a foreign adversary. So it's very, very, very broad.
So the same thing, essentially.
Congress is given the opportunity to de-designate too. So once a designation is made, the Commerce Secretary has 15 days to notify classified to Congress, who then has 60 days to take it up. And it lays out in great detail the entire like parliamentary process for what that looks like.
Also, just worth noting here, though, worth noting, it's kind of like a point. how often, but if you look at sanctions on countries, for example, they're nearly always readily applied and very, very slowly, if ever, removed fully. So the chances of them being delisted is, I mean, it would take a lot.
All right, so let me go to the next one now. Whoever made that point just dropped out literally just now. So I'll send you through the video, just DM me if it glitched. But people don't understand the bill. They don't understand how concerning it is. And they'll probably be like me initially before Slayman, kind of Mario, you got to cover this. And it's like, hey, it's a bill to ban TikTok. Great. I don't care much about TikTok. I'm not even based in the US. I think it's stupid. Hopefully they divest it. But if they ban it, they ban it. And I'll just access it via VPN. That was like my thought process as soon as I heard about the TikTok bill. Prior to the space, curious, might bring up a couple of you on stage because I want to get an idea if it's just, us in tomorrow and then everyone's kind of moved on to the next sexy story. Or will there be another balloon, or will there be something else happening that will take everyone's attention, and then everyone forgets about this and it ends up passing. So before anyone, I don't want anyone to respond yet, but I want the audience to let me know in the comments, that bottom right corner, the purple circle. All right, let me go to continue with the bill. But then the bill goes on.
Before you do, I just want to say that if you look at the top, I've added a tweet from a Rutgers University mathematician. It links to the video. So this is about quantum computers and how they break the internet. And yes, you do have to be concerned because all your current encryption does not work against a quantum computer, right? It can literally break it. However, there are quantum resilient math that can actually stop it. So
correct, Ian. The same.
All right, guys. All right,
no, just let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
The same way that quantum computing can compromise is the same time frame that quantum resilience creates the same. It's literally just two people skiing down a hill, and it's which one's fatter. But at the end of the day, it digresses against itself. Period.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. So it's
still a concern. Yeah,
it's a concern.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah, cool. All right, so let me go back to the thread.
Mario, imagine if you were sitting next to somebody else and there was a box in front of you and there was $100 million, right? And you had to learn math to actually access that box of money, right? You would probably learn in tandem and fight each other and probably become children. That's literally what happened with quantum computing.
For everyone spamming me why Fiji is a co-host, Fiji is a friend, knows his shit, and is a really, really smart guy. So just to answer all the DMs, today he's just having one of those days. But he hosts our crypto shows, and he's a really cool guy. I think if you guys ignore his profile photo, guys. Ignore his profile photo. That profile photo is the reason he didn't come up in my space for a long time before I brought him up. So don't judge him as I did. All right, so let's continue with the thread.
Zoom in on the pit.
Mario, can I just? I've done $1 million worth of surveys a month for several years. Can you just ask the question this way? Does this bill scare you or not? Can you please comment in the things? Because that's how you get to the bottom.
Can the audience do thumbs up on that or down? Thumbs up?
No. Okay, so Rob, will you go through 8,000 people and go tell me how many thumbs up and down there is? So guys, Joe, ask your question. Does this bill scare you? Yes or no, and why? Correct?
If not even if why? We're not. I don't believe we're framing it right to scare them, and I don't think it scares people. But let's see what people comment.
Guys, like freedom, your freedom will end. You will have no financial freedom. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. Okay, this is what's going to happen.
Khaleesi is coming to Westeros.
Comment with a thumbs up if it scares you. Thumbs down if it doesn't scare you, please.
Yeah, I'd like to actually read also, if you can elaborate, it would be great, because I genuinely like to read. Whenever you hear me tuning out of this space, I'm usually reading comments. And that's why I gave that statement about Fiji earlier.
Wait,
All right,
Mario,
so let me continue. Guys. Rob, hold on.
Mario,
I'm just messing with you. Bro. Everyone loves you. Don't worry.
Mario,
Bro.
do they hate me?
No, bro. No. Everyone loves you, bro. I'm gonna continue, please. All right. So we're up to tweet number 8 in the thread. It's pinned above just for the audience. Okay. Number 8. But then the bill goes on, and it does not just include holdings in foreign adversaries. Oh no, I've read this one, haven't I? Where am I up to, Sleiman?
No, you need to read this one.
Oh, 8. Okay. In foreign adversaries, but it incorporates all companies. So if a company had minimal involvement with a Chinese company, this could be deemed as circumventing the act, and you may have to divest. This is ridiculous because everything is China. Everything is China.
Mario, on this one, I'm not as concerned about this bit, and the reason I'm not as concerned about this bit is this is pretty much in line. This is a copy and paste from the sanctions list. This is essentially would apply if the company or the country was being sanctioned by the United States. So
I know. I just said
of the early bit. The earlier
yes, Rob. China is not sanctioned though.
No, not yet. I think that's what they're giving a catch-all.
Yeah, but if we're starting to lean towards sanctioning China economically, that'll be fucking horrible.
Well, no, I think they have to. My only point on this, and I'll let other contribute there, but my only point in this one is that they're having to create the arsenal in order to give the roadmap to sanction China because of what China's positioning itself like in the world. It's giving themselves the armory. It's not necessarily saying they're going to use it. But I agree. It's still this bit concerned me less because it's basically just a continuation of the enforcement of the earlier bit we talked about.
So for me, it concerns me more, and I'll explain why. Because in other parts of it was talking about, for example, he has no involvement with China. He's got no Chinese. Let's use it here, but there's many other ways one can try and circumvent the rules. Fall under the proviso of this law, and then everything would be used against him. Or you could have a scenario where, for example,
it's pretty much in line with the controlling indirect and direct controlling of assets, which they find problematic. So
but now they have a cause of action. Right, that's the difference. Is now they can plug into whatever the fuck this bill is and say, now we have subject matter jurisdiction. Now we have enforceability.
I agree with you, Fidgetal. And then they can spy on the individual. Like, this is just such the high. Like, this is the most ridiculous.
So what you're saying is this enables them to get warrants in order to enforce.
Yes, and I think that's what Dustin was saying earlier.
So
it is a Fourth Amendment violation.
Yeah, 100%.
Fuck.
But and what's worse, wrong, is that when you get to the extrajudicial powers that it grants, like what they can collect when they're investigating before they have to take it to a court and a judge, that gives them, again, the overwhelming ability to like start snooping and investigating before it gets to a judge. We'll get to that part.
It is FISA warrant actionability.
So just Sleiman, can you just summarize what was just discussed now with all the panelists that concern, very briefly?
Yeah. I mean, it's basically the same thing that we mentioned in the 50 post thread. That was the biggest concern for me, that this is being used as a tool to basically survey and spy on individuals. And so, yes, you could talk about the structure of the bill and it's talking about companies, but when you actually break it down into the minutiae, you basically have a scenario where they can basically, and that's why I gave that example yesterday, Mario, they could basically, based on this bill, spy and surveil you. They could probably, and any of your employees, and you could easily put any.
Slayman, it's top down.
Okay,
it's top down.
Yeah, I agree. But it could be top down. But what I mean is, even sometimes they want to go after the people who are the bottom guys for specific reasons, and they can do that with this bill.
So they could, by the way, they could always do this. They could always do this. They could always do that because there is no such thing as spying on a company. You're always spying on individuals.
So, but how okay, so what does, so, and what, so that give the government permission to be able to spy on them, based on the bill, how we understand it.
As an example, one average Joe could be working for you, Mario, and just based on that, he could be spied on.
Because hold on, why
you could buy a crypto, and by definition, essentially, yeah. So it's
hold on. So if you buy a crypto because the crypto has a node in, go ahead.
Yes, it's subject matter jurisdiction. That's what they've been trying to do. So there was a case that came down. It wasn't the library case. It wasn't the Ripple case. And they tried to say that because 42.6% of the nodes of Ethereum transact in the United States, by definition, that gave them subject matter jurisdiction. This supplements that and just says because you are somehow connected to a digital company or digital financial transactional experience, that there is jurisdiction.
So if someone and if someone uses a service, that falls under their jurisdiction, Slayman, what could happen to them? So if someone's using a server that, like the example I gave,
they'll get default judgments against you.
Jail.
So
not
jail. Not jail.
Jesus.
So
you'll get shot in the head.
No, this is actually a really interesting conversation. So I've been speaking to a bunch of the heads of the largest digital asset legal firms, and they send me emails all the time. And I'm like, we just got a judgment for $30-40 million against a wallet address, right? How do you bridge between the wallet address and the human? If there is criminal and or civil and or jurisdictional competency that is implied, then they can then literally imply to all of those holy shit. I'm gonna stop talking.
What? Okay. Sorry, Jen, jump in. And then Alex, I know you wanted to jump in as well.
Digital spooked himself just thinking about it. You know?
Yeah, literally scared the shit out of him.
Let's continue to go through this while we're on topic.
We'll do. And Alex, anything to add before I continue?
Yeah, thanks, Mario. I wanted to point out too, when you read the language of the bill, I've spent the last week and a half very alarmed. I'm really happy that you are calling attention to this with your platform. The language of the bill is so expansive. So when you ask the question, if you run afoul of the ICTS designation, if you're a designated holdings company, if you have a designated transaction, the language of the bill stipulates that the Secretary of the Commerce, at the pleasure of the President in consultation with the DNI, can really take any measure to mitigate or reduce the threat. And this is why people are comparing it to the Patriot Act, because it leaves open for interpretation by a largely unaccountable national intelligence apparatus and enforcement apparatus, the mechanisms through which they can enforce, they can classify and they can enforce things. So this is really, I think, the part of this bill that is the most concerning to me, is that it grants broad authority inside of the executive with very minimal checks and balances to enforce the language of this bill. And I spoke with Mark Warner's office this week. I was on the Hill actually for this exact reason. Mark Warner is the primary sponsor of this bill, and even they admit, his staffers admit, yeah, it's very broad. It concentrates power inside the executive. They assume, their pushback is, oh well, it will be subject for judicial review, which essentially means that it will be, actions taken under the auspices of this bill will be challenged in court, which of course they will be if it passes, God forbid. But we shouldn't be, the same thing happened with the Patriot Act. But guess what? This bill has the same FOIA carve out. You cannot pursue a FOIA request against anything associated with this bill because of the national security implications. And so you automatically run into a situation where judicial review does not have the same kind of teeth that it has in other instances, because it's just tied up with national security. So, the bottom line is, it's extremely concerning. Your question earlier about this, surveying the audience, it's extremely concerning, and it's concerning because it's so broad, because it's tied up with questions of national security and the implications there around secrecy and the ability to do extra legal actions by the executive branch of the federal government.
All right, I'm gonna continue reading it as a thread. Anything to add, Slime Man, before I continue?
No, that's it. The next post just kind of makes a similar point.
Yeah. All right, let me go through it. So we're up to number 9 now, yeah? And for anyone not following, let me just make sure it's pinned above. Again, it's pinned on my profile. I'll pin it above if you want to follow as we read through the thread and break it down so you understand it. If there's any attempt to evade or circumvent the application of the act, you fall foul of the bill. Yeah, this is fucked up. So So this isn't just the use of a VPN. It includes any form of circumvention. You've kind of added to the last thread, which is insane. Like, I thought if they banned TikTok, so that we're using that TikTok as an example. I need to stop using it as an example. If they ban any company that falls under the bill, let's say it's a company that has a server in another country. Let's say it's a chain. Let's say you use VPN to access a chain or to be able to buy crypto. You fall foul of the bill. And what can you face? I think you face like up to $1 million fine. Is that right, Sliman?
20 years in prison.
And up to 20 years in prison. Obviously, it depends on how.
That's per count, by the way. That's per count. So, keep that in mind. When you talk about $1 million, that is per count.
And a much larger thing about this is because a lot of people think, oh, well, I don't earn $1 million. But they can basically make you sell your company, divest your company. And we don't even know if they're going to give
No, but that doesn't apply for a company. I'm saying this is an individual that goes and buys cryptocurrency using VPN.
Sure.
But but guys, I'm gonna take a stance here. I find it highly unlikely.
Patriot Act,
I'll rephrase.
Mario, Patriot Act. They went after innocent Muslims who were
Well, you
praying
know what?
in a
Yeah,
mosque.
but I didn't finish what I'm about to say. Let me. It's nothing to do with the Patriot Act. Nothing to do with censorship, because I don't find that to be highly unlikely. I find that to be not too surprising. What I find unlikely is that they will use in Fiji with any crypto guys, Simon, Fiji, Joa, etc. You'll probably, Jen, you'll probably click with this one. You might agree or disagree, but I find it unlikely, not highly unlikely. I find it unlikely that
they're controlling data, taxation, and sovereignty.
they have the ability to ban chains because they have nodes in those countries.
To control it, like that's why you have.
But how can they? But how can they? Guys, how can they control it? I don't understand. Okay, so how can they use the bill to control it? So let's talk about Ethereum.
Every single one of you is going to get taxed the shit out of, and you won't have any money, and crypto will be pointless.
How the fuck are they going to tax me? I'll just leave the fucking country.
Yeah, I know. But how? So hold on. Let's okay.
Average Americans who buy crypto, they'll get.
But that bill, how does that bill have anything to do with taxing crypto?
It's about regulation, Mario. Like it's like Digital said, it's all about jurisdiction. It's about giving
this. They can tax it without going through this bill. This bill is about labeling chains.
They'll figure it the fuck out after
I know. But but this
just
bill,
keep all the data.
This bill, hold on. This bill, Dustin, I see your hand up. Feel free to jump in, man, because you're the expert on this bill. But this bill essentially labels blockchains as an entity or a group. And I know there's all these different terms, Sliman, in one of the tweets in the thread. But it's labeled as a group, as an organizer. I think they use the word group, don't they, Sliman, to kind of put crypto in that same basket. It's not a company. It's not an organization. They use a group, correct, Sliman? Was that the term they used that we linked it to crypto?
Holding, but also the thing is with crypto, there's just a big, and I don't agree with Digital that they're not going to do it, and they literally created this bill to do it. They literally like
to do what? To do what, Simon? To do what?
So from a macro level, they literally said anyone who impacts the digital infrastructure of the United States, the digital currency infrastructure of the United States, is liable. That's literally saying we're gonna go after crypto. I have zero crypto. I think so. Let's be clear. But they're going after you guys.
Yeah, this is the concerning one. Can you is it in part of this thread as well or no?
Yeah,
This particular
Dude, this is literally like watching your fat nephew try to cross you over in basketball. Like we've been seeing this shit for.
We're gonna get to. Oh, so I can see. I went through down the thread quickly. We're gonna get to that part. So that's. I see your hand up, but I'm gonna let us get to it because I was gonna bring it up now, but let us get to it.
I actually got a really good comment in regards to this by Zeno. I'm just gonna read out what he said to me. Okay, he says this thing is a violation of our 10th Amendment. The power to regulate financial transactions is not explicitly granted to the federal government in the Constitution and is therefore reserved to the states or the people under the 10th Amendment. The federal government's attempt to regulate cryptocurrency transactions goes beyond its constitutional authority. Regulation under the federal government is essentially the same thing as a ban.
Dude, so that's actually a more interesting conversation, right? So every right's not reserved to the state or to the federal government is reserved to the individual or state. So what does that mean actually for financial transactions? I actually never thought about it that way. That's actually really cool.
Let's.
Can you repeat that again?
Name guys. Announcement. Name Redacted will be joining us in 10 minutes. So it's a big announcement for anyone that knows Name Redacted and his expertise in that area. And I think he played a really important role in the last space we did on this because I know it's sexy to have a fear-mongering space, which we never do. And I'm trying not to make this one a fear-mongering space, even though it's very difficult. And don't jump in, Ian. I know this is like the perfect time for you to jump in and tell me, Mario, you can't do that. And he played a good role, a key role in doing that in the last space. But he didn't push back much, to be honest, and he kind of pushed back less and less as time passed. But let me go back to the thread. So we'll go through a few more tweets before Name joins us. So number 10. Yes, Simon?
Yeah.
No, number 9.
You've done 9.
Okay, number 10. Yeah. The most terrifying part of the bill is that past transactions are even covered. So this bill can be retroactively applied to take out a person or company. If the establishment wants to take you out with this bill, they can. I know there's a comma, but this one, I wish I read this tweet, Slime. I would have fixed it. I would have removed the establishment. I know you love using that term. Replace it with something else. Fuck, I should have read the thread, man. I didn't have time today. You sneaked it in, Slam, man.
We already covered this. We already covered this with post op.
Yeah.
It's inapplicable.
So Trash, can you this is the keep you that in Miami. I'm a US citizen. And I want to give insight on this as well, Dustin.
Straight to
but does that mean
there's no what's it like there's no like there's if you did it 10 years ago, if you did it 2 months ago, it doesn't matter. Okay?
So
yes.
So one might call it the statute of limitations.
Go ahead, Trash. Trash and then Rob.
Yeah, I had a brain fart. Can I just clarify this point? You cannot have a statute of limitation on a law that didn't exist when you committed the supposed crime.
venture part, whatever it is, that will fall under this. If you just simply own a stock in a China company, no, I don't think so.
Okay, so
and here's the danger, Mario. Let me just add something to that. Imagine, and I know someone mentioned before, oh, let's bring down the temperature because they can't go after an individual, and I think they're correct. I think I'm not certain.
They can
correct.
go after individuals.
Okay, so I'm wrong.
Yeah, but no. But let me. That was my comment. That was my comment.
It's jurisdiction.
Hold on, guys, stop.
It's jurisdiction.
Finish before
yeah,
you're done.
Joe, Trash, and the Fiji.
He's all over it. Facebook, Apple, Google. They lobby Congress that Ethereum is bad because they use servers outside of the U.S.
I didn't hear what you said. They can what? Sorry, Joe, I didn't hear it.
Get Ethereum shut down if they want to by lobbying Congress, and I don't think anyone would disagree.
Not shut down. You mean banned in the U.S.?
Banned in the U.S. Yeah.
Joe, no, but they haven't. The point is, it's a cost-benefit analysis. Period. And if I can create, no, just listen 1 second. If I can kick your shit out by standing, that there's no subject matter or jurisdiction, period, then I don't have to pay for all of the litigation that goes afterwards. If I have some subliminal nonsense bullshit regulation that literally sits there and goes, the judge can't kick it out, right? Then we're fighting a money war. Right, and what this
That's
does
exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so we agree.
The FANGs can spend money on lobbies and laws and get Ethereum kicked out if they want to, and that's what happens historically all the time.
Quite the opposite. It gives a precedent for anybody who wants to sue for anything with regard to crypto, especially governmental entities, to have standing. So I can't kick you out for $1,500 or $2,000. I have to litigate the substance of it, which is a huge, huge difference.
Yeah, I broadly agree with that. But just on the thing that you sent through, so it says otherwise poses an undue and unacceptable risk to national security of the United States or the safety of United States persons. So essentially what I'm reading from that is if they can't find a mechanism within a reasonable period of time to tax it, they can deem it a threat.
Yeah.
And then
I wanted to dig into that. Was one of the things I wanted to go through.
The first instance there, I'm trying to read that with a sort of more.
Rob, you're reading. Rob, hold on. We're just jumping from one thing to another. I want to go through this. Just hold on, guys. Joe, Trash, you were jumping in on the earlier point that Joe was talking about, and then I wanted to go name. Because I was going through all the concerns we had with name. I want to kind of clear those, and then we'll go back to the screenshot that I sent you, Rob. Trash, you were jumping in earlier.
Yeah. So the individual. So what I meant by individual, I was not talking about somebody that has, some Ethereum in a cold wallet. I'm not perceiving it that way. What I am saying is an individual could be if they are one of those parameters, which is a mentioned entity further up in the bill, which says an entity, person with equity, and it lists it all out. Those are individuals that could absolutely get wrapped up in this. But it's like it to just say it's to go after like just a holder of Ethereum, that's not quite the same thing. That's all I meant.
Trash, just on that, I'd be interested to see what they mean by entities. They're doing a catch-all, but essentially what they're really trying to do is bust open a load of closed trusts that hold these assets, and without having to disclose the benefactors. I'm assuming by putting trusts in there, that's what they're going after primarily.
Entity is actually the next tweet.
Oh, perfect. I'm sorry, guys. I'm driving. Sorry, Suleiman.
I'm jumping ahead so much.
So just quickly name. I want to kind of cleave this because I know you just jumped on, and I know you had your hand up as well. So my question is, if a pizza shop, and I'm using this as a very simple example, if a pizza shop hosts their website with a company that happens to have a server in Venezuela, or even have employees in Venezuela, no, it wouldn't fall under the bill. But if it has employees or a server, let's answer both examples. In Venezuela, does the pizza shop get caught up? Does it get caught up in the bill as well?
They would just have to use a new server. They wouldn't get arrested. They wouldn't
get arrested.
Here's the thing.
But wouldn't they have to give up a lot of data? Wouldn't wouldn't the bill allow the authorities to essentially dig into? Because I remember reading it from yesterday's thread. They'll have access to that have the ability to request access to everything, and then just on that one small thing, censorship is fucked. No.
Okay, no, but hold on. When they're talking about their access and what they can do, that is under the section at the bottom on their investigations and penalties for violators. Okay, so you gotta understand when reading this bill that things are broken up into sections. So like when they talk about election interference, that's not talking about surveilling people. That's talking about technology or software that poses a risk to national security of these specific areas. So the question you asked about a pizza shop in the U.S. who happens to be using a server that is housed, say, of some Venezuela company, if the United States determines that server company in Venezuela is somehow using it to spy on the pizza place or whoever else uses it, they will ban the usage of that technology in the United States.
What if they don't change? What if they don't change companies?
Well, they won't have a choice. They won't be able to even access it. It'll be cut off.
What if they use a VPN?
Someone else. Well, yeah. Then if they use a VPN, and that's what's talked about here, if they use any other way to get around it, then they would be violating the act. Yes. Then they would be in trouble.
And what if, like, we're talking about a node network, decentralized crypto, and you're not able to just cut yourself off from it? Then what happens?
Digital should answer that because I'm not a Web3 person. So
is that not reasonable, man? Though,
disavow.
I just think the bottom line here is that the focus initially, I think, was on it being a mass surveillance bill. Well, we already have that. Okay, we have the Patriot Act, and they've already been doing mass surveillance for a long time. Okay, and I don't want to get into that discussion, but this is more, in my opinion, geared what they're hiding in here or trying to sneak through is against crypto. Is one of the main things, in my opinion.
Let's just pause for 1 second. What this bill is imagine if your grandparents sat around a table and said, how do we stop everything we don't like? And then they drafted something that makes absolutely no sense, that has no fucking parameters. Read through the thing. It has no common sense.
You're right.
Parameters. It doesn't mean anything.
So I have two questions. I have two questions, and I want to go to Jen, who's been waiting for a while. So I have one for you, Naim, and then one for Ian. Naim, the question for you is back to that pizza shop. So the pizza shop will have to choose hosting, the server providers. If it was, if Starbucks, Fiji, that one's more for you. So this one's for Fiji. I've got another one for Naim, and then we'll go to Ian. So if Starbucks is using they're using Polygon to launch their loyalty cards, which is an NFT. And Polygon obviously has nodes running everywhere. Does that mean that the Starbucks can no longer use Polygon?
No, it means it gives them an instant access to have any data recognition that they want. So it's not about enforcement.
They can, but they can't. They don't. Do they have the right to enforce or not? Can they force the Starbucks to divest?
They can, but Digital, surely this comes under like a reasonable person exemption. Like at some point, if
who's going to fight it, Rob? Who's going to fight it?
But just any judge would see that as like any reasonable. Like if you've taken reasonable
how much money
steps to
does
make
it
yourself
take,
compliant,
Rob? How much money does it take for me to fight?
Starbucks. The thing is, Rob, Starbucks could fight it, but then what about the smaller versions of Starbucks?
Could, but like the pizza shop guy, they're not going to go after him because they'd have to bring like from a prosecutory.
No, Rob, the other way around. The other way around. Let's say that the government thinks that I have been peddling hundreds of millions of dollars worth of crypto, and they know that they track my wallet, they get an identification information, they know that I'm an investor in a business, right? And then they sue my business for money laundering. How much does it cost? Much does it cost my business
millions
to defend against the government?
Yeah, a lot. I was just using the pizza shop example of the website. So if he was,
it was a pizza shop.
Yeah,
But Vigil, here's what will happen 1,000 times over: is someone's in trouble with the law, or the IRS, or whoever it is, and they're brought to trial. They own, let's call it some render coin that was banned in the US and you bought it through a VPN. That'll get tacked on in 20-year sentence so that you plead guilty. And the DA will be motivated to do so because that's how they're compensated, is by getting plea deals. So by tacking on all these charges, will happen
reverse.
over and over and over.
Exactly, and it's reverse. They will ask you exceedingly in every tax information disclosures that you have. Did you own NFTs? Did you own a website? Did you own crypto? Did you own a blockchain company? And they will try to catch you over and over and over again until they have some semblance of control of the financial realities that they can control.
Yeah, and that's not the purpose of the bill. That's the consequence of the bill, right? Like, I don't believe they made this bill to do that, but that will be a consequence because of what DAs. I've always said, what's get measured gets done, right? And DAs are measured by how many plea deals they get. And so that's what they're going to do. They're going to apply maximum pressure, and this will be added to it.
All right, so
Then
that
why
clears that.
why do you think they made this bill? Sorry, Mario. Just give me one second.
No, go ahead.
Joe, why do you think they made this bill?
Custodial ownership. Ownership.
I agree with that.
So hold on, someone asked a question here. What about, and this is by DGen Builder, what about multinational companies with offices in China?
Who do you want to answer? It can apply, yeah.
Look at what happened to multinationals in Russia. Apply the same rule.
Yeah, it will be the same.
Hold on. All these guys. All these multinational companies have offices in China.
Yeah, no, but Mario, bear in mind. Okay, bear in mind that quite a lot of these massive international companies are not headquartered, domiciled inside the United States, or it's true for this exact reason a lot of the time.
So, but many of them are, but they have operations in the US as well, and they have subsidiaries.
Quite a lot of these big corporates will not have.
But wouldn't it? So, but if they have operations in the US,
for example, let me just clarify that under the US sanctions program in Russia, any company that has direct links to the United States cannot operate there. However, they somehow are. So that says a lot about their legal structures to mean that they're still able to do that and take profits out of the country. Therefore, that would exempt them. But no, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, just look at Russia, Mario. Whatever happened in Russia, all the multinationals pulling out, the same thing would have to happen in China.
See, the problem is going through all these examples, right? I think we all agree the bill's broad enough on any of these if they wanted to stretch it, right? And this is about giving the Commerce Secretary the power to like pick and choose like which chains, which companies. Companies, right, are pushing for it, and it's written so broadly that they get for it, and it's written so broadly that they get
8% of Silvergate. It's like 7%. They have the top 3 crypto banks for on and off for commercials. Sequoia, they're based in California. They have a $9 billion fund just for fintech in China. BlackRock, they had Circle, USDC, Coinbase, State Street Capital. They have Global Link. It's all about tokenization. The idea that they're trying to ban crypto is silly. They're trying to control it.
And tax the shit out of it.
But when you say control crypto, that means it'll include banning things they don't have control over.
Custodial ownership will be the new
tax.
Custodial ownership.
That's
what it is. They don't want you having a cold wallet because there's no ability to recover funds without a.
All right, guys. So I've just got so many questions, and I know there's a lot of hands up. So many fucking questions. Let me ask what happens to Bitcoin? under this act? Because Bitcoin obviously poses a risk to, in some people's eyes, it poses a risk to the CBDCs.
Custody only.
Hey,
Exactly.
Mario, can I jump in there?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, that's really what drew my eye to this, and I think the conversation up till now around this being primarily targeted at public blockchains that are truly decentralized, that cannot be controlled. Spot on. And I think, you can back vector because of what Bitcoin does, or how the federal government perceives Bitcoin as a threat to financial supremacy and financial control.
Alex, even deeper. As they cut off ramps, what happens to the price of Bitcoin?
Yes, exactly. I mean, this allows it to enter into a doom loop of collapse because if you start putting off on ramps, the price collapses, engagement adoption goes
No,
down.
the opposite, Alex. No, as they cut off ramps, they can't stop on ramps.
Oh,
they can't stop on ramps. Are you kidding me? I can go to a fucking cafe and give somebody a bag.
But then again, if it's not legal to if they make it illegal, then
Mario,
yes, it does. People will not.
Mario, if I go to a cafe
it doesn't.
and put a bag of $100 million, I can get Bitcoin. If I can't cash it out,
but people are less likely to. Yeah, but people are less likely to do it, Fidget, when it's not legal.
No, the opposite.
What do you mean, no, the opposite?
Yeah.
You come out and say if they make Bitcoin illegal, more people will want to buy it in the US.
Let me give
It's
you
not
an example
illegal.
of like
It's
drug
not
dealing.
illegal.
Let me give you an
NASDAQ.
example of drug dealing. You can take your US dollar notes, right, and do an illegal activity with it. It's much, much harder for the criminal gang, once they've got that US dollar for the exchange, to then launder that back into the system. It's way easier for you to give them your legal money than it is for them to launder it back in. That's what Fidget was essentially saying.
Okay, fair point.
So once my money is in the ecosystem, where am I going to move it around? If I don't have
100%.
a cash out system, I'm going to move it around within crypto. What does that do fundamentally for the price of Bitcoin?
Guys, if Bitcoin falls under the purview of this bill, which from what we've read, and Joe, I'll let you answer this question. From what we've read, it can easily fall under this bill. By the way, guys, let me know if my mic gets too loud. You have to let me know. So that means no one can interact? Like same thing with TikTok. We use TikTok as an example. Just replace TikTok with Bitcoin. So with TikTok, no one could use it. Even you can't use it with a VPN. No one could, do business with TikTok. No one could partner with TikTok. It just blocks everything. So when you look at Bitcoin, no one can launch NFTs on Bitcoin. No one can build, stacks can no longer exist. No one could buy Bitcoin. No off ramps, no banks could offer on ramps and off ramps for Bitcoin. I'm talking about US banks, and that's assuming the Europe doesn't follow suit. Am I right in saying this? It kind of chokes off all angles around Bitcoin. So this is, I'm seeing a lot of 100% except Joa. Okay, Joa, please correct me, because if this is true, and I'll give you the mic, Joa, I'm glad you gave me a thumb down, because everyone's giving me 100, so I'd love you to jump in. Because I hope I got this wrong, Joa, because if this is right, we've talked about this. This is the reason I didn't invest in Bitcoin, 10 years ago, 9 years ago, is because I thought Bitcoin would get cracked. There'll be a crackdown on Bitcoin relatively quickly, etc. That was my initial thought process, and it will not survive. Blockchain will survive, will be centralized, partially centralized, and decentralized. That was my whole thesis. But then obviously that didn't happen 8, 9, 10 years ago, but because maybe they didn't give a shit. Now they care after what happened over the last 12 months. So now they give a shit. And could the narrative that we've discussed a long time ago, we kind of forgot and moved past, could that happen now under this bill? Could that give regulators the ability to choke off everything around Bitcoin and essentially kill Bitcoin, or in the short term, kill Bitcoin? Joa.
Yeah, I don't think they want to kill Bitcoin at all.
No. I don't know. Okay, so Joe, I'm going correct. I don't care what we think they want to or don't want to do.
No.
Do that one next. I want to see. I don't care what they will. No. My question number one is, can they? Then, do you think they will? First, can they? Legally, can they, based on this bill? Everything I said.
Legally, based on the bill, they can. The reason they won't is even 52 minutes ago on NASDAQ's website, they released an article. Unregulated crypto custodians are not reliable for your digital assets, and here's why. 2 weeks ago, NASDAQ announced that it's going to custody Bitcoin for people. NASDAQ doesn't custody anything. Why are they custodying Bitcoin? Because people trust it. So if people are okay, and that's why people are using Binance, they're looking at Binance and they're looking at Coinbase, and they're like, people don't care if it's custodied or not, right? They don't actually care about the decentralized nature of it. So if we custody Bitcoin, we can use it for our advantage. There's a ton of benefits, even from the electrical standpoint, where Bitcoins actually could be a good thing. So they just want to make sure that it's custodied by them so they can control it.
But they cannot.
Don't really want to kill it.
No, I don't. They cannot
Do you know
custody.
who the largest owner of crypto of Bitcoin is?
Who? U.S. government.
The U.S. government. Did you not know that they're planning on dropping 42,000 Bitcoin in the next week?
Silk Road.
No, the U.S. government is the largest
but from the
holder
Silk.
of Bitcoin.
Yeah, but from the Silk Road.
Amongst others.
Where'd you see the next week, Digital? Where I saw over the next year. Where'd you see the next week?
That's what I heard. I heard in the next week.
Heard from where, Fiji? Because there's a few thousand people here.
Oh, sorry. That's what I heard. It's not fact, not legal advice.
No, but I heard, no. I'm genuinely asking, not putting you on the spot.
I had dinner the other day, and somebody said that they heard that the U.S. government was going to dump 40,000 out of the 42,000 Bitcoin that they hold.
Yeah, and Justin Sun offered to buy it for 10% of the for 10% discount.
Yes.
But
but Justin Sun offers to buy everything. But
he just lost diplomatic status.
They
so now
sold
he
a
can't buy
quarter of it like 2 weeks ago, and the price went up. So
they sold a quarter of it. That's a really large amount. They actually sold a quarter of it.
Hold on, I'll find the source.
Who are they using?
They sold 9,800 Bitcoin.
Okay, out of how many, Alex?
That would literally be 25%. I said it was 40,000 out of 46 or 42,000 Bitcoin.
They had about
that they hold.
50,000. They sold 9,800. They leave about 41,000.
Oh, is that your name? How the fuck do you know this? He said you're not a Web3 person. You had the answer that none of us Web3 people had.
I could just find information real quick.
I literally said the exact same thing.
So, Fitz,
you don't get credit for it. Joe, okay, so just sorry, guys. So, Jen and Joa, my question to both of you is, so based on what I said, they can. Okay, and everyone agreed. Now, so you're giving me 100, Jen. So, Joa, I'll let you answer, and then Jen right after, and then Dustin. Joa, you said they won't because of custody. I don't understand that argument. Can you explain to me further? Because they cannot. NASDAQ is not going to custody all of Bitcoin. People can still hold it in their wallet. I don't get why custody comes in because it's still a decentralized crypto. And then while
they can recover it, with a custodial ownership. That's the point. If they have the custodial ownership, then they can seize the asset at any time. That's why it's important.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that they'll prevent people from owning it in a ledger. They'll force everyone to hold it, to custody it with NASDAQ or another regulated entity. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, then they don't need your seed phrase. Then they don't need a private key. Then
so sorry, just two questions. Sorry, Charles. The quick question though is that okay, but
no, there's 7,600 people. Did they send it? Did they sell it custodially? Did they just sell 25% of the Bitcoin the U.S. government held in the custodial fashion? Because you implied that they did. Call.
Who implied that? I'm not talking about the U.S. I'm not talking about the U.S. government. I'm talking about individual. I'm talking about individual wallets for individual investors.
But still, even Joa, even if custody is taken care of, even if they try to force custody within regulated entities, the possibility of because you could easily I just don't think that's enough control. I think any other entity.
But read the bill. That's exactly what it outlaws. You getting around.
There's only one way to
US
force
law.
custody. No, there's only one way to force custody, which makes the recipient the custodial holder. You can't legally enforce it. That's the entire fucking point.
But that's what this bill does, Fidgetal.
No, it tries to reverse control that paradigm. That
You
says
can't use a VPN. You're not going to be able to use a decentralized wallet either. It says
who says you can't use a VPN? It just means you'll be held accountable, right?
It says that.
Yeah, you can't use the VPN to circumvent the
Yeah, to
No, it means if
circumvent
you
the
use a VPN to circumvent, then you'll be held accountable. Sorry,
Yeah,
Jen, go ahead.
no, that's different than just using a VPN, right? But like, you have to think of the bigger implications, because if VPN companies are like getting cracked down on, and I think like, Operation Choke Point, right? Like, look into stuff that's happened prior. Even if it's not a direct ban, it can make things really hard to do stuff. Now, obviously, like, there's nothing, unless they have, 51% of the nodes, like true decentralized blockchains, it's going to be really hard to stop those. But they can make it really fucking hard for you to off ramp into the currency that you need. They can make it really hard for people to find information. So if you don't know about these ecosystems now, you're never going to learn, or you're never going to learn properly, or you're going to learn like the government version of doing it. So yeah, anyone who's like not in tune with like American political past, definitely look into like abuses of the Patriot Act, Operation Choke Point, and see how like these bills might sound like, oh, it's not a big deal, but they're used to target people really unfairly. And then go for it.
No, I agree. Don't worry. If you start continue, I'll let you finish your point. But I was gonna kind of agree with you. So Jen, do you want me, can I jump? Okay, I can jump in. So I just want to disagree with Joa again. Like, sorry, Dustin, I know you're waiting, but Joa, we've always talked about Bitcoin getting banned. It's always been a risk. Bitcoin OGs have always said it is a high risk of regulators cracking down on Bitcoin for obvious reasons. Anything that could jeopardize America's influence in the world through the US dollar and the US dollar dominance is a security risk, a very serious security risk. Everyone's talking about the currency now being created by the BRICS and everything they're doing. We should be covering that soon. So Bitcoin is an obvious example of that. Like the whole argument, the whole narrative of Bitcoin, which keeps increasing in market cap, is exactly that. How have we become blinded? How have we become naive that we're thinking, hey, Bitcoin could replace the US dollar, Bitcoin or any other crypto, but for now, Bitcoin could replace the US dollar, could become a store of value, the medium of exchange, yet the government should be okay with it.
Think about enforcement mechanisms. Think about enforcement. So, sorry to interrupt, but what this really comes down to is enforcement, right? So you say that you don't like Bitcoin. I leave the country with my ledger. What does your words mean? What do your laws mean?
So you're saying that Fidji, you're saying they'll struggle with enforcing the ban of Bitcoin?
Correct.
But that's what I was just saying. I feel like you misunderstood what I was saying. Like,
who changed, by the way, guys? Who changed the title of the space to just Doge to the Moon?
Oh, I did. I thought that was funny.
What? We're talking about the Restrict Act, bro. You just changed it to Doge to the Moon. Sorry, go ahead.
I figured it'd be clickbaity. It'd be a hit. Maybe Elon will come back.
No, Elon will not come. He'll tell me if he wants to jump. He won't just jump.
Now we're talking about enforcement. Why are you promoting Doge to the Moon?
All right, go ahead.
Why are you saying
okay,
Doge to the Moon?
All right, sorry, Kurt. Sorry, can you go ahead? Sorry, someone's jumping in on that point. I don't want to digress because that's okay. So hold on, Fidji. You're saying that enforcement will be an issue. Is it really? Bitcoin is one of the worst currencies for money laundering. One of the currencies, worst forms of money laundering.
By definition, what this is going to come down to is, as we become self-empowered, self-sovereign, independent governments, right? As we become our own selves, what does money mean? Money means that I have the ability to transact that in my own country, and then a semi-ability to transact that in some other countries that are in some sort of pact. But if I don't need your money, what does that mean for my sovereignty? What does that mean for the value of the dollar? That's what they're fighting against.
That is 100%. And sorry to interrupt and cut people, but I got to throw something in before this part continues. Right? If you look at the 1933 Emergency Banking Powers Act and what they did to collect gold, I think it will help people conceptualize like what the rollout of this entire thing is, right?
Can you explain that? Sorry, can you explain what did you just reference? Which act?
Yeah. So the 1933 Emergency Banking Powers Act, right? And this is when they started to they forced people and coerced people to selling all the gold to the government, right? If you personally held gold, they instructed that you had to sell it to the government at X rate, and
were they successful in enforcing that? I know the answer is going to be yes.
Yep.
Okay, so before you continue, Dustin. Okay, so before you continue with your point, Dustin, I interrupted you for a reason. Isn't this like the techie way of doing the same thing? I know that's the point you're making, but the thing I wanna convert, I wanna just gonna specify is that you could have not done it back with gold. You could have hidden it under your bed. You could have hidden it anywhere. The same way you can hide your Bitcoin in a wallet. Yet no one did. Not no one, but most people didn't. To be hard. I just don't think anyone will want to break the law so they can hold some Bitcoin in a wallet and then worry about using it.
Point, anybody who uses it, right, will be criminally prosecuted. Like that's when they like really crack down on it. So the way that the reason that they still have like NASDAQ and they're still custody of it is because they understand that they have to give us an off ramp or they reap all kinds of like legal and court challenges. So what they're going to do to like destroy Bitcoin in this example, right, is force us and coerce us into selling it off in order to exchange it for the new CBDC that when they roll out FedNow in August.
Name, what's your stance on this, man? Because it's starting to get pretty concerning.
I agree with Dustin. I think he laid it out perfect. I agree with that. I think that's really the goal of this, but they want everyone to sit here and talk about TikTok. That's not what this is about, in my opinion. I think that's, whatever the phrase is, looking at the forest over the trees or whatnot. It's like they're trying to, all the senators are on TV talking about we need to ban TikTok, but there's 2 clauses in this 55-page bill that let them do, again, whatever the fuck they want. And they specifically, they keep it broad to that. They list 4 different parts of what could pose a national security risk, right? But then they have the section that says separately, otherwise poses an undue or unacceptable risk to national security. So that's where you get into, they roll out their CBDC and any other crypto is now a competitor, and that's a risk to national security. And then they're going to do what they're going to do. I wanted to mention the one thing Fidgetal talked about, this the holdings of 41,000. So they filed in the Southern District of New York on March 31st that they already sold 9,800 Bitcoin, the U.S. government. They leave 41,000 Bitcoin. They specifically stated, I can read it, but it says specifically they're going to sell it in 4 batches over the remainder of this calendar year. So they're going to sell it in 10,000 chunks of 10,000 Bitcoin at a time.
Right before the halving.
Guys, look at the article I just posted up top, right? It doesn't make sense for the U.S. everyone here, I think, pretty much believes that Bitcoin is a powerful technology. Do you think U.S. wants to give that power, let the rest of the world use Bitcoin, which is anti-inflationary and does have value and everything else? Let the rest of the world have it, and we're going to be out of it. No, they want that.
But what if
they want that value?
But what if look? No country, none of the major countries, not European Union, doesn't want to jeopardize the euro. The U.S. doesn't want to jeopardize the U.S. dollar. China doesn't want to jeopardize the yuan, and Russia want to keep the ruble healthy. So, based on that, Joa, they all have an incentive to keep Bitcoin.
But the
only people that benefit are the ones trying to avoid sanctions, and they can do that via something they control, and that's where the brick, whatever currency they're creating.
So just remember too, Mario.
Was gold the demise of the U.S. dollar? No. Right now, Bitcoin doesn't have a ton of utility outside of what you could do with gold except
Well,
carrying
it
it from place
does
to place.
because you can instantaneously send money across the world. with
Joe,
no
Joe,
one
what?
stopping you.
How do you think
It's the
all of
most liquid asset on the face of the planet.
It's the only asset that is outside the control of the government that could be used right now, that could be used to avoid sanctions.
And Mario, it's
And
the
what I'm
most
saying is they want
liquid
it in
asset on
control
the
of the government.
face of the planet.
They can have it in
hold
the
on,
control of the
sorry, Joe,
government.
Joe, 2 seconds. Did you just say Bitcoin is the most liquid asset on the
It's
face
the
of the planet?
most liquid asset on the face of the planet. Period.
Not even close, bro. What are you talking about?
What's more liquid?
Everything, all equity, treasuries, dollar.
Stocks.
I don't need a bank.
What?
You do need a bank. How are you going to off-road to any
I
other currency?
don't need a bank.
Okay, so
you
let me
have
rephrase.
Bitcoin.
So hold on. You're saying it's the most liquid asset outside the financial system, the current financial system. Is that what you're saying?
It's much more liquid than the financial system. If I wanted to find somebody that wanted to give me cash for my crypto, I could literally send an email and get somebody to give me cash.
All right, bro. All right. So if you're a sovereign
Mario,
wealth,
you're
a sovereign
the
wealth
risk.
fund. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Listen, on page 10 of this bill, before right at the top, before they go down with all these examples of election interference and all that, at the top, this is what it literally says. And this is written by lawyers, okay? So you have to pay attention to specific wording. And this is what it says: to enforce any mitigation measure to address any risk arising from any covered transaction by any person or with respect to any property subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. That it just means.
So read that. Hold on. Okay, so Naeem, I want you to read that again. The reason is just for anyone. We've been covering Trump, so Trump will be charged. And I know everyone's freaking out about it, but I thought we already talked about this, Slayman. He'll be charged with 34 felony counts. He'll be spared handcuffs and a mugshot. But Slayman, didn't we already talk about this?
Handcuffs so badly.
Yeah, no. He has a photographer coming with him.
I think people thought there would be one felony charge out of the 34. So
there's 34. There's like 32 or 34 charges, but now we know they're all felony counts.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to throw the book at him. That's
Wait, are they felony counts
Isn't
or
it a
misdemeanors?
felony?
Which
Isn't it a
one?
felony to loot?
They're all
Fiji.
felony accounts.
All of them are felony counts,
Yahoo
bro.
News. Yeah.
Isn't it a felony to leak grand jury information?
Yep.
Who cares?
That's very serious. Now this makes the case a lot more serious.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna see headlines tomorrow that he's gonna have a gag order. He faces 150 years in prison. It doesn't matter.
Dude, this ends up with like 200 felony charges of him breaking every order.
Which one? So, you know what we should do? Tweet is this like we should do? Tweet. What's going to happen first? Bitcoin will be banned, or Trump will be in jail just for the sake of what do you call it? Clickbaiting.
Well, they're going to put a gag order on him so he can't talk.
All right, let's. So that's pretty serious actually. That's very.
When you said
serious.
that, I just imagine Fidgetal being like, "Who cares?" and they'll start screaming when you mention Bitcoin.
Yeah. So let me. I'm just.
Can I throw one more piece, Mario? It's quick.
I'll be nice for the rest.
Yeah, Dustin, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, because I just want to. Name. Oh, sorry, before you do that, Dustin, name. What did you just read out? You're reading out part of the bill.
So, you know that list that you're going off of where it says poses an undue, unacceptable risk of, and they list A, sabotage or subversion, catastrophic effects on a critical infrastructure, interfering with election.
So this is the screenshots that you sent me, correct?
Yeah. So at the very top, like look at that language on the top before they list those 4 examples of what could pose a national security threat.
So Slayman, just for the audience to follow, do you know which one he's referring to? Which screenshot, Slayman? Hold on, Slayman. Yeah, Slayman. Hold on. Slayman, do you know which one? Yeah. Can you tweet it? Right. Can you pin it? Can you pin that tweet that has those 2 screenshots above? I know you tweeted it.
Just on what page was it again? Sorry.
It's the ones the 2 screenshots I've sent you, by the way, Simon. It's a screenshot, the 2 I sent in the moderating group.
I'll take a screenshot and send it to him.
Oh, right. Okay. That's
no, he knows which ones.
That's not in this thread. That was
it's the last one. Yeah, it's the last one. Can you find that tweet and just pin it so everyone could read it, please?
No, it's the last part that I put in the red box, Mario, but then also, again, it's the top part too that matters. And this is what it says when they talk about the powers of the secretary with relevant executive department agency heads is authorized to and shall take action to identify, deter, disrupt, etc. to address. Here's what's important: the wording to address. They give them powers to do all these things for what? To address any risk arising from any covered transaction by any person or with respect to any property subject to the jurisdiction of the United States that the secretary determines.
So
Okay,
I agree
and
with
then
you.
they list.
I agree with you, Name. So, but what's the point you making?
Well, the point is that so they list those 4 examples of specific examples of what could pose a national security threat, and then that other screenshot, Mario, where I have the red box. Then they list the separate part, which makes it broad in scope, and it says anything that otherwise poses an undue or unacceptable risk to national security of the U.S. or the safety of persons. And that's where you get to crypto or anything else they want to come up with. Anything that they decide through technology is a national security threat. Anything.
Yeah, and that's my argument as well. That it's so broad.
And then
anything means anything. Yeah,
exactly.
All right, now, and just one last wrap up before you move on, Mario. All the talk about other countries and just taking the money off course and being able. The thing is, if they have 65 countries rolling out the CBDCs, and we've seen almost identical legislation being introduced in most of those countries, including Canada, I think yesterday or the day before. So again, if they can control what cryptos you can off-ramp, they can control which cryptos are used within the system that they have total control of. That's the whole point of this thing.
And just on the
what the little shit are you saying, Justin? I love you. But what are you saying?
So on the thread, it's tweet 24 to 27.
There's a fundamental understanding of how you can control crypto. There's a fundamental understanding of how you can impact.
You can't kill Bitcoin, can you? It's
Correct.
Nearly impossible.
No, you can't.
Right, but you can outlaw. You can outlaw self custody.
Yeah, but kill is this
exactly? It's about
you can outlaw off ramps. Off ramps.
Yeah, same. I mean, it's 2 answers to the same problem.
No, it's literally just the single answer.
That's a. Yeah, you could do both. You could if you control on ramps and off ramps is one way, and that's already happening. And then if you control custody, then you control Bitcoin.
If I have a Coinbase wallet and I don't have self custody and I'm going through Coinbase and I get under an investigation, can Coinbase freeze those funds?
That's the problem. You're dealing with custodial wallets. Anybody who has half a brain is not dealing with custodial wallets.
Yeah, but if they make it illegal to have self custody, Fiji, that's the interesting point that Joe is making. That if you can't self custody your Bitcoin, which is the main value add that Bitcoin brings, then it's just another asset class controlled by the government, which is, in the short term, it's not as bad for crypto. It's not like killing it. So that's a good thing in the short term for people caring about their bags. But for the purpose of Bitcoin, for the purpose of these centralization, this kind of destroys the purpose. So long term, this is really bad, and this is really
evolutionary, forceful step in understanding what's the difference custody and non-custody, non-custodial and custodial. So the difference becomes, yes, you're absolutely correct. If I have my money on an exchange like FTX, Signature Bank, or Coinbase, yes, I'm at risk. But if I have my crypto on a thumb drive in a bank or in my car or at my friend's house or at my house, I'm not subjected to any of this.
No, but you'll have to leave the country to off ramp.
Not a chance. Not a chance. I can literally plug it into any exchange, into any third party, and if it exists, correct. If all of the off ramps don't exist anymore, if Coinbase doesn't exist, if Kraken doesn't exist, if KuCoin doesn't exist, if Wobi doesn't exist, if none of them exist, yes, I'll have to find another way.
And all of those are getting targeted by the SEC at this exact moment. So that's kind of, they don't want self-custodial wallets. They want to be able to recover all assets. And that's all I was saying before.
No, and that's perfect. Just don't have your shit on custodial wallets or on third-party.
I agree. I've got it on thumb in the safe.
There we go.
Let me continue. I'm just reading out, Scott, what someone from the audience just sent me. I'll respond to him in a bit just to make sure I understand. But if anyone from the audience has questions, put it in the comments. We'll respond to you there. It's better. All right, so if you get back to the Restrict Act, I would like to address this concern. I'm terrified that the US government decided that they cannot function, defend, compete in this world under the restraints of the US Constitution. Okay, that's a message from JFB who was on stage earlier. Let me continue going through the thread just for the audience. It's pinned above, it's pinned on my profile. We're up to number 10 or 11? Slayman?
11.
Where are we up to?
11.
11. All right, I'll try to get through a few of them. Also, do not be duped into thinking this specifically related to any form of interaction with foreign adversaries. In fact, an entity may be established both inside and outside the US. So the term entity means any of the following, whether established in the US or outside the US: a firm, a government agency, government department or government commission, a labor union, a fraternal or social organization, a partnership, a trust, a joint venture, and a corporation. Using the broad nature of the terms mentioned above, there's also a clear and targeted attack on cryptocurrency. Again, bro, you're not allowed to say cryptocurrency anymore, Slayman. It's crypto. So let's say a company uses a node module for Bitcoin mining in China. This bill can be used to spy on or even divest the company. Imagine a company or individual uses Bitcoin. The argument can be made that they are engaging in something that is against the national security interests of the US. Then based on this, they can spy on you or divest your company. Anyone disagree with what I've just read so far and the way this has been interpreted? Anyone disagree? Cool. But the establishment does not just rely on the broad nature of the bill to attack crypto. In fact, it uses precise wording in its attack on cryptocurrency. All of this is in the name of protecting the US, quote, digital economy. Okay, and this is a clause that was mentioned, yes, in the space 2 days ago. Anything that has catastrophic effect on the, I'm going to read out exactly what the bill says. Catastrophic effects on the security or resilience of the critical infrastructure, or digital effects on the security or resilience. So I'll read out, I'll kind of remove some bits and pieces that don't apply, and how I'll just read out the shorten this. Anything that has catastrophic effects on the resilience of the digital economy of the US. So the whole concept of Bitcoin being like the whole argument, everyone's proud, like Bitcoin is going to kill the US dollar. Bitcoin is going to be end of fiat currency. It's been the whole narrative, the whole call to action of the crypto and Bitcoin community. This is the narrative that goes against exactly what this says. Anything that has, that's what Name was mentioning earlier, anything that has catastrophic effects on the on the resilience of the digital economy, which is a term that's not used, that's not commonly used in bills, of the US. So this is in many people's eyes, including mine, this refers to Bitcoin and anything that can be seen as an alternative to the US dollar. Does anyone disagree with the way I've interpreted this? No. Cool. I wish someone did and had a good way to disagree with it.
Well, it's instead of the resilience, it's critical infrastructure. So what is the United States critical infrastructure at risk, right?
Telecom, basically everything.
Anything.
You would have to go back to the foundry level of semiconductors to enforce that.
Yeah, hold on. So when you're looking at the resilience of the critical infrastructure as well, Name, that's actually serious. So anything that replaces, whenever we decentralize anything within the US infrastructure, it would fall under this bill. So is that essentially targeting the concept of decentralization? Because once the government doesn't have control of those aspects, then it makes it susceptible to foreign groups or entities or governments to have control.
This is a bill to take control over anything that they feel that is a threat that they don't have over.
So that word this gives them the ability to control anything that could be seen to decentralize the sphere of influence they have over various aspects of the infrastructure.
all aspects.
Does anyone know enough about Helium? I know Helium launched the 5G network for phones.
That's one example.
The government, can the government like request documents of phone calls, or because they're on thousands of routers, they can't? I'm curious. I don't know enough to know if they can or not.
They can request it.
Helium would fall under the purview of the bill, though, Joe.
Yeah, 100%. The way you word. That's why I'm wondering, because I have Helium routers. That's why I'm asking.
I mean, it's not every consumer router in everyone's home has internal components with Chinese equipment. So this isn't explicit to one specific carrier. And regarding phone records, I mean, they don't need the Restrict Act to get that already. So,
I also, and I know we haven't gotten fully to this part, but if you look at every single device that's covered in this, it's personal modems, it's gaming systems, it's your fucking Ring camera. Like, it's literally everything. So if this was
it's
just
the Internet of Things.
Yeah, anything that connects to Wi-Fi at all.
So anything that distributed databases, storage, you look at something like Filecoin, IPFS.
Any sort of technology that is collecting data on the user. Anything, including a Tesla. And it even says drones, autonomous or semi-autonomous vehicles, anything.
And that's full stack. I mean, you're talking about from the hardware to the software, how many layers is that are already, like, a lot of people have outspoken that it's compromised, but now it's just giving them the ability to do what exactly?
It just seems like an attack on decentralization.
Basically, all this bill is highlighting is a massive failure in US policy to control technological advancement that relies on overseas actors. It's horrific that they basically,
Rob,
in the writing of this, they've had to openly admit that the policy has been horrendous.
What doesn't this bill cover? What doesn't this bill cover? What doesn't this bill cover? I'm asking Rob. Rob, what doesn't this bill cover?
I haven't read it in all detail, but from the sounds of it, it doesn't seem to leave anything off the table, does it? So,
legit, if I wanted to sue you for anything, I could probably literally have that as jurisdictional basis to sue you for just like, besides for like eating my dog. Although if you found my dog online and then knew where my dog was and then decided to eat my dog, I could sue you for eating my dog based on legislation.
I have no idea to the technicalities of dog eating and tracking, but it's a niche point.
Let me continue reading it, but that's I just think this is gonna be. This is the fight. The fight. Not targeted at Bitcoin, but targeted at the concept of decentralization and the risks it poses. Once they lose control, and it is uncharted territory. So once they lose control, obviously it's going to be seen as a risk, and it could be easily portrayed as a risk to the security of the infrastructure and digital economy. So they've included both. I just don't know how intentional this is. What do you think, Naeem? How intentional is this?
Can we get some real people to talk about the likelihood of this being passed and like the reality of this?
We did that 2 days ago. We had a few people from Capitol Hill, and they were pretty, like, the amount of support this has, unless there's a massive pushback from voters, the amount of support this has on Capitol Hill makes it pretty hard. Dustin, you can touch on that point.
Yeah, so we have a whole group of people from Capitol Hill and lawyers who formed a work group to like figure out if we can stop this thing. And it looks really, really bad, right? So the 26 senators are overwhelmingly like old timers. They're chairmen of committees. Like, they are the power players in the Senate. And then on the House side, which Republicans control, right? There's a tiny group of Republicans, like less than 30. And then there's the squad on the left that is in opposition. But Kevin McCarthy and everybody else is still talking about it as a TikTok bill. And Kevin McCarthy has said expressly that he will push it forward to a vote.
I'm worried, Dustin. I'm also worried that anyone that will push back against it is like, hey, you're a China sympathizer. They'll kind of portray it as such. Let me read a few more tweets before.
That's the response we've been getting back. So we've already had people making calls, sending letters. We've gotten a counter response, and then we changed our language and what people were saying, and they've changed their messaging again. But it's all about China. They always mention fentanyl. and they mention like mind control of our kids. That's exactly what they're going after.
It's like a modern-day McCarthyism.
The only solution is both sides of the political, like Digital and Dustin, who are obviously on polar opposites of the political spectrum, just both say, hey, this is a middle ground and this is like insane. Without that, it's not we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but both
we're literally on the same page.
It's interesting because with this, you have like people that usually lie on the extremes agreeing, right? You had Tucker Carlson quoting AOC. And I think like that's something important too, right? In normal circumstances, like AOC goes through the process, there's usually a congressional briefing of like what the national security threat is that's classified for our government. They've not received one. And regardless of what you think about TikTok, right? Like, I know Dustin mentioned it before, but Project Texas, they've spent billions in transparency. Are they doing it perfectly? No. But are they doing more than anyone else? And like, look at the Cambridge Analytica scandal, right? Like, if you are in the US, your data has been sold. There's documented things where Facebook has like literally played experiments on our emotions. So if they want to get into these actual issues, they need to start first by looking at like the tech in-house and then addressing that. But because they're not, right? And they're saying this is about data, this is about mind control, but they're not actually fixing the problems. And the company that has done the most, and I'm not saying they're perfect because none are, but the company that has done the most to like address some of these concerns, it's still being said like China. It's like you have to look at the bigger picture. And when you look at the bigger picture, right, like Section 230 is another huge thing that will come into play with free speech. It's been like both sides are like, hey, we need to repeal this for different reasons that don't make sense. But even in the first TikTok hearing, they brought up Section 230 multiple times, right? Like this is part of a bigger agenda that's been trying to be passed for a long time. And so it's not going to end with just this. You're not going to get probably like the right and the left to agree on a middle point. But I actually think like targeting the more extreme people on both parties, like those are the ones that are like, yo, this is against everything.
Everything. And again, I just want to say, one of the ways they're going to try to divide us, right? Because there's like this weird right-left like agreement on this, is our preferred platform. So they're going to try to divide the people who are speaking out against it, who prefer Twitter and other platforms, like other non-meta platforms, and TikTokers, right? That's a way that they're going to try to drive a wedge when we really start pushing back.
And I will say too, like the
like
TikTokers,
the fact is Republicans and crypto people are the same. Like, just don't touch our shit.
Yeah.
So just breaking news. Well, it's not breaking news. About a few minutes ago, but Trump responded and said that Bragg should be indicted because he leaked.
Of course he did.
He leaked the information to the reporter that they both.
Did he put it in capitals? Please tell me, put it in capital letters.
I mean, it's fair to put it in capitals because
Did he actually put it in capital letters?
He did.
Guys, it's been so much fun speaking to you all. I've got to go, but thanks for the chat and speak soon.
Good. I'm just
Rob, as always, you're one of my favorite people to come into the space in the last couple months. So cheers.
We do have 13 speakers on the panel, so anyone that wants to jump in and out, just jump in and out, guys. We're very casual. You can jump back in any time. All right, so there's next to me, what is the digital, so this Slimane is kind of pushing on this digital economy aspect of it. What is this digital economy that is being referenced in this bill? The US does not have a digital economy. What do you mean? The US has, so what do you mean by that, Slimane? The US doesn't have a digital economy?
So what I meant by that is obviously there's digital aspects of the economy, but it's not, the entire structure isn't digital, is it? And so which many people fear, and so I did put that proposition out there in the next tweet. If there is this move to a central bank digital currency, then that would be an example of a complete digital economy.
How is it not already completely digital if it's not asset backed? Like,
Mario, I don't know if you remember, I searched. There's only two other bills, and in 21.
After 2021, you didn't look at the last after 2021.
No, I did. Well, I did the best I could. I don't know if there is.
No, you could use that attachment, bro.
I did use the attachment, and nothing came up. There was only two in 2021 that mentioned digital economy, and it was talking about digital assets. So it's weird that here they don't talk about the economy. They talk about the digital economy, which to me kind of shows where their mind was when they were writing this.
It just kind of highlights the intention of the bill. I'm just, before I continue reading, I'm just really worried of what that could do to crypto. Joe, what do you think that could do to crypto, man? If that does pass.
From my perspective, look, I think if imagine the U.S. banned Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin doesn't die. A lot of other countries have been using Bitcoin to save themselves, and like Turkey, El Salvador, Nigeria, things like that. I don't think crypto dies. And it's actually a very good solution for most of the African countries. It's just, I believe they're going to try to custody it, not give the power to all the other countries to just use it alone. That's what I think will happen to it. And it'll be up to the other countries really to drive the value and not the US, which today, most of the capital is American capital.
So do you think it will, but you know how Web 1 was meant to be decentralized and there's all that hype around the internet being decentralized. If anything, the internet kind of led us to more centralization with the FANG companies and the amount of influence they have and the censorship aspects of it and the government tentacles within those tech companies, and the US being one of the better examples. If you start looking at China, for example, or even North Korea and those countries and Iran. So do you think a similar path could, and this bill is the beginning of a similar path for crypto? Is that now if the intention is what you said, it is a focus on custody and control?
That's exactly what I think. I mean, I can't even say it any better than you said it. That's exactly what I think. It's about government control over the cryptos they want to control.
Winners to losers.
All right. Jen, jump in before I continue reading the thread.
Yeah, I also just want to say, and like, TikTokers have been like really proactive about this.
I fat fingered. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jen.
TikTokers.
I fat fingered. Go ahead, Jen.
It's all good. TikTokers have been like super active about this, and I know that like it was a few days later when I realized no one on Twitter was talking about it. But if you look at like the peak searches of who is my congressman, who is my senator, or the Restrict Act, right? Like those kind of all peaked when the conversation started on TikTok. So just something to bring in, like, we're talking about pitting social media platforms against each other, but like, let's also try to bring action into people who don't feel as affected by it, because it has started to die down a little bit. And so I think it's our turn to like bring it back up on Twitter, on other platforms.
Let me continue with the thread. So what is this digital economy? Therefore, many feel this is protecting forthcoming plans to create a central backed digital currency, a CBDC. So maybe, Sliman, can you give us a bit more? Let me just check something here quickly. Yeah, so the CBDC aspect, can anyone give us over a name? We've talked about this. Can you tell us more about how CBDCs were sneaked in and FedNow was kind of sneaked in the language or digital when
I would defer this to Maze or
Maze or anybody that can offer us a clarity on this. When FedNow was kind of sneaked into I think there was a press release about it right after the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Does anyone remember this?
Yes, FedNow that week. On March 20th, which was literally the following week, the ISO 20022 was kind of rolled out. FedNow was also advertised, where you can go create your Fed wallet. And all of this kind of began, the rumblings began coming down then. And then we even heard where, just from a legislation perspective, they were trying to implement, I think it's H11 kind of made it went viral on Twitter anyway, from Governor Noem. So there was a lot around introducing CBDCs right around the time of the banks collapsing. And also, one thing I wanted to add in is, right now I'm looking at the global level. Y'all know me, and there are some currencies and all that stuff, and I'll share that as I find it.
Cool. All right, let's continue with the thread. All right. Where am I? There we are. So anyone that's listening that doesn't know, it's this pinned thread above that that breaks down everything we're discussing. We're up to number 16 in the thread. Let me see if it's still pinned. Yeah, and I've pinned it on my profile, so you can just go there if you can't see it in the nest. So if CBDCs become the primary currency, it would be critical to the US infrastructure. That means any alternative digital currency, such as crypto, would be a threat to the. So I think one thing to add, if you can add it to the thread, Slayman, name kind of touched on it, that critical infrastructure expand list of things that could be added in the thread as other aspects of the digital infrastructure of the US or the critical infrastructure of the US, and that can be decentralized, which is outside of Bitcoin. Because the example you're giving here now is not crypto mainly, it's mainly Bitcoin when it comes to digital CBDCs. And obviously other alternatives, but Bitcoin being the main one. This I hate reading the term cryptocurrency. Ban crypto. So yeah, and if we can also expand by adding Joa's points, Slayman, I think they're really good points, is that they don't want to ban crypto. They want to custody, they want to control crypto. So custody is going to be their strategy through this bill. I think this is a much more logical strategy, at least from what I've read so far. It just makes more sense, but I could be wrong. If they ban it, it'd be a step too far. The previous posts were examples of a macro attack on cryptocurrency, man. You know, I shake in these up when I read the word cryptocurrency. It reminds me of like the internet highway, the internet, the online superhighway or the internet superhighway back in the days. The previous posts were examples of a macro attack on crypto, but the bill doesn't just stop there. Any e-commerce business that has some form of connection with a quote foreign adversary, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, my accent's not kicking in. Adversary, yeah, no one corrected me before. You guys are nice. Adversary.
You can say it either way.
Will be put under surveillance, and they could be divested. If the establishment targets you, you use that opportunity to put establishment, didn't you, Slayman? Yeah, just because I didn't read it. If the establishment targets you, they just need to make tenuous links to, let's say, China due to your e-commerce business, and they can take you out. I don't think that's accurate name. Is it true? It's an e-commerce business as any connection like importing from Alibaba. That's too far, no?
A threat to any part of our critical infrastructure or any national security threat. Anyone linked to that technology.
You can't do anything, and then I can. That's kind of the idea here. Think about the words that are being said. Like, what does digital economy mean? What does impact on infrastructure mean? These are the most broad terms I've ever heard. In any attempt to determine where. So the question is, what does it do in between being refined and having actual any impact? And what does it mean for the one thing they're trying to do? They will use these to impact crypto. They will use these to impact digital currencies and digital ecosystems and infrastructure. I guarantee you, by the way, long term, this law gets thrown away. It doesn't mean anything. But what does it mean in the interim? That's
And when we move into the CBDCs, this is globally. Each unit of the CBDC is the problem is that they won't be able to incorporate that into the system of the digital ID. And looking at this graph, which I'll pin up.
Mary, I love you.
Yeah,
I
love you
really,
too.
I really do enjoy you. None of that was relevant.
But no, not to maybe what you're saying, but it is. I think anonymity is the problem. That's in there.
No, so you're referring to digital DIDs or CBDCs or SBTs, so Silton tokens, central bank. And get some sort of modicum of control of data, right?
Absolutely,
So
I agree.
It's will you put your email into something? To get something, will you put your social security number into it? Will you put your address into it? So that's literally what the fight is going to be, is how much can they scare you into thinking that you're going to be prosecuted, and how much information will you give them in conjunction with the opposite. That's literally, so in the next year, 6 months to a year, tax exemption, but just use it. And they will slowly track that over time to gain some sort of control over an ecosystem that they have no control. That's where I see this going. I don't see it being short term. I see this being the biggest bluff that the government could have done, and watch them back down from it and find out what they can implement in terms of controlling your own sovereignty.
I agree with you, and I think that what you're saying is actually aligned to what I'm saying, just in a different way. But it's about the tracking. But go ahead.
Let me continue with the thread, guys. Let me continue with the thread. So we're up to number 19. Any electronic techniques for accomplishing business transactions, internet-enabled payment techniques. This covers all forms of digital transactions. What is another mode of digital transactions that fall under the parameters of this bill? Cryptocurrency. So again, I'm quoting the exact clause that Slime is referring to. Any electronic techniques for accomplishing business transactions, internet-enabled payment, and ... So there's a whole bunch of text there, and then it mentions internet-enabled payment techniques. Actually, hold on, Slime, it actually mentions internet-enabled payment techniques.
Yeah, it does.
Fiji, is there anyone in crypto talking about this? About the bill, bro?
No, nobody's talking about it that way.
I mean,
You
no,
understand
yeah.
Because we
I've
don't
been
give a fuck.
Guys, just fidget, please, because three
Sorry.
people. So what do you say? Sorry, everyone's what?
We don't care.
Okay, so the answer is no. You said no. No one's talking about it.
No, we don't care.
Because I haven't seen anyone, none of these YouTube channels, none of. I'll ping Rand to cover the fuck out of it. I don't think he understands how serious this is. I'll get Scott to do it as well. I'll call them tomorrow. I know there's a group.
Here's the reality. If this gets implemented in any degree of what it is, there's one thing that happens. All of the intellectual capital, all of the human capital, all the human equity, all the intellectual equity that is connected to it leaves the country.
This is, unless I say it's a very valid point. Now, I have one, no one's covering it for a reason, shiny object syndrome. So you did a crypto show today while I was asleep. What did you cover, my friend? Exactly.
We had Sandeep on the entire time.
What did you cover? Did you tell Sandeep about the bill? Be honest.
I told him that it would.
We're all humans. You covered Elon Coin.
In India.
I'm gonna hold on. You covered. Hold on, bro. Yeah, but everyone else cares, and he does care. He does care. This impacts the whole concept of decentralization. You think crypto's not going to be impacted globally by what the biggest superpower if China and the US crack down on the concept? I can guarantee you, we even thought about covering it now, but there's not enough to cover it. Tomorrow, so we know we're going to be covering Trump. You're going to be probably covering, Elon will probably remove the Dogecoin logo, and you're going to cover like, why did he remove it? And then he's probably going to put some other logo, and then we'll talk about that. So this is the issue. And if this passes, it'd be very. I know there's an effort behind the scenes of trying to lobby against this. Dustin, you're one example of people acting against it, but it's just still not enough. It's not enough. I haven't seen anyone in the media cover it. I haven't seen anyone with reach really talk about it. I haven't seen Joe Rogan talk about it. I haven't seen that yet. And that concerns me. And that could change. Obviously, we're trying to play our part here. Let me keep reading before we jump in, Dustin. So once again, they can use this filter and surveillance on anyone who uses again, just surveillance on anyone who uses crypto. They can make you divest surveillance on anyone who uses crypto. They can make you divest or even strip you off your digital holdings. Why would anyone?
Wrong thing, and that's the problem.
And what I just read, just before going down that rabbit hole, just what I read now about anyone that owns crypto, they'll be able to either make you divest or strip you off your digital holdings, and they'll be able to enact surveillance. Is that accurate based on the?
I mean, my opinion on that is what Fidgel said about you have your own crypto in your own cold storage, whatever, or people can move out of the country. If they did someday move to just ban crypto transactions in the U.S., okay, because they can't ban crypto. They'll probably give people a grace period to sell it or move it into cash, maybe tax free or whatnot,
into custody, custodial.
Exactly.
So that is like basically getting rid of it, isn't it? Divesting it.
No, it's centralizing it, not getting rid of it.
No,
sorry, go ahead.
If you're forced to sell it,
they can't confiscate it though. I don't think.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
I'm not sure about that as well. How it depends how far they're willing to go with the powers. So.
But there's more benefit though in controlling it rather than killing it.
No. So what I mean is, let's say you had, I don't know, $1 million worth of Bitcoin, like the value of it, and then they took it from you. It's in their benefit. I mean, they can take it off you. They've got control of it, but you don't have it anymore.
Yeah,
that's the whole. How did they recover the Colonial Pipeline ransom funds?
I fundamentally don't understand what you guys are saying. If your funds are non-custodial, they do not have access to your.
They don't have access to strip it off you, but they could just
confiscate.
But they can't confiscate it legally. They can't force you to give it to them. But if they legally acquire you, you get fined. You face jail time. How what?
If it's not
if I have crypto in my wallet and they link, if it's sitting in, they can't take it. But if I have crypto sitting in my wallet, I'm not saying they're going to do this. I don't think they will. But if I have crypto sitting in my wallet and they know that wallet is linked to me, okay, they linked it back to me. They can blacklist that wallet, so that wallet cannot interact with any companies, any change. So it's just because of blacklisted wallet, a tainted wallet, whatever term you want to use. Remember the days of being able to taint. What is it? The first time that was mentioned, like tainted Bitcoin, was that the term? Colored coins. So they'll be able. So this crypto now can no longer be used. It's blacklisted. And then if they say to you, Mario, you have to send it to this wallet. You'll face you can go
And you
I think it'll be hard
but they can't stop it. But you can still okay. So if there's someone who's sanctioned, okay, in a Russian oligarch, you could still go and do business with them and sell them something. You can't do it. They can't stop you. You can always find a way to do it. There's many ways of doing it. Many ways, very creative ways. But if and when they find you, you'll get hit. So they can go buy a car peer to peer, but you've just broken the law. Why would I wouldn't sell you a car if I know that your crypto's blacklisted and you're sanctioned or whatever term you want
it
to use.
doesn't even take that much, Mario. That guy who sold him the car more than likely wants cash, right? So if he goes to off-ramp and all of a sudden it's illegal, they need to verify transaction on that wallet.
Yeah, exactly. They're
going to be like, where did this come from?
Exactly, when you KYC. So that guy so I sold you a car, Jed, and now I have your crypto. And I want to go put your crypto in my bank because I want to buy a house in Switzerland. I'm not going to be able to put it into that bank. That crypto, it was not KYC'd. So that the same money, if you take money from a Russian oligarch right now and then KYC you, where'd you get that money? Because you're buying a house in Switzerland. Oh shit, I got it from a Russian oligarch. Can't use that money. They can't accept it. So they're locking you out of the system, Dustin.
Now, this is exactly what the point is. When I finally understood, like, what the control and framework, as Trash says, like, that is created within this bill. This is how. Listen, you're right. They can't take away crypto. I've been like saying that for years, but this is how they take control of all of it, and it turns the blockchain technology against all of us because now if they're able to onboard all of our financial assets that are in the decentralized systems now and bring them within their custody and be able then to track through the transparent blockchain, right, where everything goes from that point forward, our ability to do anything on the outside is eliminated. It's just what you laid out, Mario.
Let me get Kristen up. I think Kristen will be able to give us good insight there. Maze, Khaleesi?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in really quickly, Mario. So Maze touched on something where she said it was, this is, it has global things. So I just want to say that there's from the UK side, there's on the .gov.uk, so the government website, there's an open consultation on CBDC, and the House of Lords did a debate on this in February. And they actually specifically mention it's almost identical to what I've heard you reading. And I need to jump off in a second, so I'm just going to tell you quickly. It's quite a big report, but they talk about cryptocurrencies, and this is the CBDC evaluation report. And they talk about cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, and they say they're private, they're unregulated, and then they go on somewhere else to say that any so what they say is, in response to a potential increase in the use of private cryptocurrencies, the committee said that the introduction of a CBDC was a necessary and complete response. And the committee argued that private entities that could compete with existing payment systems can and should be regulated. So this is already happening here. The Bank of England, if you go onto their website, which is obviously our national bank, if you go onto the .gov.uk website, and the House of Lords, they're already doing this, and they started this sometime, I think, last year. So I just wanted to drop that in there because I need to hop. But yeah, I can forward that report. I can DM it to Suleiman if it's helpful.
Yeah. So what you brought up is kind of what Dustin was talking about, where it's building up the framework, right? So it's building out the framework where they can remove all of these fringe transactions and that are not centrally controlled. And then they can have, at any given will, the winner or the loser, they can pick what they're going to do. And if one starts infringing, if they try to move forward like a CBDC of what you're mentioning, the House of Lords is mentioning, they'll have the mechanism to do that. So it's not like they're going to come in if they think passes and then all of a sudden the Secretary of Commerce just starts gutting everything. No. Then they have the framework where they can start selectively picking the winners and losers. What can we centralize? What can we not? What do we need to cut out? And then that's when they'll start doing the chopping.
So, Trash, I got a question on that because that's actually, now I remember that was one of the things that Mario wanted me to add. So why, like, for example, if you want to control the entire digital economy, and if that's the actual psychology of what you want to do, why would it be in your interest to allow basically essentially a currency that you don't have control of? And I mean,
same reason you have tourism, Suleiman. Like, you have tourism to bring money into the country. So you want to make sure to lock that value within the country at what its value today, not what its value later. We are talking about several $1 billion.
No, so it's like, what's your analogy of the country? So basically, you have tourism in the country. You don't directly.
Tourism is basically importing of cash, right?
All right, guys, I have a good thread. Sorry. Okay, I shouldn't. I'm bad at this. Sorry, Joe. I'll let you make your point, and then I've got some. I'm going to try to get Mark Warner. If anyone knows Mike Warner, he's got a thread. You know, I've been dying to find someone to push back on this. I'm going to go through his thread. I'll pin it above as well. I've just liked it, so you can let me just go to it. And then he pushes back again. So he says, folks, I've heard a lot of pretty wild misconceptions about the Restrict Act. Let's dispel some myths. It's exactly what I want. I haven't read it yet, so we'll read it together in a bit. We've almost finished our thread. We can read his. I'll pin it above. But sorry, go ahead, Joe. And yes, Sliman, that was one of the things I think we should add to the thread, is that not only do they control anything that impacts the infrastructure of the US. That means decentralizing 5G, decentralizing, and name, if you could work with his name there yet. Name, if you could work with someone to add that part. Decentralizing.
Well, which part?
So you know how we talked about decentralize anything that impacts the digital economy, which is Bitcoin, but also the infrastructure of the US economy. Infrastructure involves decentralizing everything from 5G to storage, etc. I want to add that point. Does that make sense, Sliman? That point, it's not just money, it's not just Bitcoin, because the part you kind of highlighted, Sliman, is the impact on the digital economy from a monetary standpoint, which is mainly Bitcoin. But it's actually, they touch on everything decentralized, and put in some examples. You know, Fidji would know some examples more than I that would apply, that would impact, that would decentralize aspects of the infrastructure of the US economy that would apply here. So that's like one part I really want to add. No rush, but I want to add to the thread.
We got it.
Cool. Because
I would just say,
find value in that.
I want to say one other thing. I'd love to have a congressman that supports this bill come up on stage here that wants to start talking about TikTok, so we can litigate this with him and completely destroy his narrative.
Well, Fidgetal's offered Fidget, just if anyone knows a congressman, Fidgetal has quite graciously offered to pay $100,000. Was it dollars or pounds, Fidgetal?
Doesn't make a difference at this point.
Oh, pounds. So let's we're going to
change the title of the chat then.
£100,000, which is a lot more dollars. I think it's $120,000 for any congressman who's willing to attend this space and talk about his bill.
I want one that comes up that actually read it.
No, that's a signatory. I think
we actually have Andrew Suleiman. We have Andrew Yang on Friday.
But he's not. Yeah, but he's not supporting it.
Congressman that's going to vote on this thing.
Andrew Yang is not a.
Was it a congressman who's going to vote on it, or was it just anybody who's a signatory at the moment?
Does anybody know any congressman that's actually Leslie Graham? Let's get that little girl on the show.
Well, he's already kind of proved his
confidence. I'm sorry, Lindsey Graham. Let's
change the title to $100,000 bounty on Leslie Graham.
Not bounty reward. Let's clarify.
Yeah, so guys, essentially what you're going to do is, we've had many senators here. You want to change the future of the show, that I never get senators again. Beautiful. But let me go back to just a point here. So Ian, I don't know where Ian dropped out. Ian, you've dropped out, and I've also sent an invite.
Mario, just for respect, yes, I would give 4 Bitcoin for a congressman that is supporting this bill.
To say 100K, congressman would be like, congressman would not like Bitcoin, bro.
For a congressman to come on this show and talk about why they're supporting this bill.
All right, let me finish off, because I want to read the thread that pushes back against what we're talking. I'm really excited for this. So Naeem, you're there. Yeah, Naeem is here. Dustin's here. Perfect. All right, and we've got even John. John is here. John's an attorney, and he's been in a few spaces a few times. So I appreciate coming in, John, on such short notice. All right, so The bill would not only impact crypto, but in a move that would make the CCP proud, they also want to control the entire marketplace. The act states that there will be oversight over online retail. I've read this one. There's 2 more tweets. If a company uses online retail, engage in contract to use a Chinese company, they would contravene the law. So let's say this company was Alibaba. These powers could be used for surveillance, retrieval of all of your documents, and divesting your company if the establishment wants to target you. This seems like the first step towards the end of cryptocurrency and move to control the entire digital market, innovation and technology, a totalitarian world where you have no autonomy or privacy. This is Slayman being Slayman, but you know there's validity behind it. All right, so let me read, and I love to push back against any narrative that has that's kind of gaining support, to kind of play devil's advocate. And we have someone that's done a thread for us. We'll try to get him. Ricardo, if you're listening, please DM me so I know, and try to get the gentleman. I've pinned this tweet above. Anyone that knows him, where is it now? It's disappeared. Okay, I'm gonna tweet it again, pin it above again, and I'm gonna retweet it because I think it's, if you guys agree with his points, he's making valid points. I might actually. Is my Twitter gonna crash? I think my Twitter is crashing. Oh no, it's not. All right, so I'm gonna retweet it. I'm not gonna retweet it. First we're gonna go through it. I've pinned it above. Let's go through it.
Hey, real quick, Mario. I have some responses already to like 4 or 5 of them. Like
how's it looking? How's it looking though? Is it like fair points or no? Like very. Well, let's see who the person is. So the guy's name. Get me him.
Mark Warner. He's also
oh, is this? Oh, okay, so Mike Warner, Senator Mike Warner. Shit, I didn't know it was Mike Warner, the senator. Oh, sick. Yeah. He's not gonna come in.
No. And for context, he's the primary sponsor of this bill, and he's also
right now.
He's also the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee in the Senate. It's important to know.
Okay. So the biases are very clear, and it's not. I thought it was like an independent lawyer that kind of reviewed it and pushed back on it.
No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that sucks. All right.
And I've just read Dustin's reply to him. He said, "Telling you didn't link to the actual Restrict Act, and I count on people to take your word for it. Liar."
Dustin, tell him to send me his wallet address, and then he can come up.
All right, so if anyone, Dustin, if you can get him on, let's try to focus on getting him on for the next space. Anyone listening, if you can help us get him on for the next space, that would be great. Start tagging him in the comments. Start convincing him to join the bottom left purple circle.
£120,000.
Yeah. Start tagging, telling you, hey, we're offering you £120,000 if you could join. But they'll find that disrespectful. I don't think he'll join for £120,000.
Dollars.
I'll get.
I think it's like 82,000. I think it's like 82,000.
All right, guys. It doesn't. Please. So just going back to the point here. I don't know if money will help in getting him on. But if it does, it's great.
The only reason they do anything.
Yeah, but not for £120,000. He's giving him peanuts, bro, for $120,000. All right, let me read this thread. I was excited. Let me start it because we're going down rabbit hole. So I was excited that this is someone independent that kind of pushed back on it, but it's not. So it's not going to be as interesting as I thought, and I'm going to unlike it, and I'm not going to retweet it. But let's read through it, folks. I've heard a lot of pretty wild misconceptions about the Restrict Act. Let's dispel some myths. Myth: this bill allows unlimited surveillance by the U.S. government, which I don't think any of us said. It's not unlimited surveillance. I don't know if you use that terminology, Slayman, but it's not unlimited. They can't put a camera on your toilet. Okay, so they can't put a camera on your toilet. It's not unlimited. Totally untrue. This bill does not give the government any power to track what you're searching. No one said it's going to let you track what you're searching. In fact, it is aimed at countering foreign surveillance from an authoritarian nation. So this is where this statement is obviously false. It is aimed at countering foreign surveillance from authoritarian nation. We just went through the bill. It includes a lot more than China surveying you. It includes, obviously, we've talked about anyone building on top of a decentralized chain. We've talked about any business interacting with any other business in those countries or has any investors from those countries. So it's a lot broader than that. Anything to add, guys, on that tweet number 1, why it's untrue? Anything I missed?
No, you're good.
Cool. All right, number 2. This bill is restricted to tech and from just a handful of nations, China, Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and Iran, that are controlled by authoritarian regimes. That's a relatively fair statement. Restricted
false.
Doesn't
false.
Yeah. So okay. Oh, okay, yeah, false, because it says tech from these nations. No, tech could be based in the US that interacts with those nations.
And
it would
it could-
apply to those as well.
Those nations
Well,
can change at any time.
The word, but even beyond that, the word that he says it's restricted. This bill is not restricted to anything.
This is my
it's
next
broad
question.
and vague.
So can it be businesses that are outside of tech that interact with tech that will also apply?
Yeah.
It's explicit in it.
Jesus. All right, number 3, myth. The Restrict Act unfairly targets TikTok. This is the last thing we care about is TikTok. Fact, it would be unconstitutional to ban a specific company. Yeah, that's why you've gone so broad and banned every company, just because lawmakers feel like it. The Restrict Act is a framework to identify and study all foreign tech threats where a serious national security risk is presented. Name.
That one is correct.
Cool.
This bill has, in my opinion,
So I like what he said. Name. What he, yeah, exactly. He just said, guys, this is not about TikTok. This is a lot more than TikTok. This is how I would simplify this.
So name. But my question to this is, where I see a bit of a contradiction is, he said it's unconstitutional to ban a specific company, but does the Data Act not do that?
I have not studied the Data Act, so someone else would have to answer that.
So in my view, the Data Act is specifically about TikTok and ByteDance. And so essentially, he's like, guess what? I didn't do anything unconstitutional in the Restrict Act. And well, let's not talk about the Data Act when I did it.
And Suleiman, it's not just ByteDance and TikTok. It's also any future companies that may be formulated out of these companies.
Exactly.
So yeah, so it's more than that too, even in the Data Act.
Okay, so I'm just responding to him. I'll do that later. I'm just a bit tempted. All right, next. A ban is on the table if and only if foreign companies pose a serious threat to our national security. The bill also allows for less drastic remedies if a full ban isn't required. Think privacy or corporate transparency requirements. Name?
That's true because it does give them the option to, instead of just outright ban a company, they can divest part of the company.
Next, the Restrict Act also prioritizes being candid about these threats with Americans. It requires information about threats to be declassified and shared widely, so nothing's being banned or mitigated without clear, transparent reasoning. That's true, Alex.
That is true.
But there's also
no. You guys, please, Mario, please look at my response underneath that one, because like I cite there's 5 examples of where they exempt themselves from FOIA.
No, Dustin. What he's talking about is any technology that they're going to put restrictions on, they're going to make that public. But what they're not making public is FOIA requests and other things on how their processes they go through. But any technology they decide to ban or force a divestiture, those will be made public. That's what it means.
But he didn't say that. That's not what the tweet says, though.
Yeah, he's claiming there's broad transparency and everything is up front and available to the public. And yet they literally exempt themselves from FOIA. There's 5 separate sections where they exempt it. If you look at the tweet, I think I call it Whopper Lie Alert. I don't know. I went pretty hard at it. But I list out 3 of them right there in the tweet, like in the legislation, like what's wrong with it.
Okay.
Could you imagine if we had ENSs for everybody in Congress and every single transaction we did was on chain and we could just watch them literally pump and dump on us? That would be fantastic.
It would never happen.
All right, next one. A ban is on the table. Okay, the Restrict Act also prioritizes being candid. Myth. Next one. Myth. The Restrict Act is anti-China xenophobia. Yeah, I don't think anyone mentioned this. That's the least of our concerns. Well, let me read out the fact. The Restrict Act is aimed at a range of authoritarian nations, not just China. We need to be clear. Our problem is not with the Chinese people or Chinese Americans. It's with the Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping. All right, there's no need to respond to that. The issue here is under authoritarian regimes, businesses like TikTok can be forced to do the bidding of state intelligence services. While US social media companies need reform, we don't require that companies turn over any and all data whenever the government wants. This is a valid point, but obviously not our concern and the least.
No, that's not true. It literally says that they can, if the situation requires, they can make you give all the data and information. That's like
but if the situation requires, I think we need to look at the. Oh, you're talking about the bill. No, I think he's talking about the existing law. He doesn't talk about this bill. He talk existing now in the existing legal framework. The US government cannot just access all the data at those FANG companies. Unlike China, the CCP, you don't give them data, they jail you. So it's a lot more extreme. This is the point he's making, and that's why they're banning. So if Facebook has the same level of monitoring as TikTok, it's not as big of a concern because the CCP cannot just access all the data.
But he says here, while U.S. social media companies need reform, we don't require that companies turn over any and all data when the government requires.
We don't require under current law. I think that's what he means.
Yeah, but with this bill, he's going to.
Yeah, exactly. That's a separate point, but yeah, that's a very, very important point. That's our concern. So they kind of mentioned what our concern is that our bill will kind of contradict that point. Our bill will do exactly what that point prides itself on us not doing, or on the US not doing. In America, private companies can and often do contest government requests for user data. We've got laws on the books and a whole legal system designed to prevent abuses. They're imperfect, but but we can have a transparent debate about this stuff. That's not true in China.
So he's like, guess what? If you want to fight against this, you need to have legal capital. So you need to have like a lot of money to fight it. And guess what? You can fight us on it. And if you
I think what he go ahead.
What he's saying, it's funny. He's saying we don't have that currently right now. But what this is doing is putting framework in that you can do that.
Exactly. That's it.
But they're like hey, US good, China bad.
Exactly. It's like we're proud that we don't do this, so we're introducing this bill that allows us to get closer to doing this. It's crazy. Number of Chinese laws require any company. So he's continuing with that point. This is ridiculous, man. This is crazy. Slimer, we got to do a tweet attacking him in a respectful way because we want him to join, but kind of contradicting all his points in this thread. That'll be fun. That'll be really fun.
It'll be respectfully.
No, this one I need to review before you tweet it, bro. Because
I will not be respectful. I will not be respectful.
Yeah, you can do whatever.
He never mentions Bitcoin in this whole article, does he? Bro, he's not going to give any value.
He's not mentioning.
He's gaslighting everyone.
Yeah,
right, exactly. No one's complaining about what he's addressing.
Yeah, a number of Chinese laws require any company under the PRC's jurisdictions to assist security services, whether they're censoring content, sharing private data, or assisting with cyber or transnational repression campaigns against dissidents. Again, he's talking about the
Mario. Can you please respond to his tweet or the message and just say nobody cares?
And you can, bro. You can. All right. So before I continue, just wanted to kind of give an example earlier. Is I was just listening to an interview with Netanyahu about the reform he's doing in Israel, and look how sharp Israelis are. Relative, I'm just referring to this particular example. Is that his reform is good. His reform is needed. He's doing something that is needed and it makes logical sense. But he's sneaking in other things that give him power. So he's leveraging something that is needed to apply things that he wants that will benefit him. That has nothing to do with what is needed. And in the interview with Piers Morgan, if you listen to that interview, I didn't finish it, I didn't have time. But if you listen to that interview, at least the first half, he makes such a good argument. But when then you understand, you're like, hold on, but what about this part of it? Doesn't that give you too much power? It's like, yes, this one, you're right. This one should be changed. And this is exactly why everyone went up in arms, and even his allies went up in arms. So I hope we see the same thing here, because there's some things in this bill that make sense, but they've gone way beyond what Netanyahu did with his bill and with his reforms. So it's a really good comparison, because we were covering the Israeli protests and those reforms just a week ago or so, and now we're seeing something similar in the US, which is very common. Like they use something, and we've seen that in the post 9/11. But let's continue. Myth: the Restrict Act criminalizes what you can say online. Fact: the Restrict Act is focused on foreign corporations and not on users. The First Amendment protects Americans' right to share and receive information. This bill doesn't alter that. I agree. Again, this is not a concern. Let me know. Name and Dustin.
That's not true. The FISA court is not intended to use domestically. It's for international, and yet we use it on individuals in the United States.
No, but he's saying you can't. No, but he's saying this bill doesn't have anything to do with what you could say online. It's not about that. No.
No, it does though.
It does,
and it's very specific and outlines like anything that could be deemed harmful or a lie or what Matt forwards the strategic objectives of a foreign adversary.
Right. So okay, so what, to add to what Dustin said, where this tweet it can criminalize things you say online if you're using technology that they deem to be a national security threat. That's how they.
Yeah, but it's not. So it's not. The bill is not. It's not targeted to what you say. It's if you say something, but you use technology that is deemed like a national threat, etc.
Well, the election interference piece very well might be.
Yeah. But how would that? What's the election interference clause? Does anyone remember?
Yes, that's one of those 4 examples on top, where they give examples of foreign technology that can be used to threaten national security. So they gave 4 examples. One of them is technology used to threaten democratic processes or interfere with the election.
So you're saying that if a Chinese company or a company that has any affiliation with Chinese entities or the CCP or Venezuela, etc., tweets stuff about the election or has content related to the election that would fall under the bill?
Well, we'll look at
voting
TikTok,
machines.
for example.
It's a little bit, deeper than that, right? It's the fact that they're saying that China has control over an algorithm, which if they know specific data about us, they can, curate our feeds to make us vote a specific way or put political misinformation. Also, just want to remind everyone that foreign countries have bought our data through Facebook and have done this, right? But it's section 3A, letters, bullet point C is where this is mentioned.
Also, real quick, you guys remember the Twitter files, the Global Engagement Center. Remember the Virality Project, right? So what they were doing is they were mass flagging all these accounts, and they were saying that they were like Hindu nationalists, or they were Russian bots, or they were Chinese interference, but they were actually American citizens living in New Jersey tweeting about some kind of meme, and they were lumped into this election disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation buckets, and then they were completely silenced, banned, and taken off the internet. So this is part of it.
There's one more piece too. Like we've been talking about why they would put the retroactive stuff in the bill. I actually think it's them covering their tracks on the shit that's been revealed in the Twitter files, right? Less about prosecuting people for stuff that they did in the past, but giving them the post hoc permission and legal framework for the shit that they've already done.
I agree.
Just a really off the cuff question. If someone wants to put the Dominion voting machines in question, can they? With this bill?
Under this bill, that is election denial and a threat to the democratic processes and institutions, right? So again, if we're advocating for open source election systems to end the black box, that is expressly criminalized in this act.
Ironically, where are they made?
Where are they made?
Smartmatic.
Dustin, what the little shit are you talking about?
Okay.
Sorry?
So which part, Figital? Which part do you want me to break down for you?
It says interfering or altering the results, reported results of the federal election as determined. So interfering as that's interpreted.
But they're already suing. There doesn't need to be a digital aspect to it. But
listen,
that is irrelevant to the legislation.
Why did they put the reported result? Why do they add the extra language there, reported result?
You tell me. You think these people read these bills?
Yeah. What? No.
Somebody wrote it.
No. This is very specific to the Twitter files and what Trash was just talking about the Virality Project. What Name has talked about with the Foreign Malign Influence Center.
Dustin, right? we agree on so much, and then you just go off the fucking rails. You're like a lemming that jumps off
This
of a
is
cliff.
not going off the rails.
We had great conversations, and then it just.
Wait! I want to pull the people onto the panel.
All right, sure. So hold on. Dustin, I'll let you reply. And
I am on the panel.
Hold on. So if you can just screen, bro. So Dustin, I'll let you finish because he hasn't even finished what he's saying. He got muted. So Dustin, I'll let you respond because I don't know. Again, I don't know what it is with you, Fiji and Dustin. But Dustin, I want you to speak, and then Slayman, I want you to tell me what the hell just happened while I was just responding to comments.
No. Listen, I like your strong back and forth. I don't mind Figital being abrupt at all. I'm cool with it. Me and Figital are cool. But listen, I want to just ask the panelists what we're talking about with the Virality Project, what we're talking about with Formaline Influence Center. Do you guys think that this bill is addressing those things specifically and codifying the censorship industrial complex that Taibbi's been talking about, that Mike Benz has been talking about, right? Is this codifying it?
Absolutely.
100%.
That's why I brought up the machines.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, Fidgetal, I'm going to ask you, I felt like your point was a bit contradictory, and I'll explain why, because you are saying that this was a targeted attack on cryptocurrency, and this was, so they really thought it out when they wrote this bill to ensure that they covered it in a wide-ranging view to ensure that it happened. But then in this specific aspect, you're like, they never thought about it. So I don't understand the contradiction.
No, it actually goes backwards. So we all know that congressmen or congresswomen don't write bills, right?
Yes. Lawyers.
Okay.
They're drafted.
No, but before lawyers, lobbyists pay a bunch of money for people to. We're probably ex-lawyers who pay a bunch of money to plant seeds, right? And then congressional subs make a decision whether they can push an agenda forward. And they make a very, very intentional decision about what they think they can get to the next desk, to the next desk, to the next desk, and what will actually mean anything, and what becomes public, right? So if we're balancing both sides, we can think about the idea that encompassing the idea of voting strength and voting honesty and attaching that to a digital agenda on the other side, which actually balances both sides. What do we think that the people who are paying for this?
It's
People
more
who are
than one.
paying
More
for
than
this.
one.
It's all of them. It's all of them.
Right. Exactly.
Exactly, and that's my point. So you should be agreeing with Dustin that this was actually thought out.
No, I do not sit here and try to undermine. So if we are agreeing that money controls everything that comes through government, right? I'm not going to sit here and say that therefore money
and power, money and
agreed. But I'm not going to sit here and say that everything that we believe in is fundamentally flawed, because again, then I'm not living here.
No, but
right?
you're using quite vague terms. What do you mean by what we fundamentally believe in?
If we're questioning our election procedures.
So
and we are questioning much bigger questions.
I'm not questioning. I'm just bringing up. Someone wrote this, right? And there's more than one lawyer. And imagine let's say super transparently. Let's say, since you're on the left, let's say some radical Republican lawyer wrote in a way to get to Dominion into this bill, right? And that's what I'm bringing up, is that specific language right there can bring up the whole Dominion issue. Regardless if you're for it or against it, the way it's written would allow for it.
Intel community wrote this.
Yeah. But can I just offer a little bit? I just want to offer this, right? Regardless of intention, and if we kind of focus on, what this bill makes room for in terms of misuse, and just see as a use case, does it fit or not? Because then we'll get distracted if we want to fight over whose intention or if it's corrupt and election process and all that. But I think that will help guide the conversation, right? But we can see that use case would fit under this as a violation, or potentially it has the potential, right?
So this came from Mark Warner, right? Who's the chair of the Intelligence Committee, right? So this came from him, and then it was co-sponsored. This came out of the Intel community, guys. I can see it plain as day. It's why he's coming out barking like a seal and lying and twisting things. This is 100%. It's not even lobbyists. This is Intel, all the way, 100%.
So he used you guys with fucking TikTok, and now he's using you with voting again.
Yes.
How cheap are you? How cheap?
I'm sorry, what does it mean?
Are we not allowed to ask? Hold on. I just want to finish this. I just want to finish this point. Are we not allowed to ask who owns the intellectual property and patents on the most basis of systems in our country? Are we not allowed to ask that?
Isn't that critical infrastructure?
Is it not critical infrastructure? Exactly. And who owns the intellectual property and the patents? I'm just asking, like, are we? I'm not saying physical. We go down this rabbit hole. I'm just asking.
Thank God I'm not on video because my face is literally like, if I had a year's worth of Botox in my face right now, that's what you would see. The fuck is coming out of your guys' mouths?
I got whiskey, Digital. Kristen, what did you say about Intel?
And Digital, I just wanted to make one point. You know, when you said about the election interference, and you said how cheap are you? I would say that I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Dems who put that in, because that's their whole goddamn show, isn't it? About election interference from foreign nations. So I wouldn't be that cheap. I would say if anything, it was from the that could have quite easily been from the Democrats. You just need to take your Democrat hat off for a bit and just see this from a holistic point of view, bro.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm a libertarian.
Hold on,
I don't care.
We're actually
I
all
don't
coming
care.
together. Like, this is not something that's being politicized, right versus left, and I think it's fucking awesome. And I think like that's really big, especially for right now. And all of us can agree we want free speech. We don't want like this crazy overreach of the government. I'm also gonna post a clip later because like when this bill was introduced, they brought up the fact that, you know, Project Willow has millions of views to sign a petition on TikTok, right? Like that was straight up used as an example. So I think like looking at what they're talking about, right? They're literally being like, hey, people are using this app to organize and protest us and we're not into it. And that's like exactly what the First Amendment should protect you against, right? So we can like have this conversation without going down the like left versus right rabbit hole, because at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. And that's what they want us to do.
100%. Hey, Kristen, real quick, you said something about the Intel community and then got cut off.
No, I just wanted you to go into that a little bit more for me.
Sure. Yeah. So, okay. Well, for one, national security, right? And this is coming out of the...
Sorry, guys, just 1 second. I just posted something up top. If we can make this go viral, it's hashtag TikTok your ass.
Hell yeah. Okay. So, Kristen, the people who are responsible for this and for vetting and determining who is a adversary or adversarial company is the Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Commerce, right? So that's your first clue. This is coming out of the Intel community. But then the second part is that Mark Warner, who is the chair of the Intel committee in the Senate, is the one that's basically bringing this bill forward. And then the actual broad powers that they actually are having to establish, not just the Commerce Secretary, is actually directly related to the Department of National Intelligence. So, and the way they are crafting this framework is specifically designed to bolster and fit into their current systems that we've been exposing for like the last 2 months. Name Redacted's been doing a hell of a work. I think Bill Ebenine is behind all of this personally, but that's another conversation to be had.
You think who? You think who?
Yeah,
Bill Ebenina.
Yeah, so he's from the Office of Director of National Intelligence. He was out of the FBI for a while. This is a very, very corrupt guy. He's actually put a lot of these censorship and surveillance apparatus against the American people in place. He's bragged about it on camera. Go check out Name Redacted. He's got a couple threads on this where we've actually deep dived this, and it linked right up with the Twitter files. So the Global Exchange Commission, the Virali Project, which used to be the Election Integrity Project, which, by the way, CIA Renee DiResta is a big piece of, and she is out of the CIA, and then she was heading up these projects out of Stanford. So, like, this is a really, really broad net, but this is actually putting in a framework where they can legitimately do this legislatively, not just like through NGOs or anything else. They're doing it directly legislatively through our Congress and codifying it into law. I could spend.
So you're saying that there are major political players that are operating in Washington that are creating a framework through this act to allow them to gather data. I mean, it sounds pretty, well thought out. Is that what you're saying?
All that stuff's already out there, so it's not even my theory. All this stuff is out there. We've been deep diving for like the last couple months, so I could actually have a whole nother space on it, to be honest with you. Yeah, like that's definitely real. But the thing is, most legislators don't even know what the hell they're doing. Lindsey Graham went on television, not even know what the hell he was talking about. Says, "Well, I don't really have an answer for you, but I'm co-sponsoring it." So a lot of them don't know what this is, but that's why I'm honing in on it specifically, Kristen, because we do know what this is, and we've been banging on about this for a long time.
So I'm sorry. So what is it? So what do you think it is?
What the Restrict Act is?
What are they trying to do? What's the objective of these these players that have been putting this whole thing together?
Well, okay. So if you're just talking about the Restrict Act, it specifically, we believe, and this is why we're having this conversation, was actually attacking cryptocurrency so they could centralize the winners and losers in this. They're also setting up apparatuses that are very loosely defined, very loosely broadly defined, and it's giving them unilateral power to determine who's adversarial to fine, remove, suspend, or control a company. That's why we're going over the Restrict Act specifically. And that's why the name of the space is called the death of Bitcoin and crypto, because this is directly addressing it. Have you looked through the Restrict Act yet?
I have, yep. And I see there's like the digital economy, and it's pretty broad, and the legislative intent is clearly very broad, so that the executive branch or even any entity that's in the government can like act so that they can draw upon this very broad language to, you know, do whatever the legislation allows them to do, which is pretty broad.
Right. And so that's kind of where we're at today. And now, right now, what we're doing, Kristen, is going through and reading what Mark Warner's saying, and he's trying to debunk all the myths that are out there, but he's not actually doing that at all. And that's kind of where we're at right now. I mean, I'll answer any more question you want. I've spent hours on this stuff.
Wow, it's great. Thank you so much for explaining it to me. Sorry, Mario, I didn't mean to jump, but I'm interested in his perspective and where he's coming from and why. Where is your sort of origin of coming from this? Like, where are you coming from?
As far as like why I'm interested in it?
Correct.
I'm just an American citizen. And we're starting to pick up receipts and starting to get things from Twitter files that were very, very concerning, and started pulling on those threads, Name Redacted being one of them, Maze being another one. And we've been picking this apart for months, and there's all receipts there. This is not hyperbole.
So let me go back. I want to go back to the thread. Guys, I'll let you add. I'm not sure who that is. To jump in, and then I want to. Oh, John, it's you. Yeah, jump in, John, and I want to continue going through Mark's thread to kind of finish it off. Go ahead.
I love the joy in which I heard you say my voice. Good to see you as well, Mario. I actually used to work in Congress, so maybe I can shine some light on this. Of course, for privacy and professional reasons, won't be getting into specifics.
Hold on, did you say you also worked at Congress?
Yeah, I worked on a congressional committee. So,
geez, I had no idea, bro.
Did he meet the standards for the $120,000?
I was thinking about it, but I would prefer not to. The risk reward isn't there for me, unfortunately.
Docs, I got you, brother. Docs, I got you, brother.
So, not for me, Chief. But I do know many congressmen, I do know many senators, and I guess the point I'm trying to make is Hanlon's razor, as you all know, is never attribute to malice that which can adequately be explained by stupidity. And with full respect to the people in Congress, they're honestly, a lot of these people genuinely believe in service. And that's not to say that I don't believe that the government isn't fucking us over. And that the government isn't, and that there's very, very bad elements, especially within the bureaucracy, to which I actually do deeply believe. And I don't think it's conspiratorial to say bad things to the effect of what Trash Discourse was saying, to which I actually agree greatly with him. And I think he raises a lot of good points. But one thing I'll say is that, you have to understand a lot of congressmen are like old guys who represent their community because they just went to church, like the local church, and like they just know everybody, and like they ran for Congress, and they just happen to have a lot of money and donations, and then they just keep on doing it for like 20 years, right? So this just to contextualize the type of people that you're dealing with. They're like not particularly savvy, they're not very tech focused, and I think I forget who had mentioned this, but it was very astutely pointed out that most of this bill was written by a committee. So that's where bill writing happens. And then individual offices lobby, but a bill is written at the committee level. So the Senate Intelligence Committee, who Senator Warner is the chairman of, actually wrote the bill, but it was done with the guidance of Warner himself, but with
John, you just called me smart, and I don't think you want to do that.
No, I do, of course. You make a lot of good points. It's just we don't always agree, and that's fine. But I'll say the only point that I want to make is that I don't think this is a situation where they're like, oh, we're going to destroy the digital economy. We need to constrain and like stop people from using Bitcoin and centralize everything. It's like, yeah, maybe that could be a 1% reason, but realistically, they just wrote a really shitty bill that was very widely written with not a lot of exemptions or use case examples that gave broad latitude to the president to empower things because they were blinded by the political capital of banning TikTok. That's literally what it is. And anything, look, I believe in conspiracy theories. I believe in a lot of things, and we can talk about it. But in this context, I really do not think that is the number one reason why this happened.
John, look, I believe you. There are probably some people that might not believe you. What do we do to stop this? Can you help us there?
Well, honestly, I think that there's already, and I'm glad that you bring that up because I want to talk about that specifically, like the political feasibility of the bill.
John, just pause for a second. So you're saying that there wasn't the intention to kill crypto. So what was the incentive behind this bill? Who is the money and who was the intent that wrote this?
No.
You're saying there was no intent.
I'm not saying that there's
no. I'm asking you who was the intent?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy.
Who was the intent?
I'm happy to explain that.
I mean, Facebook has been a fuck ton lobbying for a lot of these points that have been made. So
no, but Meta worked really well for them. So who is pumping in the money?
So let's ask John, guys. Let's John, do you want to respond? Joa, Jen, Fiji, John, you've asked a question. You've been asked.
Yeah, and let me just say that look, I'm not coming in here saying 100% this or that, but I can come in here and give my educated opinion, and I'm happy to go back and forth and maybe learn a little bit about some of the facts that I don't know. Right, so I'm happy to. But let me just give you my opinion. And so my understanding is that there's always a controlling interest in the bill. I think money plays a huge part in politics, but I don't think they directly were given the bill and written. I think it was like the congressmen were told, hey, we want X, Y, and Z sort of things. So come in and make those and make those. I know.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm asking you, like, literally just, so you just threw out a bunch of words that mean nothing. You said, I understand that there's interests that money controls, but I don't think, I'm asking you a question. So what are these interests serving? Who is benefiting from the language? Who pushed this bill? Who's going to push and pay our senators?
Of course.
And pay our congressmen.
Donors are
who?
benefiting.
Which donors?
Okay. Can we please, John, go ahead.
When I'm speaking,
does that make any sense?
No, Fidgetal. I mean, if I can construct a full sentence, maybe I can make some sense. But we need to be respectful.
I agree.
So we can be productive, right? I'm happy to offer an opinion, but I'm not coming here and saying X, Y, and Z is the definitive, right? So my opinion is that there's a controlling interest, okay? Meaning that you're not just giving the lobbyists the bill and they're writing it. Like, that's not how this works. There's no bill, no congressman, no senator. I don't care how educated you think you are. That is not the way it works. It's not how it works. They may have a substantial influence, but they're not coming in saying, write this or else. Like, that's not how it happens. Or they may say, write this or else, but they're not going to be writing the actual bill. The bill might be pretty similar to what they want. Now, concretely, to answer your question, okay? Because you asked me a question. What was the purpose of this bill? Honestly, I think that they started off with the seed of, hey, let's ban TikTok, but then it evolved into something way bigger, and people are already walking it back.
No, John. I wasn't asking you what the intent of the bill was.
Fiji.
Can we have a conversation?
Yeah, you can if you stop. But Fiji, can you let him answer?
He's dancing around the conversation. He's dancing around the conversation.
All right, Fiji, can you stop for a second? Slyman, hold on, John, Fiji, hold on. Slyman, what were we going to say?
No, I agree with Fidgetal because if we have a scenario where Fidgetal asks a question and John just provides an answer which has a lot of breadth but no depth, we're going to be here forever. So, I mean, Fidgetal needs to jump in every once in a while and say, look, answer this.
Fair point. Okay. That's why I thought I'd give it to you because I want to. All right. So John, I think Slyman also agrees with Fiji. Just if you can answer the direct question, that'll be
okay.
Great.
How about this? Fidgetal, rephrase the question. I'll answer it in 2 sentences.
Who wants this bill to be created and get passed, and why?
I think that's a very inspecific question.
Who paid for this fucking bill?
I mean, look, I don't know the exact groups, but I hear Meadows mentioned there's probably a lot of special interests who want TikTok to not happen. But does that mean that
nobody gives a shit about TikTok in this conversation? It doesn't mention TikTok once.
Yeah, but it's still. Hold on. I got it.
Right? Is that you actually are outsizing? This is the problem, and this is why I'm kind of contributing. Is that it's like the death of Bitcoin and crypto. there's a massive bias because everyone here is obsessed about crypto. But people on Capitol Hill don't give a fuck about crypto. They don't care. Maybe the staff do, but the senators and the congressmen definitely don't. That's why you'll be hard pressed.
I think so. So let me, John, let me
and actually speak knowledgeably about TikTok, about crypto. They're going and saying TikTok is
John. How many times is TikTok mentioned in the bill? How many times is TikTok mentioned?
Okay, so take a pause. Take a pause.
It's never
John. Let me take this one. John, you can't. I'll do it for you, John. You can't mention TikTok. Yeah, go ahead.
Last point. No, directly. How many times is TikTok mentioned in the bill? Not once. And the reason why is that you don't statute it like that. That's fucking insane. You don't go and say, this is the bill to ban TikTok, right? Like we did that with the
I think it's,
John, can I ask John a question? But John, they did that with the Data Act. So how does that?
It's just bad.
They did that with the Data Act. It's mentioned.
Like that's not, a professional doesn't write statute like that. It's garbage. So nobody's going to.
No, but it's got it in there. So they've both been, but then that does not contradict your position because you said the reason they didn't mention TikTok in the Restrict Act is because
So Simon, do you know the context? Yeah, but can you? So this is first what John is saying on this particular point. You cannot write a bill targeting a company. We've had a few attorneys say that. So that point makes sense. Now, why was it mentioned in the Data Act? Do you know the context in which it was mentioned in the Data Act?
So I agree with that point. I'm saying that, but that point doesn't work. Yeah. The contradiction.
No, I know. I just asked you a question based on what you said. But by the way, I agree with John and Fiji. Both of you make valid points. But just on that point, Simon.
Yeah.
What's the context? What's the context that was added in the Data Act?
The entire
it's
context
mentioned
was to
throughout
ban
the
them,
entire
to ban them because the whole Data Act, the vast majority of the Data Act is about banning TikTok.
T-Ra, you're there. Do you know why the Data Act meant? Hold on. Do we need an attorney? T-Ra, do you know why the TikTok was mentioned in the Data Act?
I'm actually trying to look it up now. I'll get back to you. Yeah.
Thanks, T-Ra. John, do you have any idea why it was mentioned in one and not the other?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the bill, right? I haven't read the Data Act, but I'm looking at it from the 118th Congress. I can't see any mention of the TikTok specifically, but I might be wrong.
Can we please address
all the stuff?
It is, yeah, Jenny, right.
All the stuff we've been talking about here.
Dustin and Jen, go ahead, Dustin.
Everything we've been talking about here, everything we've been highlighting is the way they used very subtle changes in the language in the Restrict Act to make very specific carve-outs that target.
So we're moving. Okay, Dustin. You're moving to the second point. Let's get the first one on why TikTok isn't mentioned. Let's get one by one.
Let's go over Jen.
So yeah, Jen. Before you mention it, Sammy, can you send me through the act, please, as well? Could you send me the document or anyone else?
Okay. Let me be very clear, real quick. This is the first cursory presentation of the bill. In a final bill, yes, specific companies are never identified, of course, because that would create the easiest opportunity for any attorney to invalidate either bias or specification. Like, obviously, this is not the final bill. There's a reason why they did not include TikTok once in the first go around of the bill. It's because it has nothing to do with TikTok.
Okay,
in fact,
so
vice versa. Vice versa. No, Mario, vice versa.
Can you stop for a sec? Can you just stop screaming, bro? The DMs are going pretty crazy about this. Yeah, take it easy, man. The DMs are starting to get a bit annoyed now. So go ahead, bro.
This is what happens when you
hold on. Fiji, do you want to finish? Joa.
Yes.
All right, guys, okay. Can we take a pause on the jokes? All right, can we please finish your point so we can be constructive, please? Fiji, your point?
Okay. I'll be very calm.
All right, go ahead, bro.
If the intent was to make this specifically about data compromisation, TikTok, social media, they would have included them in the first, probably second, third, and probably fourth versions of the bill for the publicity of it. They didn't, because this is not a TikTok ban bill. This has nothing to do with TikTok. It's literally the cheesiest version of just going, okay, how dumb do we think Americans are? And I'm going to slap TikTok ban on it. And then nobody's going to actually read it because they haven't been used to citizen journalism where we actually have these conversations publicly. And watch what happens, by the way.
So just taking a step back, I think they can still target TikTok and go beyond TikTok. So the bill targets a lot more than TikTok, and that's a concern that we've all echoed. And I think all of us agree that it goes well beyond TikTok. Now, John's point is they don't care as much about crypto. And Fiji, obviously, you disagree with this, and some of us would. And I want to push back on this, John. Fiji, I don't know if you hear me speaking, bro. Please, can you just stop screaming again? You just interrupted me, started screaming. So
Mario,
before answering the
bill,
I've got it as well. I've got it as well, bro. I've got it. Thanks. So the second point is about whether they care about crypto. Let's get the first point out of the way. Does this target TikTok? Not only target TikTok. And name, me and you do a lot of spaces together. So let's go back and forth, me and you, for a bit. Does this target TikTok? Yes. Would you agree, name?
Not in specific name, but
does it apply to TikTok, bro?
Yes, it would apply to TikTok.
Okay. So John, your point on this targeting TikTok is true. So I think we'd agree on this one. John, we're good on this point? And Fiji gave a thumbs up.
That's window dressing.
Okay. And Fiji, you agree that this does target TikTok? Like TikTok is sorted with this, and then we'll move on to crypto, how much they care about crypto. Because there's 3 points. TikTok is one. The second one is just privacy in general and the amount of power they have in requesting data, in enforcing the various enforcing various things. If a company falls within the preview of the bill, they expand the sphere of influence. That's the second one that we've talked about 2 spaces ago, and I think we all agree on this one because we were in that space together. And the third one is how much they care about crypto. The thing is, John, is I would have agreed with you a while ago, but after what we saw in the last year and the collapse of FTX and the size of that collapse, I think even prior to that, they're starting to see crypto. You could have made that same argument about the internet in the early days, like Congress doesn't give a fuck about this stupid internet super highway, until they realize how big it could be. AI, obviously, the same argument was made years ago. No one cares about AI, and obviously now AI is what everyone talks about, the threats of AI. So crypto is definitely is in my opinion, the concept of decentralization and the threats it would cause, because there's a lot of wording in the bill that we've gone through that does apply to crypto and be like, hey, this only makes sense when it comes to crypto. They've expanded it in a way that would include it. It's not only for crypto, but they're like, what can we squeeze in there? Let us expand our powers. Let us target TikTok and anything else that China does, because that's logical, and our enemies do. Let us target that. Let us expand our powers since we can sneak that in. And we have problems with crypto. Let us sneak that in as well, which is, I think, what kind of a point that Fiji would make. And all of them could be right. No, Maze?
Mario, I think I hit the jackpot. So there's this document that was also released the same week. It is the National Cybersecurity Strategy for the United States. I typed in the search social media, that popped up 3 times. We can go look at it. Cryptocurrencies or crypto showed up 18 times. And I went and read through and it gives the detail I think that we're looking for. We're dying to understand. I think it's in this document. And I pinned it up top. I hope you don't mind.
Thanks, Mace. I think we're all good on this one.
Can I comment?
Yeah,
can I comment on that real quick? Remember I was saying earlier that what gets measured gets done? I agree with what John's saying about most of these people in Congress. They don't care. Look, like they're old people.
They don't care about
what their family.
They don't care about what. Let's be specific.
They don't care about all that. They care about what they measure is getting reelected, right? The interest groups behind them is what they care about. They care about appeasing the interest groups that are behind them so they can get elected again. They personally don't care. It's the money that's in politics that controls what gets done in Congress, and that's the problem. So to a degree, he's right. My problem is why are we focusing on who we're going to crucify when all I care about is how do I stop this bill? And apparently he has an answer.
So I just want to say that I think this is in a conjunction, like in a big perspective. We had the executive branch, Biden, print an order. I don't remember if it was an order or like a comment piece, but I remember on page 263 or thereabouts, it went about how cryptocurrencies are not good. And it went through why they are not useful and all of that. We had, Senator Warren come out with a pillar, why cryptocurrencies are not good. We had the Treasury, OCC, and basically all of the Fed come out and say that cryptocurrencies are concerning. They came out with a final rule, what, like 6 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, I can't remember. And then all we had was all of the banking issues that came out around that, including Signature Bank, where cryptocurrency companies were not allowed to be included in the merger with the entity that purchased Signature Bank. We've had the SEC come out with numerous enforcement actions. We've had the CFTC come out against Binance. It's clearly not an attractive environment for cryptocurrency companies. So when this act, which came out a while ago, but it's clearly drafted in a way that gives, in the sort of voice of national security, the right for Congress and the judiciary to act if they think anything is against national security, which they already, by the way, have the right to do. Something's against the right of national security or the national defense of the United States. Anybody can do anything, and that's a big thing in the judicial branch. But clearly, this one's like the digital economy. I just want to say that it's a pretty constructive maybe it's not orchestrated intentionally, I don't know, but act against what's happening here. And maybe it's a mistake, maybe it's all a like accident, but seems pretty orchestrated.
I think it's incredibly naive. I think it's incredibly naive with how we've seen the government act, at least over the last 6 years. It's incredibly naive to sit here and say, oh, these legislators and representatives are just church-going guys that raise money and then they keep with their career, and that it's conspiracy theory to at least assume that there might be ulterior motives. I mean, I just can't sit here. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I feel like
No,
what it is saying.
Hold on. It's sorry, excuse me, Jen. I apologize for interrupting you. Don't like to make it a habit, but I'll just quickly say that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that these people are not particularly smart, and if you spoke to them, you'd pretty much immediately recognize that, and that's unfortunately the truth. Representatives are not especially intelligent or capable people, and they defer a lot of their work to other people.
Right, they're speaking pieces.
Hold on.
I agree with you that there are vested interests who want to see shit like banning. And I think that's bad.
But right, Dustin made the point that this was written at the behest of the intelligence agencies, with Mark Warner, who literally sits on the committee, and that was immediately regarded as a conspiracy theory, and that nobody wanted to talk about it. So that's what's frustrating, like.
Well, since what I mean, to what I think it's a crazy. Okay, well, look, we could talk about the intelligence committee. I'm happy to do that, but the intelligence committee doesn't actually have a particularly good relationship with the intelligence community itself. So it's a kind of a weird thought to say that somehow the intelligence community is through the intelligence committee actually writing this bill. Maybe they benefit from it, but I actually would categorically push back on that, because I don't think the intelligence community doesn't like the intelligence committee.
I would agree. Yes, I would agree that there is infighting between various agencies within the government, 100%. But
I mean, John, we do tend to agree on what issues, but the issue here is, I think it doesn't matter. I mean, your argument is these guys are too dumb. Everybody else's argument is this is intentional. But even let's say we go with your argument that these guys are way too dumb to know what's going on. Somebody who isn't dumb has written this act as in the haven't they? And irrespective of if the primary source is the senators or not, someone who understands what they're doing has written this and has written in such a broad way.
No, John. Yeah, not only that, Slimane, you can't say a congressman is dumb because no one cares about the
that's my point. That's my point.
No, yeah, because you had that.
You can't say that. You haven't met.
No. Yeah, but why can't I say it, John? Let me tell you why. Because it's not a congressman that writes the law, and that's the point Slimane makes, and I'm kind of like adding to his points. They've got a whole team that does it. So Slimane's talking, there's a whole team that writes the bill. There's a whole team that decide everything for them, like, hey, you should do this. And the congressman just trusts them, like, guys, what's the decision after you did everything? Oh, you want me to say this? You want me to do this? All right, deal, I'll do it. And they go and they do their thing. They're not going to understand all this shit. Plus, they deal with so many things. So when a congressman could be dumb, but doesn't really matter, because a congressman will act on what his intelligent team would say, it would tell him to do.
Yeah,
Does that make
look,
sense, John?
I get it, and I don't think you're wrong. At a fundamental, let me make 2 points because I'm not here to just like argue for the sake.
No,
of
but
arguing.
it's by the way, I love the. I was going to give you credit. I love the you pushing back and giving me that thought is leading to a really interesting discussion. So I'm actually enjoying it. Very good.
I'm happy to be here. And if it was unpleasant, I wouldn't be here. But I don't. I mean, I'm not one to yell and fight and scream online because I like doing shit in real life, not on Twitter. But I'll say I like discourse, and I'll make 2 points. One is that, yeah, I mean, they could be stupid, but nonetheless, I guess the point I'm making is that I actually agree fundamentally with I don't think this is a good bill. But the nature of the way that bills are written, even by smart people, is that they're very broad to cover a lot of use cases, which is bad for civil liberties, especially in the context of national security. Like, this is a terrible fucking bill. And so is the Patriot Act. And this is basically the Patriot Act for the digital age, right? So I agree with you guys, but I'm just saying that, like, don't come in and think that Lindsey Graham is some sort of keen operator. He's not. And don't think that the intelligence community is, I mean, we can operate in truth. The intelligence community isn't running this bill. The intelligence committee is, and that's super different.
John, can I just ask you a question? Don't you think that people that are interested in their particular position is like giving something to somebody that's drafting this bill and putting in language that gives them power? I mean, doesn't that happen?
Maybe I don't understand your question. So it seems like you're saying that the people drafting the bill, the staff, are getting something. Is that an incorrect interpretation?
They get like here's an example of what I'd like to see in the bill. Can you put this in the bill? I mean, isn't that like how many provisions in bills get passed? Like they get some interested body that kind of lobbies to have their particular provision in a bill. Doesn't that happen?
And just as you answer this, John, who can anyone tell me name? Do you know who funded? Who are the lobbyists for this bill? Do we have any names? Dustin and name? Do you guys know?
That's the question we keep asking. That's the question Digital asked.
Yeah, I know that.
My question.
That's a good question. So I want to give credit to Fidji on this one. But
I mean,
do you know who?
I don't, but I think what Kristen's trying to say, and to what John's point is, well, assuming you've read all 55 pages, okay? Have you? John, have you read the entire bill?
I mean, not like subsection whatever on definitions.
Okay, see,
I have.
This is the exact problem.
Guys.
I'm saying not.
Guys, it's okay. So John, I know you've read. Go ahead, John. I'll let you answer that name.
No, I guess my point being is that yes, I've read the bill, but I'm not reading section 16 on severability. I just understand that this is the shit that they include in every act, or section 15 on miscellaneous.
This is why I yell.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
My point.
So name.
So I've read the bill 5 times at least now, the entire thing, every page, and you could look at who benefits, what Chris was saying, what agencies in the government does this give more power to? Okay, and then the question Vigil is asking is, what lobbyists, like who's benefiting from this from like the private sector? I think that's what Vigil's question is. And no, I don't believe the Senate is writing this bill. They're being told what to draft, and they're giving versions out to proof.
Dude, you know that draft was delivered. Nobody in the government drafted
100%.
that.
100%.
I mean, that's just not true.
That's
not true.
How do you know?
But I mean, look, there's no way, there's no universe where somebody. It would be the biggest scandal on earth if they delivered an actual final bill, which was then brought to the floor or co-sponsored and then put online.
You just danced across the entire process. I said the first draft.
Okay.
Obviously, the final draft.
Let me go back. So let me go back to the.
We can go back and forth.
Yeah. So guys, you can do it via John. I think you guys could do it. You guys could do it via DMs. Let me go back to Mark Warner's thread. There's a few more tweets. I want to just kind of respond to each one of his tweets. Myth: the Restrict Act criminalizes what you can say online. We've said, all right, this has nothing to do with the none of our concerns. The Restrict Act builds on a process created under President Trump and supported by Biden that would allow the Secretary of Commerce to review certain transactions. What kind of transactions? The government is only able to review, quote, covered transactions, which means transactions involving a foreign adversary, China, Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and Iran, or an entity based in those countries. So this one is where, Nate, me and you are going back and forth on this one. Do you want to expand on this particular point? Actually, he continues, but it's actually more specific than that. The Restrict Act only has the power to mitigate extremely high-risk actions, like sabotaging U.S. tech, catastrophically impacting infrastructure, or interfering in our federal elections. So this is where he's making it seem very specific, but we're interpreting it as very vague. Name?
Well, we're not that. See that he's lying, and it's not even our interpretation. We're reading the exact language in the bill, and that's that box, that red box that I sent you, Mario, where they leave it open-ended and broad to do anything they want, to declare anything they want as a threat to national security.
Yeah, I mean, can I just the covered transaction? Oh, sorry.
Real quick.
When
I said earlier, right, in this bill, what comes after "or" and what comes in all of the catch-alls at the bottom of every subsection, right? It's all straw man, and he's only paying attention to like the very specific things, and then ignoring the things that are like resilience and digital economy and like any other power we want to grant ourselves. That's what he's addressing in every one of his points, and ignoring everything that comes after the words or comes in their all catch-all language.
So let me just say one thing about covered transaction. Covered transaction is a transaction in which an entity described in subsection B has, quote, an interest. And those entities are foreign adversaries, entity owned by certain foreign countries, et cetera, right? But it doesn't, it's very broad. It says any interest. That's not like controlling. That's just interest, including an interest in a contract for the provision of technology or service. So it actually goes sort of even beyond an interest. It's someone who might contract with someone. So it's to me.
Yeah, but even
No, I'm saying I
feel
that they are whatever. With the Warner thread was,
even remarks, but even the thread, it doesn't avoid it. The government is only able to review covered transactions, which means transactions involving a foreign adversary or an entity based in those countries. Involving is very broad, so he kind of confirmed it in his tweet.
And also,
the tweet itself makes it seem very vague.
Also, it goes to past, present, and future, which is a little weird. Current, past, or potential future. I mean, it's even broader than, it's
okay,
super broad.
But then, Tira, look at
unknowns.
section C, where it says the non-evasion of the term covered transaction includes any other transaction, the structure which is designed or intended to evade.
Correct.
So, I mean, it just keeps going.
Layering on top. Look, I don't know if he's I really don't know how much senators actually do understand, but clearly if you're reading this bill, you're seeing that it's incredibly broad, or it can be applied in an incredibly broad fashion.
So let me go to, and this is the kind of what we've seen, this is the third space in the last 4 days we do on this bill. It's been relatively unanimous that the bill expands the power of who was it, the
Secretary of Commerce.
Secretary of Commerce and Secretary of Commerce, and what was the second one?
The
and
Office of National Intelligence.
Yeah, and the president as well. So all three of them expands their powers, jeopardizes privacy. But just the first one, expanding their powers to such a name, maybe you can word it better. How far does it expand? Any affiliation, from what I understood, essentially it's so vague that any affiliation to those countries or any companies. So we even use silly examples that I was pretty shocked that everyone, and I've asked it for so many attorneys, if a pizza shop hosts their website and the company has a server in any of those countries, or even does business in a company in those countries, it's vague enough to allow the law to apply. Whether they'll kind of use it to that extent, obviously it's a different discussion, but it allows them to broaden it to that extent. Now, when it comes to crypto, which is the purpose of this space, is that all these it just kind of kills decentralization. All these different chains, because they have nodes in all these countries, is decentralized. There's no geographical boundaries. This law would apply to them. So If a chain has a node, Ethereum has a node running in Russia or Venezuela, this bill applies because it has, and it kind of expands, it threatens the, what was it, the digital infrastructure and the digital economy. Oh no, it threatens the infrastructure of the US or the digital economy in the US. So that's how broad it is. So if Bitcoin threatens the digital economy, or Filecoin threatens decentralized storage, which could be seen as a threat because now people are storing sensitive content on a decentralized chain that has a node running in China, that would apply. So this is the third concern, is how dangerous this is, not to crypto, but to the concept of decentralization. And they could either enforce it to kill crypto, or a more logical explanation, which, and Joa, you were the first to mention this, is that it could come down to custody. So self-custody would be targeted, and instead of killing crypto, it allows them to control crypto. That's how I would kind of simplify what we've discussed over many, many hours. And we're kind of breaking down a thread done by Mark Warner, because I'm trying to push back on many of the points we're making. And we're seeing all the flaws and even the way the thread is worded. Let me, before we continue, okay, go ahead, Simon, and then I'll continue with the thread.
Just drop it to Mason. Just it links to your point, you see, and it's about this, whether there is a tag, and it kind of summarizes a lot of the recent argument we've had for the last half an hour or so, and it's about whether there was a concerted effort to target crypto, or so I'll call it crypto for you. But in the document, unfortunately, Mario, is called cryptocurrency. But Maze, if you want to elaborate on the document where it's referred to as cryptocurrency and why it's a targeted attack.
Yeah, sure. So this is actually a strategy, the White House strategy. So it's specific to this, and it was released the same week of the bill. And so it's talking about how it's, there's 14 times that crypto currency is mentioned in this. And so, like, for an example, it says our approach will also include targeting the illicit cryptocurrency exchanges on which ransomware operators rely, and improving international implementation of standards for combining virtual asset illicit finance. And then it goes on to say the United States subjects financial institutions offering covered services in cryptocurrencies to anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism. Controls in the Department of the Treasury and the Secret Service, DOJ, and FBI, and private sector partners are collaborating to. Sorry,
Miss. Yeah. So basically, the main point is, I mean, what if you want to summarize the main point? But are you trying to say that essentially the aim, this bill is almost like the byproduct of what they were attempting to try to do, and what from this document is explaining that what they're trying to do is they need to target cryptocurrency because it's just causing too many problems in the black market and various other things. And it goes back to Joe's point, which is they need control of it.
And it also lists all of the agencies that are both public, and it doesn't necessarily name the private sector in this paragraph, but I can go look for it to see if it does name those. But yeah, this document basically explains all the detail that this bill is addressing.
Mario?
Yeah, so let me continue with the thread. Actually, I'm just going to give the mic quickly to
Mario,
Kira to act. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one
question.
Can I just
Kira,
say,
this is actually a legal thing. Kira, would they need to make a bill to ban a company from operating in the United States?
Good question. Well, I don't think it's not sort of legal to make one bill to ban one company, but you're saying could they do it by executive order or by another means?
Or anything? Could they just take down their servers? Or could they
I think
restrict their access?
There are probably things you can do in the name of national security under existing bills, orders, policies, but I'm not sure how it would be achieved exactly. And I also think those would be subject, of course, to lawsuits, etc. Right? Because
I want to get Jen
by who? The same Chinese company that they're saying is invading and stealing data?
Well, look, I think, yeah, sure, they could, because they operate in the United States. They could certainly raise a lawsuit. That actually brings me to the point I wanted to make. There's a provision in the bill about Restrict Act about who can sue and how. And this is, to me, is something that's really unusual. Usually when an administrative agency or when an agency or a Secretary of Commerce, gives regulations, you can challenge it as what's called under the Administrative Procedures Act as being arbitrary and capricious. You can say they made a mistake. This was dumb. They didn't follow procedures. They didn't look at the right stuff. This bill says you can't do that. It says the only challenges that are allowed in one particular court are that it's unconstitutional what the secretary has done or it violates an existing law. This is highly unusual, and it really limits people's recourse if they were to somehow come under this particular bill, or if the government were to attempt to ban something.
Can you pop that clause to the top, please?
I will send it. I'm having trouble with the nest, so I'll send it to you. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. All right, guys. So let me just finish off that thread because we went a bit over time going through this. But let me finish off the thread. We're up to Mark Warner. We're kind of pretty much done. Let me say it again. There are no criminal penalties in this bill for your free speech. You're even free to drag the Respect Act if you want. I stand firmly with freedom of speech. No one cares about that. Yeah, there's nothing else. This bill takes on big systemic threats to our national security, not individual users. We've kind of pushed back on that already. Myth: senators don't understand that people make their living on TikTok. Fact, and no one gives a fuck. I won't even read it. But there's reason on MySpace tomorrow. TikTok is talking about TikTok. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I think to wrap it up, because I do have to jump off. But to wrap it up, I'll give the final word to Dustin, Naeem, Fiji, Joa, and our moderators Slayman and Trash. Guys, quick final word on the bill. Keep it to 30 seconds just for the audience. Naeem, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I think I'll just repeat what I've said before. This is not about TikTok. This is carefully crafted in very broad language for the United States, the president, the Commerce Secretary, to declare anything they want from any of those specific 6 nations, to declare it as a threat to national security and ban it. And it just expands unlimited powers. I think it's more geared to sneaking in language that's anti-crypto. And they're on TV and making the rounds and trying to get people to focus on an anti-TikTok bill, which I don't think that's what this is. It's just not. If you've read it, then I want to hear from someone that disagrees, that's read the whole bill. This is not a TikTok bill. It's everything else.
Yeah, I agree with you, Naeem. I'll just go ahead and go. So it's not just a TikTok bill. This is a broad sweeping bill. And, I really appreciate everybody coming here today. I think that this message seems to be a unifying message that everyone can get out. I think that TikTokers are doing a hell of a job, but I think a lot of other people are doing other great jobs in another area. And I think this continues to need to be talked about. And I'm never getting bored of it. I'm so glad Mark Warner posted that thread, Mario. That's
such a bad thread. I was hoping it brings balance. Dustin, final quick words, man. I know you've been working a lot on this, and we'll get the moderators to finish it off.
Yeah, first and foremost, Mario, Suleiman, Digital, thank you guys for bringing attention to this, right? Like getting it to the audience so that they know what's really in it. And the hard part about this thing is that you have to read it over and over and dissect it to figure out just how terrible it is. But I've never seen somebody who keeps reading it and trying to figure it out that gets a better opinion of it. It's always worse. You always find more Easter eggs. This is the framework for them to transition us into a new tyrannical system that they have complete control over all of the social media, all of the currency we use, the whole shebang. The plot is you have to also back out, zoom out, and look at everything that's been happening with SVB, everything that has been happening with other angles and elements of control, the things that they've been trying to push. This is the control mechanism, and everybody has to take it extremely seriously, because this isn't some backbench senator or some backbench congressman introducing this language, like this legislation. This is all of the biggest power players in the Senate, on the left and right. Mitt Romney, Mark Warner, Kirsten Gillibrand, Chuck Grassley, like a lot of the chairmen and the power players in the Senate are pushing this right out of the gate. This is big trouble, and everybody better take action to stop it. If you care about anything Web3, anything crypto, anything social media, right? If you don't want all of that consolidated down into the companies that have already given total control over the 3-letter agencies, like get active.
Fidji, Slayman, final quick words, guys, because I do have to jump off, just for the audience.
So Tira just sent me a bunch of clauses from this. It literally states the threshold for like any sort of involvement beyond it's holy shit. Tira, can you share that shit up top? It literally
You have to do it because
I'll actually state it. It says basically you can't question the law unless you can state that it's unconstitutional.
Slayman?
I want you to think about that for a second. It says you don't have standing. You don't have standing to question the law unless you can prove it's unconstitutional from its core. That's crazy.
Or it violates another law.
No, not just violates the law. It violates a primary mandatory law. That's crazy.
I mean, I agree with what Dustin and Pidgeotto said. There's not much more I can say, really. It's significantly concerning, and generally speaking, whenever they want to take your rights away, this is the way they do it. I'm just happy that everyone caught on to this so early that we can ensure that it doesn't, become law.
Mario, can I show a space like to fight this thing like we're organizing right after this? Would that be all right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we have a space open to talk about like real things we can do to organize, like the contacting congressmen, getting local media attention, the whole thing. If you guys want to join it, we'd love to have you. Thank you, Mario.
Cool. Thanks, Dustin. All right, guys, I think this is it. We've covered this bill a lot in the last 3 days. I'll see when we can cover it again. Tomorrow we'll be covering Trump's arrest and him going to New York. He won't be arrested, but he'll be, what's the term to use? He'll be giving himself
arraignment. He'll be arraigned.
Arraignment. All right, so Trump's arraignment tomorrow. And see how that goes. So there will be cameras during the hearing, but there will not video cameras. Photographers are allowed, journalists are allowed to be in there, but they can only use their mobile phones during specific times. I was reading something about it earlier. So it'll be interesting to see the spectacle that comes out of this. Otherwise, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I think this is it. Cool. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Good night.
Bye, Mario. Thanks.